It was tough to connect anything so far. Magnum's flank up. It hasn't quite... Oh, it has been spotted. In fact, Grabinho got around the corner in time. A decent fight on the site. It's given Levin a chance. Again, though, a sliver of HP and just that one shot needed. Gotta commend Shados as well as the second man to take contact there on such low HP. I think it was 24 HP from that earlier fight with Yumpy. Staying alive and coming out with a three-piece, that may just to save the round for the squad.
Now the question is, do they invest again? Like, it will have even more risk around it, but you've got the plant once more, you've done some damage. By the looks of it on the scoreboard at the moment, it's going to be a singular rifle invested into Sociable. Of course, if he can't buy in the next, he can always invest just into those bullets again, the Headhunter, that could potentially do some damage. But at the same time, it will be an opportunity for economy to be built up by the side of Koi. So you're almost giving them an extra boost in the start.
Economy at least decently healthy for the next. Sociable with an opportunity, and let me tell you, he has had his rounds. Really? Yeah. It was that ace is still fresh in my mind and will be probably for the rest of the year. It's bought him a lot of wiggle room. Smoke down deep is pushed Grabinho back. It's going to let them get really close, and with so many pistols in play, that's exactly what you want. Yes, Magnum goes down. He's trying to watch that A push up, and the fact that they walk into him, he's only got a classic. Definitely not the man you'd expect to win the fights, but with the push on A, they decide to take this to the B site. And Grabinho, well, he just about sidestepped those shots in time. He's got support, though. Fly a stud here, outlaw in hand, and this is a problem. Everybody is vulnerable to just one shot of that rifle taking them down, but they managed to close the distance. They find out about the rifle, deal with it well as well. Okay. Not bad from BBL to start with. Yumpy making it a bit more costly, but in the end, it still falls into Movistar Koi's pocket.
Yeah, they've made all of these rounds costly, but the problem is you've basically played yourself twice in terms of the bonuses. So I think if you said to Movistar Koi, okay, your economy will be decent and you'll have a 3-0 start, I think they would have taken that all day long. And now is where we almost need to see a response coming out of the side of BBL, but again, after they attempted to force in that second round, any damage they could do in round number 3 was going to be a benefit. I'm looking though at Filu already having that dimensional drift, a chance for aggression. You're seeing the consistent use of those salvos to garner him extra control. He's just going to hold on to it for now.
Take flight.
By Yumpy. And this is the spot they pushed up in last round, so you're expecting that same aggression. The smoke down just a moment ago. He's tempted in.
He didn't know Filu was there.
It's the drone coming back in the other direction. It's very smart by Shados, and Filu gets a huge reward.
Didn't know he was there because the drone was shot by his teammate prior, so this has set them up nicely. The Vice wall in position. If they are going to go through it together, they need to get that timing right. And Flyer's already just waiting for it to be tripped. That doesn't win the battle. An important opener for Levin. Now they can get themselves into a post bomb.
Much needed indeed. BBL have to dodge that Hunter's Fury. It's coming in hot, and it's landing. Sociable down, and Solkus with a massive punish. Now again, they have to pick up the pieces. The spike down at least. Time, not necessarily on their side. There's still quite a bit for Movistar Koi to work with, and they're not in a hurry. Spotting Magnum from the top rope. Shados might have sealed the fate of another round. Great shock dart, and the push around not gonna work out for Profect this time. A big round from Shados. He's really coming alive at the start of this map, much to the chagrin of BBL. Let's remember their icebox might not look like the best chance to pull this back, especially not after the result against KC, where I think they won 3 out of the first 4 rounds. Remember the score of that game? 13-3. Not the best after those first 4.
I think the bigger thing here is just the way that they're playing. Shados currently 7-0. We've always spoken about this guy that peak Shados is impossible to play against, and peak Shados is on an initiator. Like, it's where he has found. You go back to those Gambit days, which okay, it's a lifetime ago at this stage, but he picks up this role and has always looked incredibly comfortable. We saw it towards the end of the season last year, where he was on the Sentinel and even putting up these sort of numbers. So you get him having a good day, it's a rough spot. And I think at the moment, at least for BBL, the way they're playing on these starts of rounds is they're getting caught by some of these trap plays. They're losing a lot of map control over on the A side because of how aggressive you can be with this Taeho. And I want to see what their response is going to be now.
You can see there Pal and Yumpy having a bit of a back and forth about where this one's going to go. We said Movistar Koi, they've clearly learned a lot, Tom, and well, it's being put into work here on the server, but Shados having a 7-0 start definitely can't be understated. I mean, a lot of the time that initiator is going to have assists, but he's been finishing his dinner and then his teammates after. 4-0 from Movistar Koi. Icebox up next. If you're looking for the recovery for this organization, this is very much at least what you'd expect to see at the start. And surprising, you know, without having their watch party here, we had Uli, Sergio, and Pedro going crazy over in the booth for them the other day, and I bet they're doing the same at home right now.
I think that's just a daily thing for Uli. Yeah. He comes
those
in,
three especially,
he
man,
comes in at 100% volume, and then somehow ups to 200%. Levin is going to be taking the charge, though. Immediate space garnered, a passive hold from Koi this time. It seems like they've had the expectation. Instead, they're going to try and sell the idea with that Hunter's Fury, and it's an easy double pickup. A great start after the pause. And now it's a tough round to break back from. I'll also want to note as well that the way BBL have been playing in their post plants is super aggressive. They're not sitting back playing the time. They are wanting to get in their face of their opponents consistently, not allowing for any form of setup.
Especially, you know, you take a look at the wall that you have here. There's no need to even commit many players to watching your back when you have that. The possibility for Movistar Koi to come in behind is, well, without it being signaled incredibly low, you know, maybe Fielu could be a problem. But when you're facing him right off rip at the start of the round, not so much. I think Movistar Koi as well, though, they lose 2 players. They see that A site fall. They know they don't have flank and even the illusion of a flank because of the Vice on the other team. And so the call's made immediately to save. They avoid going down to Profec and also get a bit of a read on what he's doing, because it's pretty consistent now that they're going for these late round flanks, trying to come up behind, down through the water, or in this case, realizing that the save was going on and they go down to the B site. But I think Profec's going to be a little limited in how much he gets away with in that regard, because it's got to be fresh in Movistar Koi's mind. They've seen it a few times. See if he gets away with it a little bit later on. For now, 4-1. A punchy start in that previous round from BBL, but it relied on a Yoru and a Sova ultimate that they now don't have. So let's see what their solution is in a more grounded round.
Once again, the same use of that Taeho utility to get them aggressive A control.
User entered your channel.
Instead, though, the challenge has been elsewhere. It feels like control that they're happy to give up, but again, the Vice War is in position to make sure they can't go too aggressively. Grabinho, I think, has done incredibly well at slowing this squad so far, but now they look to run towards that B site once again, where only Flyer is waiting for them. That one, though, comes for free.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a risky play from Magnum. You expect maybe someone to be swinging with him, but the timing's slightly off. He ends up going down for free. Movistar Koi content then, certainly to play that retake, which they might have been forced into anyways. But at this point, they'll be keen to deploy exactly what you're highlighting, Tom. In fact, Filu's away ahead of you, already going in with the Dimensional Drift and Soul Cast, hoping that he can find himself a target. They've seen one up close. Levin won't be getting away with that. And of course, it's Shados to connect again.
And now there's nowhere really to go. Almost caught out by the salvos. Having to play that deep post plant. BBL did realize that this double ult combination was there in potential, but playing this deep with only 2 players remaining. That was a superb retake coming out of the side of Koi. And I'll be honest with you, so far, they have looked like a much better squad, just in terms of being very happy to play that retake, allowing BBL the space that they desire. All they're really hoping for is a single opener, and they play the numbers. This is not a side of Movistar Koi I've seen so far this tournament, and they are looking super impressive.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, the big conversation around this squad, especially, like, keep in your mind, we said if they lose this series, chances of qualification, very low. But the big conversation has been for them that the season isn't over yet. They need to make this. Yeah, the big conversation for Movistar Koi, as I've been trying to say, has been popped into this position where they're a team that have fans who expect a lot of results. They expect a good season, or at least a contentious one, and they haven't gotten that so far. But this seems being close. 14-12 on each of their second maps here in stage 1. And now they just need to connect that little bit extra. A phenomenal start with 5-1, and as you said, 11-0 for Shados. This crunch now puts pressure on Flya. The flash was perfect. Magnum doing well, putting Flya in the dust, and they move to the B side.
Yeah, they've
Scanning ahead.
They popped the steel gun? No, I think they held it. Maybe realizing that they can clear that space without needing to utilize that ultimate. Flya also lost his on the other side. And one thing I want to note, last time out when we watched Sociable, he was fantastic when it came to that attack side operator. First time we've had that in play.
ถือลูกซองระยะ
I think for the defense now, okay, you got some extra credits, but the amount of time that's been bought by the Steel Garden, it seems like this one's done, but they are still challenging for this.
Still pushing forward. BBL happy to greet this party as they find themselves a 3v1 time well and truly ticking away, and Shados swinging into heavy traffic, giving Levin the 3-piece, and I believe the first death for Shados.
It was.
Finally, we see that he is mortal, and that's 7 rounds into the map.
Yeah, he didn't accidentally walk into the server with God mode active, but yeah, there's something I always enjoyed with Sociable is the calmness. Like, he plays the operator. We've seen him do crazy aggressive things with it, but on attack, it's almost just
อ๋อมันเสียงไอ้นี่นี่ว่าเสียงแข่ง
on that
ต้อง
sort
สับ
of rotation.
Coming street.
But frustration already, though. That didn't sound great from the side of Flya. Obviously, the IGL for the squad.
I mean, I'd probably feel the same, though, if I got hit by a nasty little flash from Magnum like that.
See if this is some sort of turning point. Still a couple of ultimates online. Sociable could run the double operator if he wanted to, although if he pops it this round, I'm going to be incredibly worried. And Filu has brought out an op of his own, trying to get a little bit more aggressive around mid. That's all he was looking for, that opening pick. The second Movistar Koi have found that. That's normally been enough for the round.
Yeah, their conversion's been great. It's how patient they play after initial contact, right? Having that vice wall on B. Even right now, they're giving up street. They're completely conceding control of this whole area. Let me do a little draw on. Woo! And this is because they've got these passive positions in play where they don't want to fight you in those spots. They want to fight you coming out of them.
Looking like the A site is where they will challenge. We've said this before, Soulcast's goal is just to delay. Slow them down as much as possible, but the re-swing doesn't find much. A Hunter's Fury, they've been investing orbs, and also Shados has been eliminating everybody, but this time it doesn't do the damage they were hoping for. An incredibly open plant as well, allowing for positioning towards Art, which is where the majority of this squad will lie, potentially to try and avoid that Steel Garden. It is a big area, though.
Yeah, it's going to cover a lot of ground. Oh, the shot from Sociable doesn't land, and ult comes into play. Fires off one with great success. Shados down, and they're turning tail. They're running the other way, but Yumpy's got him boxed in. He's going to make this beyond costly for Movistar Koi. And on your way back into the series, after being decimated to start this out, this is exactly what you want to see if you're a BBL fan. They might just leave Gorbino to save the weapon, but that's 5-3, and BBL hot on Koi's heels.
See, now the obvious value in this round from throwing out the Tour de Force was because of that Steel Garden. You get that pick, they see the Tour de Force online, they go, well, we can steal the weapons away, except for that one, the one that we have to run past. And that's where you see them just look to exit. There's no value in that ultimate, at least from the side of Sociable. 2 rounds in a row. BBL. It really does feel like the second that operator came online, they were back.
Oh, yeah.
Levin still can be the one at the top of the board. Obviously a slower start for Magnum, but expectation is still there that when he moves on to the defense is where he'll have his real value.
Timeout, you're going to see Movistar Koi having some deep conversations. This round's going to be a mixed bag. Operator in play, as you can see down the bottom left of your screen. The credits are not healthy for the rest of the squad, so really trying to make the most of this is going to be difficult. Whether you leave Filu on a different side of the map to play his own life, use the gate crash to get out if things get nasty, and maybe late round look to save it, have the pistol stacked up elsewhere is a bit of a trap. It's something we'll see quite a lot.
A lot of talking coming out of Gorilla as well. I think someone that, in these sort of moments, incredibly analytically minded, and someone you want if it's coming out with a strat or an idea to maybe change that tide a little bit, because, yeah, it is, you sort of said, that they're in a bit of an awkward spot in this round. So what they do with it, you need a gimmick. You need an idea, you need a plan around that operator, and they have the players. Like, I think Filu's had a pretty decent start to this game. They've just got to try and put him into position here.
Filu's in the right spot. There's contact coming his way. The drone destroyed, and the shot not quite there. And that's the op given away. They know where it is, but they also know that his gate crashed out, most likely. And with the reveal, that confirms it. So now, you have to reset. Worried about where that op could be. With Levin having the orb, that's going to make it a lot easier to punch through one of these sites and confirm that, well, there's not an op holding it, waiting to take your teammates down. Looks like they'll reset and just push into the A site.
Also, the rotation, though, is already there. Like, the defensive rotation is making its way back to the A site. So this dimensional drift is going to be sent down middle. It will clear the way for the spike, which will get them quite a bit of extra control. They know there's no players close. I don't think it's going to get close enough, though, to go all the way back down the corner of the smoke given for space. I don't actually think they know that he didn't leave. He just stuck around. It's not going to be the picks going the way. And Solkas actually two here.
Well, they didn't know how many numbers were here, right? They saw one player, maybe suspected a second, but nice shot dart from Yumpy. Leveled the playing field, or even put it more in their favor, tipped the scales back over into BBL's hands as the plank comes through. Solkas and Filu, a rifle and an operator still to work with, but they haven't been able to deal with Sociable just yet. And he has been the difference maker with that big gun in hand. Misses the shot, though. Doesn't miss the second.
He knew he was going up there.
Connection. Solkas needs the ace with 2 more to find. He'll go for the reload. He'll go for the round, but put to bed by Yumpy. BBL, 1 away. This was a very slow start to Pearl, but they've definitely got it figured out now.
Yeah, I will say the rendezvous put down there from Sociable was not good. Like, you could see the constant peaks from Solkas going, he's going to go up there eventually. I know, I can see it. And he's already killed us from there once before, but...
เอาอีกแล้วใครมันแบตหมดวะไปชาร์จแบตกล้องก่อนไปน้อง
Resurgence. Coming out from BBL. Again, we're seeing the same aggression. This is something that Koi have done pretty much all the way through. You know you have that vice wall down on the B side of the map. You're going to get a trigger for when someone goes through. They got 2 players watching in mid, and then they're just trying to hold on to that A control. I think, though, BBL have slowly started to work out this setup. So they're just, as you can see, sending the fake out through the wall to set it off. Then they're not going in that direction. They're just trying to play now with what Koi are running. And when you haven't adapted massively throughout the rounds, it becomes quite a bit easier for them to make a read.
And the push-up this time by Filu. We've seen him in this position before. There was a bait drone, but he is holding that part of the map by himself. Closest player will be over towards the connector, halfway across the map. They crunch into the A site. Watching the push out of Art, sure, can at least be contentious with Shados still holding it. But it'll put a lot of pressure on Filu with his back and his front wide open for a push. Or maybe it even benefits him. Still being in this position, Salvo's buying him away back. The smoke, he's now on back site, 20 seconds left. They're gonna have a lot to contend with. They're forced forward into Filu's hands. One found as Solkas backs him up at the trades. They're still going back and forth. The spike on the ground with 12 seconds left. BBL need to pick up the pace here. Yumpy wants a safe spot to plant from. Sociable needs to hit this shot, but his arsenal, the arsenal of BBL taken away. The shorty good for 1. Sociable escaped just about. And the ult comes down, a shot needed here, and it's clean! The conversion to the pistol, the headhunter not finding its mark, but the up comes back to finish it off. A Red Bull clutch for Sociable, and a 5th round for BBL.
He just pulls out the spiciest rounds on this map. I feel like he's so comfortable.
As well.
Like, you look at that moment, That is Yumpy within the site, planting, just sticking it, just taking the risk, immediately removes one with a shorty. But it's that split-second decision to teleport out, because in your mind, there's always going to be the moment where you go, okay, well, if my teammate falls here while planting, round over. I'm already screwed. So he had to try and almost just stick around, go back, and then play back with the AWP. And, wow, that was perfectly played. From a huge advantage to level once again. Once more, we're seeing this aggression. Information will be garnered by the Flash. So already, Magnum knows they're here.
Well, we saw Yumpy certainly get excited. The operator play has been huge so far from Sociable. And for Movistar Koi, and we've seen their setup baited out towards the B site. That led them to get aggressive on A main, and what should have been quite a difficult hold, they reset nicely into, but Sociable recovering on all the disadvantages that may have been thrown their way. Again, that wall will be baited out, but when it goes down, look who's sitting here waiting. Last time they backed up, they gave the space away.
Look how deep he is in this position. Like, it's look at the rest of the T-bar as well. Like, you're talking about a squad that's on the other side of the map, pushing into the spawn, and he is on the site. Sociable is taking absolute liberties. They're going to sell the idea. He goes with the shorty. This guy's playing ranked. He's playing ranked. He sold a fake just trying to do that. But the spike was actually going back in his direction. So now with 25 seconds left, they're walking into an A site that still has 2 players within it.
That's a misread. That's a big misread. Yeah, of course, the big rotation hadn't come off the B site. There were still 3 players close, and now 12 seconds. Spike needs to go on the site. There's no time to stop. Just run forward, and they'll win the fights. No way they've managed to recover this with a plant going down. It's not even needed. They beat the clock. They beat the plant out with just dominant duels. And the lead is now in the hands of BBL. I did not think they were going to recover on that round. They looked lost, but I guess they found their way in the end.
They had 12 seconds to clear 2. I think even a 3rd player rotating in. Like, this was dumb. I don't know how he gets that far with nobody knowing, but then to turn this back around is absurd. Like, what happened to the previous one?
จะแบ่งหมดทุกคนเลยล่ะ
1 round to go in the half. Movistar Koi, they fought what they can, and a Guardian seems to be enough. Sociable. He's had so many high impact rounds, but they got sick of him on B. Pushed up, took him out, and now we see what the rest of the squad can do without that huge operator play. 11 for 1, but Filu's matching.
เอาง่ายฟิลูมันเก็บไป3
And Levin's only got 2, but the plant, well, that might give them a chance with Levin creeping up inside the smokes. He wants to take the fight to them, and he has matched the performance on the other side. Gotten his ult as a result, but Movistar Koi also have the info. Can they deal with Levin? No flashes to work with, but just baits for his teammate. Wonderful stuff, leaving Grabinho alone.
This is not the gun you want in this moment. And there you go, a rifle found at least. And at least smoke things off and try and just stick this under their noses. He's going for it. Halfway done, tries to bait the remaining players in, but has already left the smoke. First shot lands. A little bit of extra damage, all he needs, but it will be the shorty of Levin to close things out. From a huge starting point, Movistar Koi have crumbled, and BBO have bounced back.
7 to 5, a gap of 2 rounds. Well, if you pause this at round 6, I wouldn't be guessing BBL.
เปล่าพลาด GAF เฉยๆเป็นลูกเล่นใหม่โค้ด BBL หน้าสีหน้ามันชัดเจนหน่อยเอ็งฮาดิผมชอบแต่ค่อยเปลี่ยนแล้วกันครับ อโทษพี่เอ๋ยจริงๆผมไปเดินมาสัปดาห์หนึ่งแล้วนะหน้าผมลดลงว่ะดูจากตอนที่ไปถ่ายดินะแป๊บเดียวเองนะตอนไปถ่ายนี่คือแบบกินหนักกินจัดเต็มอัดโซเดียมเข้าไปถ่าย
just go like 20-0 and a half, but it seemed like once he cooled off and once their setup was figured out by BBL, well, let's say after a pause or two, it seemed like they were in the driver's seat. Still, some huge clutches needed, some magic being thrown out. See, I want to say in danger, he could leave, and he will.
Eventually.
He's like, you know, I
wanted to wait just in case someone got a little ambitious. Went walking forward. Now they're looking to try to get rid of that wall on B, but the wall isn't on B, is it? It's being positioned over towards the double doors, giving them a nice bit of info if their flank is being pushed on, and limiting the amount of angles that can realistically be beneficial for Movistar Koi to push on mid. Now they are going towards the other one, but again, there'll be information there. They're being seen that they pushed up on our rotation comes around. Now we're going to see the late player from Magnum. The A side a little bit more reinforced if needed. He's staying in
the wall will now give it away.
That's
the great thing about it is you have the trap if they go one way and the wall if they go the other, but they're all going to step over it at once. Good timing from the side of Movistar Koi, but it will allow for the rotation to come back in. An aggressive potential spot from Levin, but he will be overwhelmed. Profek now in horrible position.
They know he's here too. Just looking to push together, jumping through the smoke as three. They will easily deal with Profek. Movistar Koi made a great start. 5-1 in the previous map and looking to repeat that here with another pistol. Shock darts go through, time quite low, and the plant needed right now. No time. If that plant is stopped, then Yumpy at least has it boxed in! With a phenomenal play! A three-piece from Yumpy! And no doubt taking his time to celebrate down on the stage before the defuse. That is phenomenal.
I can have a replay of him screaming. You know, I'm sensing it. I'm sensing that there might be a replay after the Red Bull clutch.
If he's actually calm now, I will be
yeah, he's just sitting there like,
surprised.
That was a delectable clutch, lads.
Splendid play, gentlemen.
He's been listening too much to Pal.
Understandable. I do that all the time. Yes! Whoa, 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 whoa! All right, well, Yumpy's feeling it. He's fired up. Go on, Pal, do the same. Oh, no barks out of Pal. It's disappointment from the fans.
Right here.
We'll get it.
It's weird because like off cam, he's always barking. That's where Yumpy actually gets it from. It's called the Pal bark. Oh. Well, see you later.
Well,
Sociable. That's not the start that they were looking for.
No. They may not have had the bark in the last round, but Movistar Koi certainly come into this one with a bite. Already picking off one. And you know, for a second I thought it was an outlaw they got. It being a Marshall, it's not so great.
No, I've realized.
What's that?
We are joking about Pal.
Yes.
But on Friday, he's going to be...
And I will request that he barks, or imitates Yumpy as best he can.
Yeah, but he's also... well, he's got more muscle than both of us combined. So I'm starting to question if this is a good idea.
Yes, I am curious if he can lift both of us at the same time, one arm each. We'll see. We'll see what we can get done.
Hey, the BBL fans will enjoy that.
I'd enjoy that. Anyways, round 14. A lot of pistols in play for Koi. Not a lot anymore as Levin is just shredding through them. The recovered Marshall on the floor. A flash well placed and well timed. Oh no! Filu's had a bit of a whiff with a weaker weapon. It's a classic.
Is mean. Like it's where the fate of the classic is chosen by the gods. Maybe you'll two-tap someone. Maybe you'll right-click and get two people in one burst.
Oh yeah.
Or you'll do that.
Well, that's the thing. You got to pray to Leo before you go for that swing, and he didn't do it here. Didn't get the ritual right. Maybe they will next time. An opening pick from the side of Movistar Koi, but an immediate response from BBL. Damage control, and off to a fantastic start in this half, 2-0. And indeed, this puts them up to, what, 8 rounds in a row? Movistar Koi, 5-1. And they've been left in the dust. It's time to pick up the pieces, try to reassemble what was that good start.
They have to win this round as well. Like, it is almost as much of a bonus as you're going to see nowadays. You've got two Bulldogs, some Spectres, and then obviously the Headhunter. It's not a particularly pretty buy, so I look at this one from the attack side and go, okay, if you're getting back on the horse, if you're going to challenge in this map at least, I want to see this clean.
The same old wall, you would think, but this time it's a little bit more passive, I suppose, allowing them to push up through this archway, and they're going to take advantage of that potentially. No, they're not, but the walls split them in two. Levin has a real chance. If he was full HP, I'd be confident he'd connect it. Instead, ends up baiting out some of those Razor Vines, taking the TP back towards spawn. A passive hold from BBL, and it might just be that they're forced to play the retake. I see them step forward, reveal one player on the back of the site, and they both swing into Shados. But Levin from up top, even with low HP, he's giving them a chance.
User in your channel.
It makes me nervous when I see that Sociable is still alive, because I think this guy's BS meter is off the charts.
Gun here.
Chance for a weapon to be retrieved. Anchor's wall coming in, but there will be that gun picked up. Sociable already getting maybe a little bit further, but eventually Soulcast in position. And now the question is, just Profit just hold onto the gun? I think, yeah, walking back into 3 players doesn't really have the same amount of value as just holding on to that additional rifle, and that'll be at least something from their bonus round for BBL. But for Movistar Koi, they managed to get past the majority of the trap plays, and I think they're going to learn from this round that, okay, that wall is going to be particularly placed to basically just confuse us, because that was placed deeper to give a gap for Levin to play around, but also you could see it in the moment. They were like, why was that there? The immediate Vine usage was just flying going, that was here before, that's moving forward. I'm going to Vine this because he's probably there.
I think you have to look at how Profect plays on BBL's own attack side to sort of realize what they're trying to bait them into there. Often it's going to be that one player coming through double doors, at least from BBL's playbook. And if that's the case, well, you have a choice. Trip the wall and give away where you are, or maybe they've given you a gap. Maybe you can catch the timing, and that's when,
the round before they didn't give you the gap, you
exactly.
know that
You're like, why is there a gap now?
Look at this aggressive push, though, coming up from the defense. 3 players making their way through arc, looking to try and challenge. Already a little bit of extra information and a passive start from this attack. My main worry is where the spike is. It's currently left completely on its lonesome. Shados seemingly aware of the potential, but he's got to be careful, because if he goes down, that's not worth it. That spike in the spawn. The entire play with the majority of players heading towards that A site now has to stop and go back and clear every single angle.
And the rotations that they can play here, having one covering off Art and then 3 on A site. This is because of the wall, how it's changed up. Now it's not even on B conventionally, where usually you would see it as a little bit more of like a line here. Instead, it's put even deeper to get you that early info, and then you can immediately activate those vines to stop them getting to site. So huge delay there. That's why they're stacked up on A, and Movistar Koi about to learn a lesson about the setup that's in play, about the numbers they'll run into. They take out Levin, that will spur them forward, but Tom, still 3 players here.
Already gone. The stuns are nice, but even still, Sociable could play ahead of them and escape without too many issues. The gap wasn't seen, though, and actually they managed to trade this back. Make it look doable for Grabinho. Someone who's always been solid in these sort of scenarios, has found the space, but still doesn't know where Yumpy's coming from. Had a decent idea, but the timing couldn't be any worse. And you put this man in the clutch situations, he'll take them home for you, it seems.
He's hyped up about that as well. The timing, though. Grabinho had an idea. He was looking the right way, and if he just waited... Of course, how could he know? If he waited, maybe he came behind him, you know? He had to make a move. But he made the wrong one, unbeknownst to him. And as
พี่
we said,
แข่ง
this is
เยอะ
just
อะไรขนาด
combo
นั้น
for the backside though. I think they're using the
แข่ง
pulse
เกิดเกม 3แล้ว
from
เว้ย
Astra in combination with I
เพิ่งมาดู
believe it was
EME
the
ต่อ
thorns thrown in as well or the
เซน
vines
จบแล้วเหรอ
and
จบแล้ว
then having those
ชนะปะ
salvos. So it's like if you're
2-1
stood on that backside, you are dead, and so they
เกือบ
had
โด
to
นมอง
push
โก
forward. That's a really nice little bit that was
ลืม
thrown
เปิด
in
ไม
by
ค์ทีครับ
Movistar
ผม
Koi. Unfortunately, it doesn't get them the round.
คู่นี้ให้ใครครับ
เกินนะคู่นี้ BBL ครับผม
change up coming into play. The wall, we've seen it absolutely
What
everywhere at this
top
point. It's right on
Hey,
your
cool.
screen. They'll use the
Cool
decoy
NAVI.
again to bait that
Hey,
out, so no
NAVI เนี่ย
information to be held
ได้
early
น้า
by
บอก
BBL.
ต
Bar
อน
what
นี้
they
ต้องเอาหน่อย
claimed
ช่วงนี้
themselves.
เดี๋
Boots
ยววัน
on
นี้
the
เน้นให้
ground, pushed up B long, and an early fight that leaves Grabinho clinging on for dear life.
But this is the tough
Yes, I'll be
prospect
done.
because most rounds, as you said, B has been given up, be it a stack or a wall or anything of the sort. And on the other side of things, they've now gone aggressive on that side of the
my
map.
GX.
Sociable still in
เฮ้ย
position. Drone coming his way.
แต่นาวีอาทิตย์ที่แล้ว
You know
ทรง
that he's
ดี
going to
นะ
be tempted to stick around, and they don't even wait
GX
for
มัน
the
ก็ทรง
drone
ดี
to
แค่มัน
actually
เจอที
clear
ม
off
ตึง
this angle. He's been able to hold on, gets 2 for his money.
โคตรดื้ออะช็อตเนี้ย
And
โซเชียล
well,
เมื่อกี้
the drone
Those song.
attempted to clear him. Shados has done well though, at least bringing things again back into contention. And because he killed off Sociable, you now don't have the trap on mid.
30 seconds left.
The wall was triggered on A as well. Movistar Koi know there's a flank likely underway, but they're caught up in the push towards the site. Solkas better be watching their back, but now losing Flya, they have to spur forward. The door's wide open for Magnum. And he's going to walk right into play with 12 seconds left. There's no time. They need to get on that site, and there's too many players in their way. Movistar Koi, 5-1 start, now sit
ตรงนี้แมปหน้าก็ไม่รอด
11-6 behind with a massive comeback needed. We were worried about the Pearl from BBL after those first 6 rounds, but this is more of what we expected to see today.
Well, yeah, I went
ที
back
เอ็มมัน
to
แพ้ติดต่อกัน
the
กี่
UK
นัดนะ
over the weekend,
Yeah,
but
ใช้
this
ที่
is
เดินของยี่
definitely
ห้อเลย
the most
Ah,
cruel
season
I've
เลยปะ
seen in the last few
ผมซื้อ
days.
ช้อปปี้มา 3,000 ไม่รู้ยี่ห้ออะไร
I see.
จี
ที
นอะ
นี้มัน
เดิน
ทำ
ๆ
ลาย
ไปก่อน
สถิติ
I
เต็ม
see.
ตอนนั้นซื้อมาเป็นปีแล้ว 2-3 ปีแล้ว
You proud of yourself for that one, Tom?
Very. They almost have 5 ults online, Mitch. So even though this buy is a little bit stinky, you can have the dimensional
ผ
drift
ม
for
ฟังครอบ
space.
หูไร้สาย
I
มีนะ
assume the orb is going to be taken
สปอน
eventually.
ให้มาก็ไม่ได้ใช้
Flyer to get the steel
ใช่ที่
guard
ดีหู
online.
เอ้า
เนี่ย
We know how impactful.
เป็นงั้นนะ Perfect
Perfect wants to spam a smoke with
กำลังเพลินๆ
vandal
เวร
bullets.
จำสุดๆ
It's not going to get much easier for them.
มันยากมากเลยนะสแปมมันโดนหัวตรงนั้นอะ
Okay, ult goes
Well,
in, but no real ground
Don't.
take.
They only
In
just
response from BBL, they just sit back, waiting for
Wait,
that
wait,
ult to
wait.
come
Yeah,
into
sure,
completion so
wrong
they can
angle.
take down Filu. And that's
Hey,
the rifle from Movistar Koi. There's
Wait,
one to
wait,
be
no, I'm
retrieved,
all-
and it will be picked up by Solkas. Post-planned ultimates, Shados and Solkas can do a lot, but Magnum's coming in. And he's managed to find Solkas
Metallic off.
somehow leaving Grabinho alive, but
ห
not
มุน
ไหว
เล
แล้ว
ยเลย
มันวันนี้มันว่าจะออกไปเลยแต่ลืมมา VMEA
for long.
He's got
เรา
Stinger.
ก็เลยเอา2 อย่า
Flyer's
งมา
got
ร
it
วม
all
กัน
to do on range. Stinger to Spectre. He's
Oh,
playing
no.
gun game.
ฮาริกว่ะ
His opponents got there
ฮาริก
first.
ไทยแลนด์
Needed a few more kills before he get to a rifle.
เอาโต๊ะ
The
ปรับระ
judge
ดับ
next, I suppose.
แล้วก็เอาที่ลู่สอด
12 to
โคตร
6,
โคตรเด็ด
6 in a row needed, and it's been a struggle to even find one for Koi.
เราทำชาเลนจ์ไหมพี่เอ๋ยดู
It's not
ดู
particularly.
เดินจนกว่าจะจบ
I
คู่
I
2
think the idea in this round actually didn't go too bad. Obviously, Prophet helped them out quite a bit, but the retake
ที่เดิน
still
ได้นะ
looked solid.
แต่
The
ต้องไม่
gun
ปรับ
being
ระดับ
lost
อะ
didn't help, and
เดินธรรมดาไม่ได้เดินชัน
ใช่คือถ้าเดินชันไม่ไหว
he's now
ถ้าเดินชัน
intimidating. Or no,
ดู
sorry,
จบคู่สอง
he's copying our
เออทายสกอ
alarm.
ร์
There you go.
บวก
Imitating.
This little
ผู้ไหนจบก็บวก1 ชั่วโมง
well, we need to get the league officials to investigate if that's the case.
น่าจะถึง
Don't
เช้า
worry,
จ
this
ริ
is
ง
a tactical. I would say the earlier tactical pause we saw seemed a little bit more in tune
จะบวก
with the
1 ช็อต
chance
ไป
of
1 ชั่วโมง
winning. Like I always find these sort of pauses, unless of course you're mini back at lock-in, as rough ones to make work because you're basically looking at your squad after they've now won what 1 round in the last 11. It's not great, and you've got to try and come up with an idea to win them 6 rounds in a row. Doesn't look good, Brad.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it depends. You could be seeing things along the way, small adjustments that you can
ใคร
make
แพ้
here
เพิ่ม
now.
ความ
But
เร็วมีน้องบอก
the reality
ให้เดิน
is,
คู่เลยแล้วก็ท้า
a little tweak ain't
ใคร
gonna
แพ้
get you
เพิ่ม
back
ความ
on the
เร็ว
road anytime soon.
โอ้มันโหดร้ายไปดิ
It's a big task. It's double what they've
เพิ่ม
managed
เพิ่ม
so
เวลา
far
เนี่ย
with a lights out start and a pistol under their belt that will have
One of their
given them
players
เดี๋ยวถ้าแพ้ไปถึงความเร็ว12ตายนะ
12 and 0
วิ่ง
start
เนี่ย
for Shados indeed.
คาลู่เลย
Which
นะ
does mean since then he's been 6 and 12, but
Yes.
I don't think we're going to harp on Shados too much.
Ah, washed, man. He's washed.
From the first half.
Well, it is Pearl after all. 12 to 6. One round to go for BBL, and they go into Icebox somewhere that, like we said, they struggled up against KC.
ปกติ
3
สาย
out
มัน
of
ยาว
4
แห
in
ละ
the
เพราะ
first
ว่า
round, so 13-3 loss in the
มัน
end.
ต่อ
So
กับ
there's
ซาว
a
การ์ดที่
chance
เป็นสาย
for
ของ
Movistar Koi.
There are
ขาวที
4 players currently
เสียงมัน
sat
เลยดีอะ
within
อันเนี้ย
that big long
เพิ่งเดินมา
position.
คือไอ้
This is
ยาบัตร
a
เนี่ย
hard
ต่อ
read
สายกับ
coming out from
ต่อกับซาว
BBL.
การ์ด
They stacked up the rest of
Khao
the
Thi
utility. The wall currently sat towards Art. The Thorns as well there to delay. But this is basically just like, right, we're going to hold B, Magnum hold A.
You know, I read from a coach before, if they stack B, we should go A. I think that's what they're going for here.
อุ้ย
Whether the result is going to be found or
มัน
not,
มีแม็ก
well,
นัม
that
เป้ามัน
is
จับจัง
still to be
มัน
seen.
แปลกๆว่ะ
Magnum finds a double, and he's left down to a shorty. But if they try to pounce on it from here,
ชีวิ
Levin
ตลำบากจัด
more than capable of providing that bit of support. They're sent out by the
เกียร์หลั
salvos.
งซ้ายแบบ
The gate crash
300%
used to keep him alive. But Movistar Koi, they get the sight for that
พี
ult,
คไหม
but
พี
they
คไหม
lose
พีค
so much in this
โบ
3v5. They're
แล้วจังห
flanking
วะ
เราต้
นี้
องแบบว่า
เครับผม
being pushed
เรา
off.
แบบว่า
They
คู่
need
นี้แพ้
space,
เราบวก
and
10
they
นาที
try
เลย
to
ส่ง
fight
พอไหว
forward,
เนี่ยส
but
บาย
Magnum
ถ้าบวก
stands
10
in
พอไหว
their way. A bastion of defense for this
จริงๆครับ
squad and
โอ้
an
โห
ace under his
มัน
belt.
นำเขา
To
5-0
lock
นะตอนแรก
in
อันนี้ซ้อมก่อน
13 to 6.
พี่ถูกอันนี้เดี๋ยว F บวกก่อน 10
ยังผมใกล้
อ๋อยังเหรอ
BBL พี่
อ๋อ
ก็อีนี่ต้องไปนี่ก่อนไปจูนก่อน
ไม่ก้อยเขาประกาศแล้ว
ปีหน้าใช่ไหมค่อยเล่น
จะทำลายสถิติ DFM
ดูจะยากหน่อย
ดูแมตช์ก้อยนะครับผม อ๋อ มันเพิ่ง7 เกมเองโอ้โหทำลายไปแล้วเหรอ
พักเบรกเราต้องพักเขาด้วยไหมเนี่ยสัตว์ถ้าเดินยันพักเบรกนี่โอ้โหเชื่อไหมนี่ครึ่งชั่วโมงแล้วเนี่ยเดินสักครึ่งชั่วโมงวะน่าจะจบคู่หน้าพอดีจบแบกหน้าพอดีเดินไปก่อนของกำลังขึ้นกด TFT รอตาหนึ่งได้ไหมเราต้องเอานับวิขึ้นได้ปะเดี๋ยวเขียน API donate เพิ่มเวลาครับพี่เอ๋ย
อะไรนะ
เราเอาเวลาขึ้นหน้าจอเสร็จแล้วเราก็
อ่า
เขียน API เวลา donate ก็เพิ่มเวลาเข้าไป
โอ้โห
โดนสัก10,000เรียบร้อยเดินโดน
ผ่อน
เดิน
ผ่อนได้ไหม
เดินว่ะจริงๆว่าต้องมีการผ่อนเกิดขึ้นแหละแต่เพราะถ้าไม่ผ่อนเนี่ยนะโอ้โห
ถ้าเดินได้ก็นี่เลยอะไปเดินแบบพวกมาราธอนได้เลย
พวกวิ่งมาราธอนนี่โคตรลีนเลยนะ
โอ้ยกล้ามเนื้อหายหมดเลยลีนแบบ
พวกนั้นนี่คือแบบจะกินอะไรก็ชิวๆอะไม่ต้องห่วงอ้วนเลยแม่งเบิร์นโดนขี่แคลก็ไม่รู้
อยาก อยากเป็นไงวะกินอะไรก็ชิว
แต่พี่ยังนึกภาพต้องไปเดิน3 ชั่วโมงก็ไม่ชิวอะไรนะครึ่งชั่วโมงเลยอุ้ยไม่ไหว
มันต้องไปลองอ่ะพี่เนี่ยหาโอกาสไปลองอยู่
ไปปะล่ะเดี๋ยวผมขี่มอเตอร์ไซค์ตาม
เฮ้ยเดี๋ยวไม่ไปนึกว่าเดินด้วยกัน
เดี๋ยวขี่สกูตเตอร์ตามแล้วก็ถ่ายคลิปให้
ไปแบบ
จริงๆนี่ที่เดินนี่
ต้องลอง
ไม่ได้ปวด
อยากรู้
ขา
ว่าทำไมคนก็ถึงชอบ
เส้น
เดิน
แม่งยื
นะ
ดเส้นน่ะปวดเส้น
ต้องไปลอง
ไม่
สัก
ค่อย
ครั้ง
ยืดเส้นตอนนี้2 กิโลแล้วเดินตั้ง10
เต็ม
กิโล
ปีคึกจัดวันนี้
อีกทีมโหดไหมพี่เอ๋ยวันนี้
โอ้โหโหดดิ
วันนี้อัดให้วันแถบผมอย่างเดียวเลย
อื้อหือวันนี้ตอนกับบัตรใช้แค่ปืนพกอะ ตอนใช้โกดบัตรใช้เชอร์ลีฟ
ใครเป็นสายวิ่งมาราธอนใครนี่อ่ะนี่รถก่อนรถปวดขายืดเส้นนั้นยืดเส้นแป๊บผมลดสปีดเดินแล้วเดี๋ยวฮาร์ดเรทจะเกินเพราะเดี๋ยวมันเกินแล้วมันจะว้าวุ่นในทีนี้พี่เอ๋ยสามารถเดินด้วยความเร็ว15 กิโลเมตรต่อชั่วโมงได้ไหม
เดินด้วยความเร็ว15
ใช่เดินอย่างเดียวเฮ้ยคุณลุนเซียนะครับเราก็จะมาขอบคุณครับ
ได้เหรอมั้ง
ผมลืมมาเติมไวจัดขึ้นเลยยังไม่ได้ขายของเลยวะฝากด้วยครับสปอนเซอร์ของเราเติมไวจัด .com กดเพย์ไปทีสวัสดีร้านตุนมักกะพอยเปิดช่องทางเติมเกมใหม่เติมไว้จัด .com มาพร้อมกับบริการเติมเกมสุดฮิตสุดปังถูกเหมือนแจกราคาแบบแบ่งกันเล่นคุ้มสุดๆเลยและยังเติม Valorant ในราคาถูกมากสามารถเติมได้ทั้งในเว็บและในไลน์พร้อมบริการตลอด24 ชั่วโมงเติมถูกเหมือนแจกไวเหมือนติดจรวดมีแค่ที่นี่เท่านั้นเติมไว้จัด .com มาเลยให้พี่เบี้ยเจอแอด ไม่เป็นไรนิดหน่อยนะเด้อเดินต่อ แล้วเสียงคนเหนื่อยไงเพราะคนเหนื่อย เห็นปะไปดูรูปตอนที่ผมมาสเตอร์สงกรานต์เนี่ยรูปนั้นผมถ่ายเมื่อวันที่ รูปนั้นถ่ายวันที่เท่าไหร่วะ28 26 เดือนที่แล้วผ่านไปประมาณ2 อาทิตย์แล้วผมเพิ่งมาออกกำลังกายเมื่ออาทิตย์เดียวเนี่ยเพิ่งเข้าวันที่7มั้งวันที่7ผมพักเนี่ยว่าวันที่7ดูดิเห็นนะมันลดเร็วแบบ ลดเร็ววะก็จะเดินไปเรื่อยๆนี่แหละ เดี๋ยววันไหนที่สตรีมบ่ายเอามาเดินอย่างเงี้ยนะเดินแม่งทั้งวันอะเดินสตรีมเล่น TFT ไป TFT ตาหนึ่งก็ประมาณครึ่งชั่วโมงพี่หนูจะมาขอบคุณมาวันนี้ได้กิฟต์ซับจากช่อง TF ไม่รู้ได้จากใครขอบคุณครับอุ้ยวันนี้มีใครแจกนะฟิลมูมั้งแล้วกี่โลเหรอตอนแรกมัน110น่าจะประมาณ2-3 โลเองลดช้ากว่ารอบที่แล้วนะไอ้รอบที่แล้วที่ผมออกกำลังกายอาทิตย์หนึ่งผมลดไปวัน6 โลอะแต่หักโหมจัดเลยนะรอบนี้คือทำแค่ IF แต่กินปกติกินเยอะด้วยมีกินน้อยก็เมื่อ2 วันก่อนเพราะเหมือนร่างกายไม่อยากกินอะไรเลยก็เลยแบบพอวันรุ่งขึ้นก็ชีทเดย์ก็เลยไปกินก๋วยเตี๋ยวเรือกับบาร์บีคอนสุดท้ายก็กลับมากินแบบเดิมได้เกือบโดนครอบงำด้วยความอยากอดอาหารแล้วเฮลลูกเซียนวิ่งมาดิไม่ได้ตำแหน่งแชทใหม่ละขยายหน่อยกันนะเทียบทำไมเอฟเท่าไหร่วันนี้หลุดวันนี้จะหลุดเพราะก๋วยเตี๋ยวเนี่ยที่กำลังจะมาส่งเนี่ยตอนแรกก็ไม่หลุดหรอกไอเอฟประมาณเท่าไหร่วะ18 24ดิ24เมื่ออาทิตย์ก่อนแต่วันนี้จะเป็น18-6วันแรก2 วันแรก23-1 รู้สึกไม่ไหวหักโหมไม่ได้ตอนนี้มาเป็นน่าจะประมาณ18-6พอละวันนี้ตื่นสายดันไปเริ่มมื้อแรกไวไปก่อนมื้อแรกวันนี้4 โมงเย็นเฮ้ยก็ยังอยู่6-7 ชั่วโมงอะตอนเนี้ยถือว่าได้อยู่นะคนมิลกี้แจกฟังเลยถั่วเอิร์ธสำหรับพี่โรตีคือโน 1อาหารที่แบบทอดแป้งน้ำมันน้ำตาลนมอะไรครบมาการีนมีหมูครบเลยครับวันนี้เดินสักชั่วโมงดีไหมจบคู่ไหมจบแมตช์นี้น่าจะประมาณตอนนี้ประมาณ32 นาทีจบแมตช์นี้ก็น่าจะชั่วโมงเศษเลยนะเทียบใช้ดูเลยนะไม่รู้ครับโนเนมเลยเนี่ยผมซื้อมา2 ปีแล้วเพิ่งเอาขุดออกมาใช้เฮ้ยเดี๋ยวเปิดเสียง
They've decided to scrap it and go back to a much more aggressive,
fast-paced
sort of comp. Already, though, the initial fight will go the way of BBL and will continue in that direction. 11 up top.
หยิบไอโซ่มา
Turkish jet in the server
เล่นยาก
is
จัด
enough for me to be convinced.
ตัวเดียว
We'll see how this one goes. It's a firefight into middle. And Shados, well, I don't think he's starting this one off 12-0.
No,
Maybe
most
0 and
certainly
12.
not. Oh.
No, it won't happen.
There's no need for that,
It won't
was there?
happen. It's
Well,
more
if it
likely
does
that...
now, there's going to be some very angry people coming after you. BBL 1-0 starting this one off, and obviously the desk touched on those or expanded on those compositional changes, Tom. But something we were talking about before the game is coming into a map like this. I mean, obviously from Movistar Koi, they've got that entry to be able to punch through with the ISO. But a lot of the time, we look at more recently the waylay being picked in on ISO. It often relies on you taking these movement abilities, these dive early fights to seize space. And that's something that I think Koi will struggle with here, especially now that BBL are back in more reasonable territory in terms of the agents they're playing.
การเดินลู่ที่โคตรสบาย
Yumpy
นี่
getting
ถ้าประเคนขนาด
aggressive,
นี้
but I
ยังไม่
agree.
อยาก
I
เดิน
think
ก็
having elevation
อ้วนต่อไป
on this map has always been a factor. You talk about when
จริงๆ
Chamber
นี่
was
ผ
in
มขี้เกียจ
fashion,
ขี้เกียจ
it
ขั
still
บรถ
gave
ไป
you
ไม่
that
น่า 4-5
avenue.
กิโล
Waylay does, and of
ขับไป
course,
ฟิตเนสอะ
the old classic
แต่ก็จ่ายไปแล้วจ่ายแม่ง 5,000
something that we'll be missing
2 เดือน
here. I've enjoyed seeing the Tejo more though. The ability to clear those angles, but well, Yumpy just farming things up on the KO.
ขับตี
He can get you the information, but
มันนอนดึก
with
อยู่
those
แล้ว
new look flashes. Can
จะ
even
เปลี่ยน
set
เวลานอน
himself
ก็
up a
อีก
little
เย็
bit
น
more.
เย็น
Bye.
แล้ว
That's
ไม่ทำ
something
นอนดึก
we're
ไปกันต่อหรือ
excited
เป
to
ล่า
see going forward. Of course, Cracks will be the man to watch tomorrow. You buff the KO, yes, of course, as Baki says, but
อันนี้รูป
for
เดินเอง
now,
รูป
yeah,
ไฟ
I
ฟ้า
think real potential for people to have more star performances on that agent, but I don't think Yumpy ever needed the agent to be good.
เหมือนปีนทีนะ
No, that's not exactly his limitation. A 2-0 start for BBL, but here is the real meat of the pie. Movistar Koi in with rifles. BBL look to try to upset them, an outlaw that's going to throw a lot of damage into the mix. And still, 2 rifles to work with. Prophet and Sociable, the ones bringing those through. Sociable had a phenomenal map, but we'll often look to him as the operator play to land those duels. That's a
อะไรนะ
That was a Spectre
ครึ่ง
call
ทาง
guard.
ปกติไม่เดินมา
Maybe
เท่า
I
ไหร่
was right. Zeren
4-5
stage
แต่40นี่คือครึ่ง
you giving good odds? I might put something down. This is
Damn.
that's tough.
อ๋อแถม
2-0.
จะจบ
It's
จ
the
บเดินจบ
scoreline,
ขึ้น
and
แล้ว
it may get even better for BBL. Flya, well, he's
ก้อย
going
บ
to
อกว่า
make
เอ้ย
sure
ไม่ต้อง
that's
เหนื่อยหรอก
not too
จบ
light.
จบ
The
ไป
second
คู่
fight
นี้ใช่ไหม
coming up, though, it's Levin on his way. Outlaw in hand. Prophet picks another. The upgrade for Levin wasn't heard.
แมตช์นี้ดี
They
กว่าพี่
ran to plant the
ถ้าคู่
spike,
นี้
so
ไม่จบ
no
สปิด
idea that there's a man sneaking up. They go to clear it, but they're not
Jobnya,
clearing
jobnya,
this
jobnya.
avenue where he's already up close and ready to fight. 17 HP, but he's done enough. Look what he's done more now. Taking Solkus down,
และ
and
โบนัสดาวเป็นของ
Spectre
BBL ครับ
is doing work. That's a
โบนัส NAVI
devastating
ฮะ
loss for Movistar
โบนัส
Koi.
ดาวนะ
Not
บอกวัน
just
นี้
in
เน้น
the
ให้
context of the round, Tom, but 4 players alive for
อัปเกรดปืน
BBL,
ฟรี
and they get to recover so many of these rifles.
I think you also have to look at this as you probably picked this map knowing that you both played KC. They managed to get 3 rounds, you managed to get 12. So you go, okay, well, they've already got 3 rounds, and they have been pretty clean so far. They're very aggressive in their stance. Like, that was 2 players flanking behind them in the early stages of the round. Of course,
ถ้าเดินไม่ชันหรอก
Shados
ผม
being
ไม่
picked
ไม่
off,
เคย
you
เดินเลย
know that flank is going to be
Well,
wide
that's
open,
happened.
but this is
5.5
an incredibly rough start for one side, and you
That's
can
not
see
yumpy.
the terrifying thing is that from what we've seen from BBL, they are a team that is almost
5.5
molded by
ชั้นห้างนะ
confidence. When this squad is rolling, they're just going to keep going. We saw it in the last map.
ชั้นแค่5นี่คือ
I
เดิน
mean, the
15
caveat
ที
to
ลง
that
ล
is
งมา
against
แล้ว
KC,
คู่นี่
like
คือ
we said,
ตัว
3 out
เบา
of
แล้ว
4 rounds.
เดิน
BBL
3.5 ชั้น
ended up on 3 rounds
อัดเรทลง
total.
ไป
But they had the clove, they had a weird
ผมพี่
comp,
ประมาณ
now it's looking a bit
120
better. And Movistar Koi are, yeah, they're not KC.
They're not.
Prophet shredding them around yellow, just
Okay.
dancing about. He'll eventually
แปลกมาก
fall.
ตอนนี้
And that puts us into a
แปลก
3
มาก
versus
เฮ้ย
3.
เฮ้ย
A
เฮ้ย
good chance for Movistar Koi to make
คืออะไรอ่ะ
up
Okay,
for
it's
the
happening.
fumble in
There
round
you go.
3.
ใจไม่สู้
And
อะ
it looks like, yeah, but look, that's the rifle on Filu. The rest of them still have pistols. This fight, a little closer, a little more even than it might look like.
Still plenty of time to play with.
Great nano.
Solid
เอาไว้จบ
nano
halftime
to
เนี่ย
clear
ใคร
position,
เดิน
stun to try and
halftime แล้วกั
bait
น
Flyer into letting go of the plant, but he will stick it through. 1 away from having the Hunter's Fury, 1 away from having that kill contract. Ultimate's incredibly close, and the turret looking to try and take contact from them here. Diving into space will be Levin. And now Sociable is all that stands in their way. They still got to be careful
แต่
though.
ว่า
We know what this guy could do in
Fire
clutch
version
situations. A sniper,
Maybe not
normally
fair.
his weapon of choice, but just got to look to try and bait them into the plant at this stage. It looks like the deal is already done, not knowing where those remaining players are going to be standing from.
Hey.
A nice shot onto Flyer, but surely at this stage, the time is way too far gone.
อืม
And
แล้ว
while
ครึ่งไปแล้วนี่
Shados
เป็นเรื่อง
it may not add a kill to the tally, it will win a round.
พลังเลย
I
ลิ
was
ฟตี้
scared for a second Shados was going to let that get to half, but he didn't. He got involved, and the pay safeguard thrifty is Movistar Koi's reward. It was close, but in a round like that, where you've got those weaknesses to work with, a victory by any means is one that you're going to be happy to go home with.
One enemy remaining.
To build from here,
แต่อยากได้ลูก
to
ลูก
look
ปั้ม
to
อะมัน
repeat the
แคบมาก
success that KC had against BBL it is a big challenge, but that's the first step in the right direction for Movistar Koi. Rifles up for their opponent though.
Yeah, this is where ultimates start to come into play as well. The economy that was built early from BBL will help them fight back into this one, and you can see this consistent double combo being thrown out by Movistar Koi of the dart alongside the drone. Obviously the Teo drone in this scenario. But it means that a lot of those aggressive early positions that want to be held by BBL are consistently being denied.
หลุด
And looking at the current spacing of this defense, not really a lot of control over on that A side, but an immediate rotation coming out from Sociable. And bear in mind with that
จริ
Armageddon
งๆ
online,
การส
they
กิม
have
แม่งน่าจะให้
a
ใช้
lot of
แอคเคาท์
potential
ที่แบบ
delay.
สำหรับห้องแข่งแต่มันจะไม่มีแอดเพื่อนเนี่ยมันจะได้ไม่
Not a successful ultimate from Filu. That was
เพราะที่
sidestep
หลุดๆส่วนใหญ่มันจะ
by
ดูจากเซน
Profek. Still going to be alive, ready to slow that push. The wall in play causes problems, but they've already got a man ahead of it. Late play towards the B site. The flank on its way from Grabinho as we speak.
เวลานัดก็ไม่ต้องรู้ว่าใคร
So
ตัด
they're
ใช่ไหม
content to
ใช่
play it slow and back
มันยังแบบ
off,
ไม่รู้
but
เลย
Magnum's filled in that space.
คือไอ้
He grabs
นั่นพัง
one,
ไปเลย
slows their retreat.
นักปล่อย
35
ข่าว
seconds left. But as he goes back
ไม่มีงาน
to this
ทำเลย
B site, they have to be so aware of this potential flank play. Oh, Magnum's got another. They are very much slowed down, but now here's the opportunity for Grabinho to maybe even guarantee this round. It's a 3v4. He needs to find value here.
Problem is that the Armageddon is still
อุ้ย
available.
หนักอยู่นะ
They have to find
Oh,
a
no.
safe place to actually
Team
plant this.
Team
Otherwise,
Team
they'll lose the
Team
ultimate. It's going to drag him from behind. Needs to stick it over the line. And has managed to get it. It was the
Oh, yeah,
perfect
one,
position. You even
Oh,
saw the pings on the
Shados.
map just before it. They knew where it needed to be placed. I don't know if that was Yopi pinging. I don't know if that was Magnum pinging.
Academy
But
ชว
whoever
น
did it
GE สคิม
said do it the other way so
ทั้ง
that
ที่
then
อีก
it will
4 วัน
get the
อะเจอ
immediate kill.
GE
Because if they did it backwards, it's not going to kill the player
อ๋อ
planting that spike.
เอ้ยจะ
Clever
ที่
stuff
คือ
from
GE ต้องแข่ง
BBL,
กับ
but
GE อะ
you have to think from
แล้ว
Movistar
แผนมันจะหลุ
Koi.
ด
You knew
แล้ว
that
เหมือน
all was online. I think that's why
จะ
they
อัดวิดีโอ
rotated
ให้
and you walked into it anyway.
Enemy
Whole time, I think
Oh, man,
the chance is
oh,
there
จัด
for
เลยเนี่ย
Rubinho. They even started to rotate Sociable through
โหดไป
spawn.
เนี่ย
He was the one coming
เหลี่ย
down
ม
the
จัด
ramp
เล
at
ย
the
นะ
back of A, and they decided instead to route it through middle. Thank
เดี๋ยวเรามา
God
ตาม
they
ให้
did,
นาวี
because
ครับ
if
ผม
Rubinho gets that kill,
นะ
a huge
ไลน์
chance
มา
for
มาบอก
Movistar
แล้ววัน
Koi.
นี้เน้น
Instead,
อะไรวะผม
4-1. The lead for BBL extended on, and Movistar
Gin
Koi,
lim-
well, they're not the
lim-
team
lim-
that had this
lim- lim-
big
lim-
boost
lim-
to their economy early on. BBL lost one, able to buy. Movistar Koi, they're in that same boat, but if they lose here, their economy is in the bin, and BBL can run away with this half.
Hit by the knife
แต่
early,
ใน
but
โพสต์
still
ดราม่าอะไรแบบ
decided
อยู่ในแป๊บเดียวบิน
to
แล้ว
commit towards B. Drone being sent
เบื้องบน
through
สั่ง
will clear out yellow. It's only this passive spot from Profek, but not a man who's crosshair I'd want to walk into, just looking for some taps.
กลิ่น
There
น้ำมัน
we go.
มากกว่า
Caught
กลิ่
for
นเหมือน
this
ร
in
ถ
the
บรรทุก
last
อะ
map, but well, Filu's the one to bite the brand. That's two. That's two just on spams.
Oh, and now he's got one that they're in the open. Profek putting up the numbers,
So good.
leaving Flyer and Shados all alone. The spike at least planted. The alarm bot covering their back, spotted by Levin. He'll try to creep his way past it. He's gotten through, but they heard him.
Okay.
And Fly is in there for his third kill of the round. The spike still ticking. What looked to be a lost cause has been pulled back into Movistar Koi's favor. Flya with a huge round. And what a time to step up right when they needed him.
I was going to say at the beginning of the map, putting him on the Sova was one of his better performances. Like individually, I think he's definitely been struggling. I think you can tell there's a lot of micromanagement within this team, a lot of moments where he almost needs to not focus on his own individual ability. But in that game versus KC, went 21 and 16. It was a top fragger on his side.
remaining.
Come on, if he can have rounds like this more often, maybe they got some hope in this matchup. Because I'll be honest, I think that this looked dead to rights, but maybe some slight overextensions from the BBL squad. They're feeling pretty confident right now.
Yeah, you can't blame Profek for it. He already picked up 3. Why not keep on going? But, well, the ball stopped rolling pretty quickly. Look at this aggressive position taken by Levin. Catching Shados off guard. Getting out of here will be tough, but he's got the cover.
Yeah,
In
make up.
fact, no, he doesn't back off. He sticks around despite losing players and any vision over belt. Solkas takes it for free. And a 3 versus 3 ults online for Movistar Koi as well. If they can get the plant down, they've got Flya and Solkas to deny. This will be a very difficult round for BBL to recover if they're in a post plant.
เน้นคาร์ดิโอเลี้ยงฮาร์ดเร
One
ท
of the most powerful post-plant combos you can have. Yumpy being alive would have been nice. As he has the ideal denial, but like this from Movistar Koi. Just pausing for the moment. Still 2 players here. Profek in a very aggressive position. I don't know if he'll be expected. And he's just so clean with it. The taps coming off the back of this Vandal. Well, yeah, you'd think maybe he's not just Polish, he's half Turkish, because that has been utter filth. He's been learning from the best, it seems. And now the rest of the squad are just sitting passively, looking to try and fight this together. Well, it's not quite as clean as Solkas would have liked. BBL immediately respond again.
I like the idea from Solkis though to get aggressive there, try to catch them off. Just a few missed shots that don't land. Could have been something. Levin's early aggression. Let's see. Oh, he dashed into the wall. Yeah. And that makes a lot of sense because I saw him activate the dash, and I was very confused to see him still up close. But yeah, a little bit unfortunate for him. In the end, though, BBL able to convert 5-2.
Profec's aim training score must be like top 0.001%. Like it genuinely is absurd how clean he has looked when anybody walks into his crosshair.
This map. Last map was a little shakier. What, it finished 7-11?
Yeah, when you're winning 13-6 and the rounds that you won were...
Oh, yeah.
Like, you have to bear in mind, who's top of the board, Mitch, in that game?
It's a guy called Levin.
So how many people do you think that were seen for the rounds that they were winning?
That's true also. Yeah. I mean, obviously as well, he's playing Astra. On the previous map, not now. I haven't lost my mind completely. And in the last map, so he's going to be a little bit more involved in the back lines of the team. This time, while he's on Viper, his utility allows him, enables him to take some of those fights. In fact, it's essential for him to be holding the opposite side of his wall, his orb, whatever it may be, and apparently for him to shoot players through it as well.
Have you also seen what gun he's for? You're going to be over the moon.
Profec.
A B side. Oh no, is he not playing B?
No, he's not playing B.
Oh.
He's on mid.
I thought he was going to do the mid strat.
Yeah, I thought maybe I'd gotten through to PAL after all these years.
No.
But I think his senses, his better senses are
he
still
listens to you as much as he listens to Cairo.
That's understandable.
That's the biggest insight I can give.
Yeah. That's tough. I don't think I'll recover from that. Filu, well, he's not going to recover his HP, down to 6 health. And that's the only rifle they have to work with from Movistar Koi. Maybe that's going to end up in someone else's hands, and indeed it's on the Shados.
Well, he's playing this entry where he gets a shield, but every time his opponent's getting a couple of bullets off before he can even react. He's 1-7 right now. I said at the beginning, I'm not a fan of the ISO on this map, especially not as a solo duelist. I think you need more alongside it as that distraction. We've seen a 1-2 punch all the time. Throw in a Yoru, throw in a Jet. But on its own, I feel like it's limited as hell, and I think we're witnessing that right now. Still, a long way to go in this map. 5 rounds up to 2. There's never been a death sentence. We saw it in the last, but Shados' lurk forward has eventually been caught, and the space on A completely given up. There's only one man standing in their way right now, but you also have to bear in mind the weaponry. There is next to nothing in the hands of this Movistar Koi squad. Levin's being smart about it as well. Knows that a gap could have been found and is now just waiting for that support, or at least it looked like it is. He's now going forward.
Yep, that he is. Dash was online. He didn't want them to get the plant in. Use those weaker weapons up close. Oh, he's going for them. He wants the kill, and he'll get it as well. Levin with a 3-piece, and BBL with an in-zone flawless 6-2 in the lead. It looks like not a lot has changed since we finished out that last map. The momentum still very much with BBL.
Yeah, this round you can't really have too much blame to be placed over on Movistar Core. They had nothing to play with, but this guy seems to be having a field day. And when you look at Sociable 10-2, Profec 9-4, like it was mentioned on the desk as well that, oh yeah, we've talked a lot about Yumpy and Magnum, but I feel like these 3 individually, if they're online, it's GG. Like I don't know if anyone on Movistar Koi can stand up to that, at least right now. But Mitch, they got a hell of a lot of ults.
So do their opponents though.
True.
BBL have everything to work with in that regard. An Outlaw in the hands of Yumpy this time to the B site, which leaves Profec, understandably, playing with a Phantom. But a silencer inside this ult, and the ult safe. He's nice and high up.
Run back in.
At this point, it's going to cause problems if they don't get back in the pit on time, and it looks like just about getting there. Filu grabs one, but they know where he is. Diving down, Levin falls, but Profec converts. And the problem is, they've got to stick inside that pit. Have one of their own down at least. So those players will start to decay.
Look how deep the positioning as well from Rubinho. Like clearing him out is almost going to be impossible. He's just not facing any of these angles. This post plant is nasty. The knife has been utilized, and I believe will have connected onto him, but I think that's irrelevant at this stage. Profec just trying to face someone in, but with how close Shados is sitting, it's all too easy. Soulcast with that final elimination, and a wonderful post plant from Movistar Koi.
Yeah, I mean, that's the downside, right? When you play on the defense, that heaven ultimate from Viper,
แต่
you're
ถ้า
going
โด
to
น
cut
แบบ
off
มา
a
นั่ง
lot
ดู
of the
รีเพล
site,
ย์
but
นี่น่า
there's
จะ
that
ใช้
small
ยาก
gap, and with them having their own pit to
No,
play
no,
around,
depend.
Shados is able to look at the spike. He waits. Oh, they're just tapping it, no
Among
problem.
the-
If they're sticking it, it counts to 2 and then shoots. The guy's on 1 HP. Yeah. One shot, gonna finish him off. So there was no moment there where they're really feeling like they're in danger. And just a great counter pick coming in. All right, great counter pick coming in from Grabinho that gets them that round. Now BBL immediately call a timeout, seeing ultimates committed, but not the round conversion. And with Movistar Koi still having a deep arsenal of ultimates to fall back onto, it's definitely the right time to take stock of where we're at. 6-3, plenty of time for Movistar Koi to climb back into this, and that's exactly what BBL are calling this timeout to avoid.
Yeah, we've already seen it before that versus their opponents of KC, they had some struggles on the attack. Now, it's a completely different composition and a completely different style of play, so I don't think we can take too much stock in how that went, but you still want to make sure you capitalize on your advantages, and that's where BBL are at right now. Of course, on the opposing side, you got things over the line with, I say, one of the most classic combinations of ultimates ever. If you get the lockdown to get you into
ผมไปดูไฮไลท์สุดอะ
Viper's pit.
โอ้โห
เขาบอกว่ารี
โคตร
ไท
ส
ย
นมนุษย์อะ
So I think that obviously that has worked
โหด
out for
สุด
them.
แล้วตอนเนี้ย
I think Filu as well, waking up a little bit, those 2 kills at the back of sight made it much more disruptive. Can they now build off the back of that? And by the looks of things, there may still be further pressure put forward. Now this is a spot Levin's already played, Mitch.
ผีเผลอครับ
Yes.
จังหวะ
Grabinho
ผีเผล
only
อครับ
getting his weapon out now. I was worried he was coming around that corner with a knife.
He's in the drone.
Up goes the drone, and
we
an
know
opportunity Levin will not let
ไม่ใช่
slip.
เงินมายิงแต่แรก
Taking down Flyer,
มันได้ฟ
but
รี
he
แล้ว
loses his life in the process from Movistar Koi.
Hunter's Fury gone.
This could be ideal. Yes, Hunter's Fury gone, but with Filu having the ult online, if they can pick one player out, the advantage is theirs to play around. Yumpy, the man with the operator, and he's pulled into the ult. The classic needed to break shield, and he's not going to find the kill.
อ๋อเจอไอ้ดึงใช่ไหม
เออมัน
Seen
ชอบติดลบ
Prophet popping off. Sociable
โดนว่ะ
Player
and
standing.
eventually on the edge of that Viper screen, Shados should have put this one to bed. We've already had a huge round or 2 from Magnum in the last map, but
Spike
this
planted.
would likely be the best of them. And with their economy low, yeah, I was going to say, is it worth just holding onto the gun? Another solid round from the side of Movistar Koi, and a lot of it coming off the back of Filu.
We've seen the Sova-Yoru combo where the Yoru says, just shoot me, shoot me. Bait me was the call from Sova this time. He pops
Yeah.
out the drone, and
Yeah, oh,
they end
definitely.
up with the early
We're
trade.
going to cut to that voice com right now.
Bait me. See, I'm not sure who said that, but it definitely happened.
Damn, the one time we didn't have any video. That's crazy.
But no, I think as well, though, Filu popping the ultimate, taking down the player with the op, first of all, and then Sociable, what does he do? Well, after a great map with the op, he goes, oh, an op on the floor. I'll have that. Who peeks him? Filu with the shield up. So he hits the shot, but Filu hits his. And unfortunately for Sociable, he didn't have a shield.
Still, a couple of those ults remain. Star Koi have done well, attempted denial with the salvos, and more importantly, the Blade Storm available for Levin. They might have a few vulnerabilities in terms of the weapons, but this deadly Turkish duo is not just looking to hold down the B site, they're looking to take further ground.
They've pushed all the way up, and with weaker weapons, you expect
Again.
this kind of a risk.
ร้อย
Sociable picking off
จะตา
Fly, and
ขา
I
ด
don't think he's going to take that drone out for the
อันนี้
rest
คือ
of
มัน
the
พลาด
half.
นะ
Only
มัน
one
มัน
round
ทิ้ง
left.
บีมาแล้วอยู่ดีมัน
Lockdown
มา
comes into
ล็อก
play.
ลกลักกระโดด
BBL
กดโดนตรง
sent
เนี้ยมันไม่
Movistar
ควร
Koi scrambling backwards, and the Blade Storm eagerly awaiting them.
Oi.
A double pickup, and then Sociable swings in to finish the job. Pay safe card thrifty for BBL, and way to make the best of a bad situation.
This is sort of where we talk about different types of economy. The economy in terms of money was low. Economy in terms of ultimates was very high. And that's what this round was. You had the aggressive push down. Again, I think Flyer being completely alone using a drone, I understand the concept was to sell a fake, but it's just such an easy pickoff. And then, because of that, Sociable ends up getting his ult. That's the Armageddon that traps them in at the back of the end. The lockdown which forced them forward. Perfectly telegraphed round from BBL, but I think Movistar Koi will be frustrated they fell for everything there.
I think a lot of the time you'll see those weaker buys centered around the A site with an anchor on B, the utility, and that's what he's hoping, right? You're going to see the drone as the solo player call like, oh, they're on their way, I need help. And then those rotations come out, your team takes A easily. But what a disaster for Flya. 2 rounds in a row. This time he uses it, his drone from way back. Doesn't clear fully around the corner, but they've got plenty to do that. Looking for the close player that isn't actually there. For Movistar Koi, a lot of this round is going to be down to the freeze play. They take space, they wait, and hope to find either a rotation on mid or late walk up with their orb underneath and split the B site. So a lot of pressure either way put onto Magnum.
Okay, yeah, they're going to try and force him out with the Armageddon. I think a bit of an unorthodox position though. You're not normally going to try and clear that ground a little bit early. Will get caught out and take quite a bit of damage. And now saving that Hunter's Fury for the post. They're in a very good spot here, Movistar Koi.
Yeah, it's a double flank on mid. Even if Shados goes down, expecting Grabinho to be there is unlikely, and he's covering his back the whole time, so they've got extra security. But BBL have retaken this all through spawn. They're here as 5. Sending one out, Magnum, to look for that lurk through middle. They know that it's a possibility, if not a probability, and Magnum's got his timing. But he's not landed the shots to fight towards the alleyway. Good to start with. Profek doubling up on his duels. And a little more needed, but Sulcus the only one standing in their way. He's got the first, the second even. And Grabinho with the from the grave snakebite has landed a kill. What a play by Sulcus, by Movistar Koi. And they'll be within.
เรียกได้ว่ามันมี2อดีตหัวหอกเลยโซแคสกับไอ้นี่เชโดส
ไม่ไหวแล้ว
แกว่งไม้ตกแมว มันไหมแกว่งไม้ตกแมวมันยิงแม่นนะไวเปอร์ยิงมาจากกลางนั่นนะลงแบบกลางเนี่ยลงแหล่งเลย
เล็ง45 องศาเดินหน้า
เอานี่ชัวร์ใช่ไหมสูตรนี้
ชัวร์
สมกับเป็นนักแข่งเก่านี่เป็นใช้น้ำตาลหล่อทำกล้วยทำกะเพราน่าโคตรดีมันสูญแคลเหรอหรือโคตรอร่อยอ่ะไม่เหนียวปากแล้วเชบอกเฮ้ยดูดิตุ๊กแกตัวเบลเลอร์อะไรแม่งแอปแอร์อยู่บนหลังคาน่ะ
บ้านล้างหรือว่าสตูดิโอแข่งก่อนละ
ไม่รู้เห็นมันชี้ข้างบนเมื่อกี้เขากินผักเลยนะคุณไม่ดีใจนะเอางี้เลยก้อยกับฟูเรียใครหนักกัน
ก้อยกับฟูเรียไม่ได้ดู NA เลยดิ
ก้อยฟูเรีย DFM ใครหนักสุด
ขอดูแป๊บนึงนะ
Defensive half I think there's some opportunity
ภาพฟูเรีย
ผมว่าก้อยนี่ดูดีสุดแล้วนะตอนนี้นะถ้าสเตนหนึ่งอ่ะ
quieter map than what we saw in the last, and I think Filu, it took some time for him to get into the map, with him going to have to be relatively aggressive to make this ISO work.
ก็ยังเป็นก้อยอยู่ดีนะฟูเรียนี่ชนะ 2G ด้วยนะ
Stats I'm seeing tell me we've got 10 opening duels for BBL in that first half. Only 2 going the other way.
จริงๆว่าชุดแบบ
The big difference to what we saw previously, but still a small lead. Movistar Koi have been able to recover. Some big clutch plays at times, even Grabinho from the grave in that last round with the snake bite. lineup worth giving his life for now.
เฮ้ยอ๋อที่ฟูเรียชนะ1คือเอาคนอื่นมาลง
Robinho
ที่มีปัญหาวีซ่าเลยชนะ1แมตช์ที่เหลือแพ้หมดเลย
his opponent has managed to get. And unfortunately, the
Full
person who
Lien
could end
น่า
up
จะหนักสุด
taking the brunt of this would be Flyer, but it seems
Full
like
Lien
there's
หนักแบบ
at least a little bit of awareness.
DMM
The
ที่ชนะ
fate
ผม
being
มีพิ
sold
เศษ
on the other side of the map, and Flyer, if he walks back even a step or two, he could be in real
ผม
sharky
บอกเลย
water.
ถ้า
In
DMM
fact,
ชนะ
with the
เป็น
rest
เล็
of
ก
the team
นะ
going back in the other direction,
โอ้โห
there's no way anybody expect anyone to be hit.
Nah,
So
yeah.
many gaps to be found, but Flyer at least
เตะ
managing
2
to
เป็น
find
เล็ก
that
น่าจะ
trade.
ผมว่าเป็นเล็กน่าจะหนักสุด
Wasn't in
ตอน
his
นี้
drone this time. Ready
Tiền
to
dễ
take
tiền
the
à?
fight. The creep up coming through from Sociable
Exactly.
could find huge value. He's jumped up. It's a perfect angle. Nobody's spotting him. Sociable with a free play, at least onto one, and damage done to Solkas, making it a little easier for the rest of the squad to follow up.
Ui.
In fact, the turret almost found one, but 11, he got in there in time. Cleaning it up on that server. It's
ดูคิดดู
BBL
ขนาด เพช
to
รเมนอะ
5 and then pistol round that
คิดว่า
no
เข้า
doubt
มาน่าจะไม่
Movistar
โดดเด่
Koi
นใช่
were
ปะ
desperately wanting.
I could feel this. He
Como
played
leo,
the
porque
end
leo
of that
por dealer.
round. Like you know the bots that like sort of move around a little bit and spawn. Like
มัน
he's just
ทำให้
walking
เห็นว่า
around
แบบ
like
ควรจะให้โอกาสผู้เล่นหน้าใหม่บ้างตอน
that
นี้
was so easy for Leopard at the end. And, well, I think already spotting.
Incredible.
คุณยังไม่ทันแปดกล้องอีกเหรอ
But I think as well this is a dangerous start because there were so many gaps in that defense. Like the fact that we saw a player walk all the way up into basically their spawn without anybody knowing, another player in mid boosted up without anybody knowing, like those are gaps that just shouldn't happen. Even if it is an early pistol round, you don't have all of your utility. That is truly scary to see.
แมวมันเห็นคนกินก็อยากกิน
All classics from Movistar Koi, but a good read. 4 players on the A side. Magnum with the challenge. But he's got his trusty Spectre out.
Yeah.
I shouldn't doubt him
The
for a
solid
moment.
long-range weapon, the Spectre.
Remaining.
Well, yeah, it's certainly when he's got his Levin out as well, it's a different story altogether.
ทำไมตุร
Quick
กี
little
มัน
double
ดิง
pick up for them
เดือด
both.
ทุกคนเลย
A plant for Levin, which will get him just one away from the
Turkey,
Blade
พว
Storm.
กคุณนี่มี
And information
พวก
over
บนสถาน
Robinho
ตุรกี
is
อะ
the question
ริ
is
วอะ
who wants that orb?
โซ
Time
เชีย
to
ลก็
go
ตุ
and
รกี
earn it, and it's Magnums for the taking. It's Spectre with a
หรือ
3-piece
ว่า
and an
BBL
in-zone flawless
ก้อย
to
มันต้อ
put
งไปเซ็นแบบตุรกี
9-5
เข้า
on
ที
the
ละ2 คนไหม
scoreline for BBL.
เติมความดุดัน
Early doors, we already have
Oh,
the
right.
Blade Storm available
Mata
for
Scout
11.
NT
They gave him the
Lang-
Spectre in
Lang
case he could
X-
get that final kill, but then realized
บ
actually
อก
we
เป็น
can
เล็ก
just
อ
get
ย่าง
the
มาส
spike
เกลคนไทย
instead
ดูไหม
after
โห
the
ดเยอะ
round.
แยะ
Having a Blade Storm,
เคยมี
3
ข่าว
rifles
นาน
going
แล้ว
into a bonus round.
ก็มาสเกลพิมมี่
Again,
แต่
there's
ไม่ได้
a real possibility that they
Don't
start this
pass.
half off 3-0.
ครูบินมา
And
ปา
I
ดเลย
am really starting to worry for the side of Movistar
บิน
Koi.
มาจีบอยู่7 เดือนไม่ยอมเนี่ยแล้วมันแบบแข่งนัดสำคัญด้วยนะไอ้ก่อนหน้าที่จะบิน
We're
เอ้ยหลั
definitely
ง
at
หลัง
that
ที่บิน
point.
มา
It's time to show up for Movistar Koi, or this one
That's
could
the B-side
quickly
open.
slip
There's no one
away.
else there.
Robinho falling, like you said,
Tôi
Tom.
Talon
That
chả
is the
xịt ta đây
side
mà.
open for the taking, but Shados steps in
Talon
to
chả-
try
Ôi,
to
đai.
put up a fight, to
Ui, giờ
stop
ta
them
mà
and
đu-
slow them
đu
on
khẻng
the
như
push,
này.
but
Cái
instead
này
ลองทีมดู
he
แข่ง
has
บ่อย
fallen
ผ่าน
and
ของ
left
เสือแล้ว
Movistar Koi maybe in a save already
ผมว่าผม
with
เริ่มจับจุด
upgrades
อ่อน
for
ของทีม
BBL
แล้ว
post plant and
พอ
barely
มัน
any
รู้สึกเริ่มเสีย
utility
ความมั่นใจ
used,
มันก็
at
เริ่ม
least
เล่น
from
ไม่
the
ถูก
perspective of Movistar Koi.
Tổng
They'd
team
be
rồi.
running into
Tệ
a
rồi.
ton of delay. Salvo
T1 ก็เหมื
post
อนกัน
plant,
ไอ้ที่วัน
snake
พอ
bite for Profec. All
รู้
and
สึ
the
กทีม
blade
เริ่ม
storm still
โด
for
น
Levin
โอ้โห
with
แต่
a
บัตแม่ง
massive man
แม่งโมโห
disadvantage. They've got to fight for the next.
บัตแม่ง
Double
จัดให้ไม่
digits
พัก
for BBL, and they pretty much
อันนี้คือ
locked
ตรง
that
กัน
in
ข้าม
in the first 10 seconds.
พอทีมเริ่มเสียกำลังใจมันจะมีเพลเยอร์คนหนึ่ง
Few
แบบระเบิด
spots on
ฟอร์
this
ม
map that if I see a Blade Storm coming into a round, I'm thinking
ชอบสไต
there's
ล์
a
บัต
good chance that guy
เวลา
dies
เราแบบ
there.
โมโหอะ
One of them is
มัน underrated มากนะบัต
tube,
อืม
but I guess it
ทำไม
just
คน
never
แบบพวก
crossed the
โซ
mind
นอื่น
of
เขาไม่ค่อย
Robinho. And
ไม่
for
ค่อยดู
him
ว่า
to
มัน
be
เก่
the
ง
solo B-side defender is a
มัน
real
เป็นเพลเยอร์ที่
terrifying
แบบ
prospect. And
โคตรเก่ง
already, you can understand for the side of BBL, if they try and just hunt for these, the last man having a Spectre, and you know what? Yeah, you maybe could have got that gun if you weren't spraying, but I genuinely don't think Magnum cares at this point.
Well, mate, he is
แสด
doing
ง
a
ว่า
lot with the
บัต
Spectre. Just
ไอ้
keep
ชุด
it.
บัต
Don't
แตก
even
อะไร
upgrade
พวก
Magnum.
นี้
I
ก็
love
ดูเล่น
watching
แบบ
it.
ว่า
May
ฝืน
actually,
ๆ
like,
เหมือน
he
แบบว่า
may be getting pretty close to
อารม
having
ณ์เหมือน
more
ไล่
kills
เพื่อน
with
มัน
the
ออกแล้ว
Spectre
แบบ
in this map.
เพื่อน
than
ไม่ค่อยมีกำ
Spectre
ลังใจ
player
เลย
EU
ตอนที่แตกออกอะ
Is that a title that
Aw.
anyone wants?
No one else is
พอมัน
fighting
กลับ
for
มา
it.
อยู่
though.
ด้วย
He's
กัน
got it.
ดู
He
ทรงพ
sat
ลัง
there with the belt. No one
เรียก
can
ว่า
take
เข้า
it
ขา
off.
อยู่แล้ว
10
ลู
to
กมือ
5.
It's like best Ares player. It's like, oh, cool. Well done,
Placing
bud.
swarm grenade.
I would go out of my way not to have that. I'll
So
spray
if
the floor.
anything, that
เค
means
มี
we
มัน
should
คง
give you the
เข้ากัน
title.
อะ
No, thank you. I see one lower third. I'm flying to Ireland. 10-5. BBL.
นี่มีเต
They
โอ
face
มา
off
เสริม
against
อี
the
กโอ้
full
โห
buy. Movistar Koi took
กำลั
the
งใจ
save,
มา
but
เหลื
with
อล้น
players losing their lives right at the end, it's Bulldogs, a Guardian in play. Lots of weaknesses. Levin tagged up, but a lot of that comes back online with the wall. Shados provides cover from up top, but the plant is undeniable.
กลายเป็น G2
เสียกำลังใจแล้วตอนนี้
ใช่เหรอเทนวาลิน
into this one. No ultimates
ก็โจหน้า
available
พี
for
อะ3 หัว 6
BBL in this moment. Looking at the sniper of Profek, a chance to rain damage down. Shields are minimal. Only Grabinho has the option here, but the cleanup is fantastic. Yumpy's done well though. He needs to try and eliminate all three remaining players. And ace necessary. Shados peaks ahead of things and
หรือว่าจะซ้ายขวาแบบทันเฟอร์
นึกสภาพเมื่อกี้นะอีกคนหนึงจุ่มอะแล้วโฟร์แคสเดินมาคนเดียว
that
อะ
was stopped before it got
Dona.
too dangerous.
ถือว่ามันเล่นดี
Thankfully,
นะ
Koi made the call in that moment to peek
Đợi
it
đứa canh
together.
còn.
Had they have went for the stick on the
แล้ว
defuse,
3 หัว 6
which is
MNS
what
แคช
Yumpy
ชิล
assumed was happening, it's why he swings so quickly and
Phải đã
aggressively in.
ไอ้
There was a
เหมือน
real chance
เหมือนวิกเตอ
that
ร์
he
วิก
isolates
เตอร์จะได้
each one
ที
of
ม
those fights and
วิกเตอร์ได้
pulls
ที
it
ม
across the line.
พอ
That
ทัก
would have
ปุ๊บ
been
ได้
a
ทีม
death
เลยอะ
sentence
แล้ว
for
เจอไม่
Movistar Koi, but they cling
มัน
on
ก่อนเราไปทักไป
for
ไงวิก
dear
เตอร์หายไปไหน
life at 10-6.
ว่ะ
Rifle
ทักกูไม่ได้
still
ทีมเลย
out, but thanks to the great early start from
ไม่ไหวแล้ว
BBL
วิกเตอร์
with 3 rounds in a row.
หมดยุคมาแล้ว
They're easily able to buy right back up into this one. So for Koi, there's still a bit more work to be done. Filu and Flya though having ultimates online, that should be the edge that they need and already put into play. It's done more damage to their teammates than to the
ผมว่ามีคนหนึ่ง
opponents.
I like the idea. They use the vulnerable immediately so that if there's anybody outside the B site, they're just going to get wrecked by the Hunter's Fury. But there's nobody there. And now the A site
ฟาวเวอร์
severely
ไม่ได้แต่ว่ามัน
vulnerable.
ไม่มีคนสั่งไง
It might be an attempt to try and catch the player
Biết mà
before
gắn.
they can actually plant. I'm
โอ้โห ขาดไม่ได้
It's the jump up, but they're going to try and isolate Sociable, but that's easier said than done. Flyer literally flying through the air to try and get rid of him, and they're all looking to just fight Sociable right now. Almost the entirety of the squad are battling one guy. The rest of the team have taken the site, but that's a big kill to find. Being able to remove one, now gets into a 1v1 battle versus Magnum this time. Has a rifle to hand, but won't be able to hold on to
พี่อยาก
this.
ให้
Clearing this
เจ
back
สัน
and
เป็น
going
เซ
to
นฟอร์
Profek and leaving just
น่าจะ
Yumpy
เหมาะกว่า
remaining.
เป็นตัวแก๊งอะตัวส่งตัวอยู่ใน
Fuse
แก๊
has
งอะ
already started. The wall is going to give perfect cover. It's almost fully diffused. And
Yumpy.
indeed, before Yumpy can swing, it's already in Movistar Koi's hands. Luckily, as Yumpy cleans up those last fights, 10-7. It came close, and with Sociable buying so much time in middle, and even opening the avenue for that deep side push, it's a miracle that they end up walking out with that. Movistar Koi
This pick.
did phenomenally well, and indeed,
Ủa,
rooting
sao mày
Levin
vẫn
out of that
nhiều
position.
vậy?
The
Envy à?
perfectly timed salvos from Solkis
khi
as
mình
well,
vừa kén
trading
ghê.
out that kill and
Dần
leaving
ép
it
kìa.
into the
Catchy
1v2.
ทั้งวิกเตอร์
That with the wall was easy to win.
แม่งนั่งด้วยกันนะ
Puts them in an awkward position again on BBL's side.
ตอน
But
นั้น
as
มัน
we've
แบบว่า
seen,
อยู่ท็อปไงไม่มีใคร
a lot more
เอามันลงไง
impact, I would say,
ปิด
than
ราวได้
usual
แม่ง
from
แบบ
Octopus.
ดึงหมด
Even with low purchases, seems like the ults have made all
Ui.
the difference. Magnum, it's looking the other way, and
Nè, anh nào
nobody
hốt cây
else
rồi.
currently holding the angle. Bit of an early slip up, and well, V-Loop under pressure, going to take a lot of
ใกล้ใกล้
damage.
แล้วอนาคต
Giving
คือ
Levin
ใกล้
that
ใกล้
extra
ดับ
space,
อะ
stun thrown through the spam
nào
on
anh em
either
nó sẽ cay.
side. Not quite finishing the job, but in fact, this Profek on the pistol.
Ui.
Flyer then goes running in.
ทำไม
Just
พวกนั
looks
ก
to
แข่ง
try
มาดู
and
เล่นเจ็ตกันโห
brawl
ด
with the
โอ้
pistols. It seemed like a mistake, and well, it was.
Bomb grenade out.
You do that against rifles, it's a risk. You do it against pistols, and it
Do it
is
against
definitively at Profek even worse. A big mistake. BBL now. They've got the sight, but they're looking for the duels. They want the fights.
ตอนนี้ที่ดึง
Armageddon put
หน่
into
อยเป็น
play,
จอห์น
but a
คิว
gap
ที
for Shados, and he's fighting within it.
Okay.
A three-piece
เฮ้ยเชดอส
and the round as a
Gambit form.
result. Massive play from Shados. And just a mistake from BBL. Despite putting the ult down, they don't clear that corner.
It's a very messy round through and through. Like, it was one that you start off where the result is what you expected, but the manner in which we got there was just absurd. Like, he's very aggressive
ทำไมทาริกมัน
plays
ถึงเลิก
forward,
แข่ง
but
พี่
this from
หรือว่ามันมา
Shados,
วาโลมัน
we
ไม่เคย
talked
แข่ง
about the vintage level of this man, but
มันมาสาย
again, like, you look at the
ส
squad
ตรีมเมอ
from
ร์อะ
BBL,
สตรีม
and
เมอ
it
ร์
is all
วาโล
individual.
ลุง
You give this
ตอน
man
มันเป็นเซียน
1v1
มันก็
fights, and
ตัวตึงเลยเนี่ย
there
Tôi
are
tưởng-
opportunities to be had.
Còn
And
mình
it
dù
seemed
lại
like they
tao đánh-
desperately needed that
Tao
one.
này.
BBL
Ừ,
are
ha.
going to call themselves a
ก็
pause.
ตัวตึง NA ที่หนึ่ง
The button is pressed.
Pal calls
แต่มันไม่ได้เฉิดแบบซูเปอร์สตาร์ตอนนั้นอะถ้าตอนเป็นเพลเยอร์นะ
มันก็ดังอยู่นะ
มันเก่งแต่มันไม่ได้เก่งแบบไปเห็นก็แบบว้าวทาลิกอะไรเงี้ย
เมื่อก่อนทาลิกเดี๋ยวนี้ทาลก
ตอนนี้เป็นตลก
ทาลก
พูดไปนาวีครับ
มันมีช่วงหนึ่งที่เซนมันเอาชาวมาแข่งด้วยนี่มั้ย
ใช่
ตลกเลยนะ
อุ้ยตอนที่ชาวมาแข่งพี่ตามมันอยู่นะ
โหดปะ
มันก็เอาตัวรอดได้ไม่ได้โหดแต่มันต้องบอกเอาตัวรอดได้ดีกว่า
มันเป็นผู้เล่นมีประสบการณ์นะ
ใช่
เอ็มก็ได้ปะ
ได้ก็พอได้เพราะว่าไอ้นี่มันยิงหนักจัดเลย ตอนที่มันต้องกลับมาแข่งอ่ะมันมาสตรีมอยู่ใช่ปะ
challenge
คือ
towards that
ช็อต
A
หนึ่ง
site is on
คื
the
อมันเพิ่
cards.
งเปิดสตรีมมาแล้วมันไปเหมือนไปกดตัวแคเรีย
อืม
เดธแมทยาวเหยียดเลย
Alongside salvos, we've already
Ooh,
witnessed
wow.
the front side
Oh,
aside, but the goal here was just to deny the
Oh.
orbs.
Nó
Felix,
mới
he
bỏ chịu.
actually
Cô
gets
lẳng tôi
sociable behind, but
ยิง
then
ส่วน
Lemon,
หน้าตัวหลัง
he's
ตาย
been so good on this jet
Ui,
entry. Oh,
Lemon
that
à.
was a
Đốn.
headshot. The
Cái lượt
headshot
sảm.
onto Zolcats, one of the easiest kill Yuppies ever going to find. When you put that jet in the hands of a Turkish duelist, you know roughly what you're going to get. Almost a gap given, a lot of damage connected. Evan's still in an aggressive spot though, just not missing a beat on the jet. 22-10 right now. This has been his series.
He dashes, gets his dash on with 2 quick kills and goes again. That was beautiful to witness that entry. Corbinho,
Slow.
1v3 after picking off Levin. In that same aggressive position we've seen before. 1 HP on Magnum, like you say. Snakebite already sent in, but Magnum up top, he's flying under the radar, or maybe over it. Doesn't look like the punish will be there. Oh no, he's actually got it. Timing's perfect.
มึงจะเซฟมึง
Sneaking
จะ
up
ย่อง
behind
กลับเพื่อ
Corbinho
เหร
to
อ
close out the
อยากรู้
round and put 11 on the board for BBL.
กลัวเขา
Whatever
รู้
they
ตำแห
said
น่ง
in that timeout, it worked. I don't know how you get Levin to do that.
It's like-
What call that
สง
is,
สัย
but
กลัวคนอยู่ใน
Levin,
ครั
you
ว
remember you're playing jet, right? Like, yeah. Like, either you get 3, or next game.
NAVI
back on
GX
Yoro,
เหรอ
and he's
ขออ
like,
นุญาตนะ GX ก่อน
runs in, beats them all up.
รู้สึก
But
ว่า
this
GX
is
มันต้องแบบ
the level
เกีย
that
ก
you
กระจาย
see.
เพื่อที่จะได้วิน
Just such a high skill youngster. As I said, he was fantastic on the Yoro in the last map, running the show on the jet on this map, and well, same again, attempted denial, early flash. I think they're definitely a little bit more wary of what Filu has been trying to do.
พุทธไง
เรียน
Those early
เรียน
aggressive
วุฒิสุด
pushes.
อัฟ
We've
เยอ
always
ร์
spoken about opportunities when you have that
เอาริวไป
ultimate,
ส่ง
even
ของ
when the purchase is low. 4
เอาริ
ults
วไปเตะ
available right now.
ส่งของก็เรียนยังไง
With
มันก็
that
เล่น
no
ดีกว่า
command
เยอะ
utilized in the last
ไอ
map.
ไอตัวสองไง
Not to
ตัว
deny
ตำแหน่งเคลอ่ะ
อ๋อ
เรียน
They're
เรียน
going
มัน
for a
เป็น
push down
อินเท
mid.
เตอร์หาข่าว
Is Filu leading the charge? He's got the rifle,
Hey,
and of
duel.
course the drone sent out by
Hey,
Flag
hey,
clears out a
super
lot of the
duel.
space. Lockdown comes into play, and they want to cut off
วูดอาจ
rotations.
จะต้อง
Flag
เล่นสโม
does
กให้
well
หน่อย
to find his
น้อง
ones,
ๆ
so
เล่น
they
ไม่
will
ได้
just back
Now,
off
Fallen
immediately.
Mesa.
They know now the rotate's
Fallen
coming into
Mesa.
A.
นี่ไม่ต้องแล้ว
Ready for this fight. The Viper wall is
Fire,
going to come up a
Sentinel.
little late, as they've already crossed in. Levin in
โค
position,
ตรโหดทีม
ready
ชาติ
and
ตัวจริ
waiting.
ง
Deep
Valorant
Vipers
team
pit
ชาติ
in play. Levin
Bad
has to hold that angle, and he'll only get the one. The pit won't
Hey,
stop
Fali,
them if
mình
they
phốt.
push around the
ต้องนึกว่า
backside, and
ทีมอังกฤษ
that's a
มี
big
เก็
problem.
โกะ
With only one
Water.
player making his
Hey,
way
what's
through,
up?
it's Corbinho that
Benji.
could definitely be in
Benji.
trouble. But the old use
Hola.
actually catches the player
Hola.
closer. The Profex still good to sit inside the pit. Stabbed in the back by Corbinho. Nano goes into play, and they're both low.
Easy.
The Vipers pit draining their HP.
That's not Gaoli,
And
yeah.
Sociable putting it to
yeah, like-
0. 12 and 8. 4 chances
Gaoli
to close it
ni.
out now for BBL.
It's a downright miracle that he manages to survive
Exactly.
there. Like, that was
Yeah,
him
that-
being taken out by the kill contract. So he's off site. They know
มันต้อง
where
เอา
he is. Comes back and gets both of them.
ต้องให้
Like,
วิดีโอ
it-
กลับไป
it's
ตำแหน่ง
absurd, and
เหมือน
it
ตอน
was
อยู่
the
เจน
time
ซี
that
อ่ะ
was wasted by Profek.
Well, but-
And in the meantime, the goal of Magnum was
Well,
just to
what's it
play
been
that
anyway?
post bomb. But yeah, it really does feel like a miracle
But
that he
Hector.
manages to go back and go, right, where are they? All right, both there.
And you see those
Mankin.
players as well
Mankin
running
effect
around in
that.
the pit because they're like, oh, well, the
Mankin
body must
Mankin
be in there. So
Mankin
even if he
Mankin
loses the fight,
มัน
we'll get him
ทำ
when
แล้
he
วเพราะว่า
comes
เอาบัตร
out.
มาแล้ว
Pit
เอา
goes
บัตรกับ
down.
ไอ้
They're
นี่มา
looking around like, where'd he
บอก
go?
มันกินไปเล่นส
Well,
โม
he
กแล้ว
showed
ก็
his
เลิกเล่น
hand
ไว
right
เปอ
at
ร์
the
ก่อน
end. 4
ไม่งั้นหลุดทีม
rounds,
ชาติ
4 chances for BBL.
เฮ้ยไม่เอา
For
ดีกว่า
Lucky Star Koi, another
เอาคาร์ลอนดีกว่า
2-0 defeat. This puts them
Callum.
to the position where they almost definitely can't take
ไม่
it
มีแบบ
all
จาก DI สักคนเลย
And Levin's dash in. decimates Fabinho. Shados
Ui,
goes
luôn ba
down in
chặt.
the dirt as well, and
Ủa,
Levin
cả
ain't
hai lần
done
đấy, hai
yet.
tuần đấy.
He's in the spawn.
Smoke rồi
Flya
à?
finally puts him to bed, but Levin's gotten BBL a 4v3.
It's like watching like an old school.
ปีนี้
I don't know, a
ปีนี้
Dirk
รู้สึก
or a
ว่า
Kellogg's
คารอ
or
น
something
มัน
like that, where it's just like
จะแซงมา
I'm
โกะ
not
แล้วปี
going to
นี้
stop fighting you
มา
until
โกะ
you
โกะ
put me
โกรธน่าจะยั
down.
งมากกว่าอยู่
A man
เพราะว่า
advantage
มาโกะ
again.
มากกว่า
มันได้แบบ
Ultimates
เกมเซน
all
ได้สั่งเลย
gone, dissipated.
Mà có
Nice
สั่ง
work from Filu will at least make it competitive. In fact, he finds a double. But Yumpy's
But that
lurking
five
through the
over,
back lines.
why
Magnum
Kalon
looking to play up close, needs to deny this defusal. Filu with another. And actually,
Filu
it's too
and
far away
Fonken.
from Yumpy. He can just
Oh,
defuse in
man,
front of
bye.
his nose. Nothing that can be done. Filu with a life-saving round, but again, they survive
team
with
chat
zero
hay à,
players.
ทีมชาติไทยเหรอ
Yeah, it's again
เดี๋ยว
BBL
พี่เซ็นให้
either knocking on the door of that
F
victory
duel
or
Oh,
claiming
okay.
it cleanly from
Hey,
Movistar
Samoa.
Koi.
This was
ผมบอกเดี๋ยว
genuinely
เอาเต้
Considering
เป็น
how
ทีม
we started it out
GG
for
แล้วพี่
Filu to be given these
เราตก
opportunities
รอบแรกแน่นอน
early on.
เราเข้าไซด์โดยที่แบบ
Oh, yeah. I think his position there, it's just comes down to the fact that, as he said, he didn't know it was happening.
เข้าไซด์
He
ปืน
has
พก
that
พี่มีส
little
โม
bit
กลูก
more
เดียวนะ
time
จ
to
บแล้ว
play with. 25 and 13 though. Levin has truly hit another level. His opening last round with the Blade Storm was sensational. He won't go down through the wall here. There were two at least, giving him that bit of extra cover. But my eyes are
วันนี้ลอง
firmly
ไปเล่น
glued
โอ
to
ลิม
him.
ก่
I
อน
want to see
มัน
that opening again for BBL because it's just been such a problem for Movistar Koi.
Movement,
As soon as they see his eyes,
งงอ่ะ
I like that. So I'm on camera.
ของรัสเซียคนนี้ขึ้น
Yeah,
แน็
you
ก
can
เจ
see
มกิน
me. Come on. I'm waiting.
Levin's here.
I think he
Really?
genuinely didn't
คน
shoot
ขาด
that
ไม่
because
ได้
he was fully expecting Filu
ที่อ
to
ยู่จีน
swing.
อ่ะ
Waiting for the swing.
Yeah,
Exactly.
He
cái
just didn't even
DRC.
care. It's like,
Wakasu
okay, you
rồi
can
nè.
know I'm
เอ
here,
อโห
but I'm not going to aim
King
up
con nét
just
con
in
nét.
case. Now again,
Mấy đứa
mentioned
đủ
it
rồi.
before. All
เก่งจริง
those
คนนี้
ults have been
ให้
expected.
โนหนึ่งรัสเซีย
Filu
เลย
and
เดียว
sociable
ยิ่งก
on
ว่า
the
เจม
other
กินอีก
side
อ๋อ
are
เนล
closest to having something in this round. The A-side simulator, the icebox of old. As they look to
Ui,
fight
hay-
this
Ui,
again, and more
hay chém
flyers
kìa.
stuck in
Ồ,
no
hên chặt.
man's land. But Filu has dealt with Levin and gets his ult online.
ไอ้ฟิลูเวลามันยิ
The
ง
ult
เป้ามัน
though,
สั่น
whether it's going to be used or not, they're already close.
เหมือนมัน
He's got to
เล่น
clear
เมา
them
เร็ว
out
ขยี้
first.
กัน
Damn good try of it so far. Down
One.
goes the shield.
คือเลยต้องดวลแล้ว
3 versus 3.
ดวลไปกัน
Movistar Koi, all players on site.
Oh,
They don't know if
đồ
they've
đĩa.
gone back at this point. Soon they'll
Cái
find
đó
out
thắt,
that
mấy
Sociable
check cái non.
is up top, looking for a battle
Yeah.
and finding it. Filu with another though. He
Lãng
is
tỷ lai
dragging
lặng
his
tay.
team across the line,
Đẹp lỗi.
kicking and screaming, but he'll finally fall.
ผมโยนถอยมาข้าง
Loosening
หลังใหม่
his grip on the map as 12 to 9 could turn into 13 with a 3.
2-0
ดู
หน้าตึงแล้วเชดอส
แจมปี้เอาจัดวันนี้ ไม่ใช่ในเกมนะ
นอกเกม
นอกเกม
เล่นทีเอฟทีตาหนึ่งครับกดเลยผมเอมิลอแล้วพี่มา
เฮ้ย เล่นด้วย
กดด้วยกันปะเห็นปะ
กดพี่เพิ่งอัพเมื่อวานมาดิ
อ๋อเราบอกพี่ขึ้นเอมิลอแล้วเหรอ
ยังขึ้นแพทละ
ได้คือแก๊งผมอะเอฟทีกันบ้าคลั่งมากเลยคือประมาณตี 3อะไปดูลิสต์เพื่อนก็ยังกดกันอยู่อะ
พี่เล่นตลอดเมื่อว่าง ตอนนี้ ติดจัด
คือมันเหมือนแบบออกไม่ได้อะแล้วผมจะเอาเวลาที่ไหนไปเล่น POE วะแม่งแบบอยากมีวันหนึ่ง48 ชั่วโมงเพื่อเอามาเล่นเกม มันจะมีช่วงหนึ่งที่ไนท์โคหรืออะไรมาใหม่ๆเนี่ยแบบเอาที่นอนมันน
อุ๊
อย นหน้าคอมอะ
เข้าผิดเล่นเข้าวาโลเฉยเลยเนี่ยแหละ
ที่เป็นบ้างไหมพับจอแล้วค้างกับวาโลอะ
เป็นแล้วแต่ช่วง
นานๆจะเป็นทีอะโคตรเซ็งเลยค้างแบบจนต้องรีคอมมันต้องปิดตีบ
กดปิดไม่ได้ด้วยต้องกดแบบฟอสปิดอะใช่ปะ
ใช่
เจออดีตประธานเหรอเพื่อนเก่าต้องเอาหน่อยเหรอมันก็น่าจะแยกจากกันด้วยดีแล้วไม่น่าเดือดขนาดนั้น
พรุ่งนี้ผมเจอกับกระบะซิ่งนี่หว่า
เฮ้ยมันอยู่ในห้องแล้วใช่ไหมน่ะ
อยู่แล้ว ไอพี่
มันบั๊กนี่หว่า
เห็นตัวเดียว
อยู่ละพี่เห็นบั๊กโหเลย
สนามมึนๆหน่อยสนามตู้จีนสนามเยอะจังอะเติมนี่ว่ามีสายเติมBBL วันแพ้ใครมานะอิเล็กตริกปะไอ้ใช่ดิมันอยู่สายเดียวกันวะ
ดูแป๊บ
แต่ EMEA ยังไม่มีใครการันตีเข้าเพย์ออฟเลยไวท์เทอริตี้ล่าสุดก็ไปโดน
แพ้
แฟ
ลิควิด
นติกแพ้ทีเอลตุรกีเอมนี่ของดีหมดประเทศยังวะพี่ว่ามันจะมีทีมไหนไปขุดหาอีกปะ
เด็กก็มีอีก ไอ้ที่สตรีมเมอร์ดังๆที่เป็นเด็กอะเคยเห็น14-15เรเดียนอะ
เอ้ยเดี๋ยวมันมีนี่ด้วยพี่
เดี๋ยวก็ผุดขึ้นมาอีก
ของ NA อะที่แบบพวกของเซนอะพวกรีดักพวก
มันรออยู่เนี่ย
อยากเห็นเหมือนกัน
เดี๋ยวก็โผล่มาอีก
จะเจอตระกูลซูซันโตเดี๋ยวก่อนกำลังเติบโตขึ้นมา
คุณนี้
ยัง
เจอไอ้นี่
โจ
มา
อีกนาน
ไอ้เข้ใส่ตาเราปิดไฟอะ
รัวเลย
โอ้โห
ผมอยาก
แล้วพอ
เล่น
แล้วพอเอามาเล่นบ้าง
ไกลอะ
เจอได้เอาเมนรับปิดไฟป่ะ เลยเอามารอเล่นบ้าง โลหาเจอตัวเดียว
เกมเมื่อกี้ผมได้ที่ 1มาผมเล่น
ได้แตก
เซริในโต เชียร์โคตรโกงเลยพี่
ใช่ตอนนี้ซีรีส์ในตัวกงเหรอ
โกงมากเซริเอ็กโซเทค8เอ็กโซเทค7ยังไม่ไหวกับผมอะ
แต่ถ้าเล่นอันนั้นมันต้องแบบดูเอ็กโซเทคชิ้นแรกเป็นอาวุธเซรีอะถึงจะคุ้ม
ผมไอ้นี่เลย2กุนซู1ไอ้นี่1กันเบสโอ้โห
อ๋อ
โหดเหมือนกันแล้วก็เอาของชิ้นแรกมันเป็นแท้งอะเอาไปใส่ให้ก็ได้อยู่นะ
สิ้นเดือนนี้เลดักรอเลื่อยขาทีมหลักแล้วใครเล่นไม่ดีโดนแน่ตอนนี้ใครเล่นไม่ดีอะ
เซล
หน้า
ซิต
ต้อง
เนี่ย
หน้าต้องเทรนเซลซิตอะเติมความสดให้ทีมอะ
แต่ตัวไฮเลยนะเซลซิต
ไม่เป็นไร เดี๋ยวให้ไปกองเชียร์ได้
อ๋อมันเป็นโค้ดเนี่ยโอ้โค้ด
ผู้ช่วย
ไม่เคยอยู่แล้ว
เกมล่าสุดจากเป็นสมแมปเซลซิตนะอาการเป็นไงครับ เดี๋ยวนี้ดีวีนีคอปไม่ค่อยมีคนเล่นแล้วว่ามันดูกากลงวะ
Not ignore us so easily.
โอ้หยดน้ำวะอ๋อดอกโอเมน
Put a dent in 'em.
ไม่น่าขายเลยมันก็น่า2 ดาวแล้ว
Teamwork.
เฮ้ย
Secrets are coins better saved than spent.
Support for the cause.
ขอหน่อยได้ไหมกาลิโอนาเว่นทุกตัวไหมขอหน่อยได้ไหมกาลิโอเว่นอะไรเงี้ยตัว
เสาไดนาโมได้เสาไดนาโมมาเล่นซินิเคตนิดฟอร์ตูนโคตรโหด
Yeah! Teamwork!
แรมอินอุ้ยซินดิเคตเหรอไอหมวกอุ้ยลูแนนนะนี่อยากหยิบอยากเว้นลูแนนแล้วมันเล่นเวนวะเดี๋ยววะอยากติดตลกวะดูดิมันมีใครเล่นคนเล่นซีดีเคทปะที่ดูทรงนี่คนหนึ่งละทรงขึ้นทีสไตลี่ไนท์ด้วยไม่สู้เจอกันร้อยช้า
อยากเล่นต้องได้เล่นครับเอ้าโดนเนิร์ฟไปแล้วเหรอ
ใส่ลาใส่ลาแล้วก็เวนปละเป็นหน้า
อ๋อไซเบอร์บอลมันตกไปแล้วเหรอคอม
น่าสน
Support for the cause.
อุ้ยอะไรมึงเนี่ยมาเยอะแยะเนี่ย
Put a dent in 'em!
เมื่อก่อนน้องเจอคนได้อนิมา10น้องปล่อยเมาส์นั่งมือวันนี้น้องอนิมา10เองโอ้โหเฮ้ยฟินเฟลอร์ขายนี่เดียวต้อง เฮ้ยมึงยิงตายสักตัวได้ไหมวะมันเจ็บหนักอะดีเงี้ยแต่ไม่เป็นไรแต่เราลงไปเอาของได้คุณซูสักอันนี้ก็น่าจะเปลี่ยนเกมได้
เฮ้ยสตาร์ลี่ไนท์ไม่ออกอะไรให้เลยเนี่ยงงแย่ละ
จะบอกแล้วพี่เอ๋จะเป็นซินดิเคตอะ
ไม่ใช่ พี่เอาตัววางให้ครบเฉย
ไนโตรเหรอพี่ไนโตร
ๆไม่ออกเลยดิไม่ได้ซื้อไว้อะไม่น่าเวิร์กมีคนเล่นในโตแล้วด้วยแล้วเขาโอ้โหอย่าดีวะพี่เล่นไซเบอร์บอสยังไม่มีคนเล่น
ใส่เลือดบอส
ไซเบอร์บอสสเตติจิต
เฮ้ยหลังกาไอ้ยาหลังกามาตีข้างหลังทำไมล่ะเฮ้ยตัดตัวนึงขอร้องเดี๋ยวนะจอวัดปาร์ตี้ไปไหนวะเนี่ยเดี๋ยวพี่เอ้ยของผม
เอ้า
ล้อเล่นพอคาถาจริงอยากได้เวนมากกว่าสองแดนมันไม่เก่งใช่ไหม
บรรยากาศ4เหรอ
ใช่
บรรยากาศ4มาร์คแมน4เหรอ
การ4สเลเยอร์
อ๋อ
แต่เวนที่ยังไม่มา
โอ้โหแล้วเจ้าตัวมันออกมาดิ
เดี๋ยวเป็นลูสติกเว้ยลูสติกมา
หมดแทงก่อนแล้วกันตัวเนี้ย
You shine brightly.
ตัวที่ใช้ไม่ออกเลยอะว้าวุ่นเลยอย่างงี้
เฮ้ยชนะ
โอ้ย
เกือบอยู่พี่เอ้ย
เกือบอยู่
คอกแมว
4 บาทชั่นเหรอ ยืนเรียงหน้ากระดานเลย
Support for the cause.
ชาโคผมไปไหนวะมีชาโคสักตัวเลย
ที่ตัว3 บาทขึ้นมาเต็มแต่แบบพร้อมอื่นหมดเลย
ของไว้ให้เซ็ตดีกว่า
คนเมกา2 ดาวแล้วเหรอ อย่าไปกลัวครับ เรามีสตาร์ลี่ไนท์ครับว้า
สไตล์ที่ไหนถ้าไม่มีคนคอนเทสอะผมไปโลเวล7 เวล 8อะ
เพียงทันเนี่ย
มันโอกาสออกมันง่ายเลย
โอ้โห มันเล่นอนิม่าอ๋อมันเล่นโอ้โหเนี่ยอันนี้แม่งโกงออฟเมนแม่งโกงจัด
ราคา
อันนี้ก็เล่นเหมือนเราปะเนี่ย เนี่ย เอ็กซี่เนี่ยมันถือทำไมเนี่ย
Innocent.
เล่นอนิม่าถือเอ็กโค
เป็นมาเลย
ถือป๊อปปี้
ปล่อยคีปปะเนี่ย
แปลกมาก ไม่หลบด้วย ตายไปด้วยกันนี่แหละไม่เคยถอยให้ใครครับ
ชอบอะโคตรชอบ เรื่องอะไรเราต้องถอยอะเราตั้งใจ
ใช่
เล่น
เรามาเล่นนี้ตั้งแต่แรก
Teamwork.
ดูตัวออกมาก็คือเป็นลม
เรื่องอะไรกูต้องถอยให้คุณ
ปุ๊บ
โลหกโอ้โดนเวฟตาย
แข่งจัดแข่งจัดนี่ไง
ขวาไม่ได้ดินนะอุ้ยขอบคุณครับอุ้ยโอ้การ์ดแคนนอนก็น่าเอ็ดเพนโดล่าเดียวของไม่ตรงสายแล้วมันเล่นไม่คอมฟอร์ตเลย
อะไรวะเนี่ย
I hear innocent cry out.
แอนนี่กากอะไรตอนนี้
แอนนี่ เคยคิดถึงแอนนี่ตลอดไปก็วายกูใส่ของคุณต๋องเฮ้ยแม่งรู้สติเลยนักหนาวะ เริ่มจะไม่ทนแล้วนะจ๊ะ
โอ้ยอยู่ดีบอร์ดโหดเฉยเลย
Support for the cause.
มาเฉยครับ
Darkness to darkness, light to light.
โอ้โห
ยังพอแล้วกับการรู้สติ เฮ้ย ขนาดนี้ก็ต้องเด็ดกะลิกซิกเลตทาโคบอกกูเพิ่งได้เล่น
ไม่ทำการเบียดไหวไหมมีฟอร์จูนใส่โชจินใส่ไอใส่ลาบิปเปอร์เฮ้ยเกมมันรักเราพอดี
Secrets are coins better saved than spent.
เกมรักเราเนี่ย
Light becomes hope.
Well, hello there, handsome. Time to start some trouble. We never stop.
อุ้ยไอ้นี่มันย้ายแล้วเหรอ อุ้ยไม่มีคนคอนเทสแล้วครับ มันย้ายแล้วมันย้ายแล้ว ใช่ไหม
ตอนนี้บอร์ดผมกำลังพร้อมที่จะไปพบทุกคนในสเตจ3
อุ้ยโอ้โห
แต่ดูทรงไม่ค่อยมีเวรเท่าไหร่ อยากเป็นคนมีเวรอะ
Try me.
อุ้ย
ปลาอึ้มมาไปแทนใครได้บ้างวะ
โอ้พี่โลฮิตจัดอะโคตรดี
ขออภัยในการดับไฟนะครับดีร้อนแรงไปหน่อย
โอ้โห อย่างเศร้า
ลองโอ้โหเอ้ยถึงกับร้องโอ้โหใครทำพี่เอ่ย
Hear the innocent cry out.
โอ้โหแล้วโลฮิตโลฮิตไงเฮ้ย3 ดาวเร็วๆผมจะได้แบบตัดภูหน่อย
พยายามอยู่ พยายามสุดๆตอนนี้
มันมีออโรร่าแล้วเหรอพี่
แล้วมีไข่มาอีก โอ้เปลืองช่องไปเนี่ย
เดี๋ยวมึงจะเป็นนักดาบให้ได้เลยใช่ไหมฮะ แล้วโลอย่างฮิต โลแบบปีศาจร้ายอุ้ยโยใครวะมันโหดจังอะพี่ดู
โอ้โน
ตีในโต้อย่างนั้นน่ะ
มันเข้าไป8แล้วเลเวลอ่ะ
จริงครับโอ้มีแต่ของอะไรวะเนี่ยปล่อยซุ่มไปก่อน
Light becomes hope.
เรียบร้อย
ร้อยเป็นหนึ่งงาน
is on the job.
แต่เราเอานี่ดีวะมันก็ดีนะเว้ยไม่เอาเดี๋ยวพี่เอ้ย
มาแล้วครับ
โอ้ยเฮ้ยมาแล้วครับ
เกือบปิด
เกินไปนี่ดีกว่าของ
จริง
ดีจริ
อ่ะ
ง
ท็อปปี้3 ดาวจะเพอร์เฟกมาก
ของนี้ใส่ดูทรงน่าจะแตก8ก็ชนหมัดแล้วอะพี่
เป็นไงว่าอาการ
เท่าไหร่ไม่ต้องพูดอีกแล้วครับ
พี่มาแล้ววะถึงเวลาสนุกของพี่แล้วตอนนี้
วันนี้ขอ
ของแพงก่อน
อุ้ยแฟกเจอร์แมปแรกเลยเหรอโคตรเดือดขยันฝนนะเล็บอะ
I love a challenge.
Light becomes hope.
When going gets tough,
ต้องเดินบอง3 ดาวเฉย งง
คนอัปเกรดโอ้โหบ้านทวิตเฟสจะอัปเกรดเกมมายังวะแอด
absolutely love to see it.
Yeah, for me as well, you know, going back to a Neon comp instead of the meta comp at the moment, which we're going to see from Navi. Last time Giant X played, they were running the same comp as Navi's running now. So they've obviously been cooking in the kitchen here on Fracture, and we're going to see a different style of gameplay. As you mentioned, Tomasi getting on the duelist is going to be interesting to watch, and the double initiator is going to be so huge. But with that Brim, you're looking at this comp, you're thinking, damn, as soon as they get that spike down, they're just going to be sitting back. They're going to be playing ratty gameplay. They're just going to be dropping utility and playing for those post plans.
Absolutely love it. Giant X also starting on the attack with this team pack, with Tomasi on the Neon. Like, they have to start on the right foot if they want to get their first win.
We're in for a good one, that's for sure. And speaking of good ones, we're going to hand it over to Haza and Kara for this last match of the day.
Thank you so much, guys. Look, it feels like familiar good old times. Tomasi's back on the duel list, and it's the Neon. It is the agent which he broke out with back in 2023. And in this GX side, they're looking to try and reform things heading into what feels like a deal breaker for that playoff stage.
Yeah, it does. And I think for both teams, there's been a lot of negativity surrounding them. But one team, GX, played against a lot more harder opponents, right? They played against your
เวสไซด์พร้อมลั่นผู้สองให้ลืมบอกนาวีนะนาวีให้ถือผู้สอง
Version of which we get from them today. Drone early from Cloud, just spotting out Hero, and then straight into the duel he goes. And Tomasi's debut on the Neon, not looking like the best of starts so far. It's traded and Navi
Tomasi มันเป็น duel mid เหรอ
เหมือนพอเล่นจออ้วนแล้วเพื่อนๆเชื่อใจ
GX still waiting to play as a death ball.
ส่งไปเล่
Players
น
to
ดู
peek in towards them, but with playing so slow, Navi are unsure about where GX really want to end.
Just looking at the mid-round here as well in terms of what Navi are doing on the map, it's very relaxed towards B, as you can see right now. Koala on a much deeper line towards tower.
That's the thing though, Navi starting to get a read, moving back towards that B site. 7 players in the server towards this side of the map, Haza.
Just waiting to burst out of the B smoke, and you look at the utility on GX, some of that signature has come back up. The stun and the salvage dropping at the feet of Ruxic. Quick double kill. Still supported by that Sky Smoke. He's going to follow it up with Shados double. Navi getting the pistol round on the board. It's the perfect start to their Fractured Defender side.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw the toast, and as we went into the map, we saw that GX only have a 29% win rate on their attack, and I think in that pistol round we can see it, right? It looked a little bit directionless at times. They go out and or they try and attack in towards A main, and then from there go out in towards Sand, and then go back towards B main, and nothing really comes of it. Walking around like headless chickens.
Into this round, there is no investment from GX either, so just trying to min-max things a little bit, see if they can pick up an orb. It's damage onto Angel, but not enough to put him in harm's way. So objective secured already from GX. Now they'll head back to Arcade, where Ruxic is playing solo on a committed angle.
Needs to be careful. All alone, Drone will catch out, has to try and swing and get something. All he gets is giving away a stinger towards the opposing team. At the same time though, you've got to be looking at the west side and his position, still underneath this B site.
In terms of Navi's macro game as well, you see them on a lot of rounds post Koala move up solo and let him contain an area of the map. He was towards A and does rotate himself to check from Sand instead, and on that deeper line towards Dish. But while all of this is happening, the rest of Navi getting proactive, re-clearing Arcade with the Haunt now back up from Angel. That'll confirm at least one player.
Rest gone all towards main as the players of GX try to make their way on towards the site, hitting kill traps, and we're hitting a complete stop that Navi have prepared. An easy conversion on the anti-eco.
It's what you want to see. There is still some good damage in there from GX. In terms of due diligence, you look at the orbs they were able to pick up as well. I think you take that kill onto Roxic is pretty much the same, but I'm curious to see how Tomasi is going to be played now into the rifle round here, because the last couple of rounds, we've seen him on the Neon. Here he is just getting ankled by the trap wire that time. It's an easy pick and a great counter, of which Hero, that's what we expect from him on the Cypher.
Well, and towards this round, you look at what GX are doing, staying towards that top side of the map as the barriers drop. 3 heavy in towards Arcade.
Angel, same information. Haunt comes out this time, and it is greeted with silence. Pressure put on in A main. Hero looking for the walk down underpass, a wrap around onto GX. This is where it starts to get tricky. What's the timing on the smoke? Do they clear it? No.
Watch the awareness. You can see GX being brought back. They've got an idea, and yet well thought about. GX get rid of any sort of problem that could come, although there's a late luck or a late flank coming through from Navi on that top side. GX should know about it because of the traps.
He's getting cleared out by the Prowler as well, so Navi making sure they've not missed a step here whatsoever, but it's another situation where the round opens up from Hero's aggressive positioning, the site falls from the Cypher setup, and now in terms of what they've got to come back in, I'm looking at full utility belts on 2 players.
Westside getting rid of Kuala as well.
One of them dead.
That's going to be massive. GX in prime position to convert, but oh no, there was just a slight chance if Tomasi was to miss out on that duel, it could have went awry, but instead no, GX, they'll get their conversion.
And Navi in another round looking quite offensive in terms of how they want to try and play this. Think all the way back to the pistol, I already mentioned it. Hero, that solo player in main, does get traded out. But then here, I mean, it's just, as soon as you find those 2 players boxed in underpass, there's no second player. Recla's coming in from Dish.
Nice, good job. Nice.
Well, I feel like they're marrying the ideas up completely at this point in time. So I think these mid-rounds is where we've really got to be focusing in on them.
I mean, that's the thing, we'd already spoken about it coming into this, about finding your identity as a team.
And I think that goes for both of these teams as well. Both of them have made role changes, both of them changing their setup.
Tomasi
still leading that line.
Can't quite find what he's looking for. Drop of the smoke, drop off. They've created a question mark towards the B side. Obviously, we've seen a few times now GX like to go through the underpass.
And this is a very explosive comp as well, so if Tomasi can't find these clean openings, in terms of the follow-up, well, you don't have the same kind of gap close. Cloud 1 away from the annihilation as they're now starting to head into main.
Problem, the Kuala who's been so good, unfortunately will be pushed off of the angle.
So GX have looked to another avenue of the map and been shut out in effect yet again. Spike still held on to, but you've got less than a minute left to play around with. The only out right now feels like West Side towards Arcade. This is all just a fake towards B.
Operator still standing, still getting the entry pick. Kuala who's been so good before, has to go up against Tomasi. West Side on the other side of the map opens things up.
And it's huge because now he has so much more freedom to lurk, but GX need to make this push work, and Koala's managed to get one on the way back out.
Time is getting low. You look at towards the map and where everybody's looking at in different avenues, a 1v1 towards the B site. Well, the spike goes down on A. Armageddon used to try and push players out.
It's a brilliant clear from Roxic though, he hung around long enough. Navi now have an advantage coming back into the retake, and GX are playing from sight.
Yeah, both players stuck, no means of escape. You look at Roxic holding on towards CT as Cloud tries to go exploring. Tomasi left all alone and needs to stand tall. You can see him peeking with the idea and instead gets caught. Now a 1 versus 3 for Cloud to try and clutch. Has salvos if he can try and waste the time, but it isn't a clean fight, not whatsoever. Navi, they'll find the third.
It's such a big round to win as well when GX looked like they were starting to build up some momentum. I think it's so important to focus on how the early games have looked for them in a lot of these maps, because it feels like at times when they take their foot off the gas, you know, when they're not playing with momentum at their backs, then they're really, really struggling.
Nice! Get the op heaven! Top, second floor.
He loves the op.
Well, you can see it's clearly a priority. And I mean, we've seen that map to map, Hazza.
We have, and I think it's important that you raise it here as well, because Koala Noob, when you look at the op fights that he's taking, he's one of the best that we have in EMEA, in his words, the best. But that has been quickly disproven whenever he goes head-to-head with another op player. He is yet to win that duel, whether it be Floor, Kayak, or any other of the host of names that he's currently gone up against. And it doesn't feel like GX have like an opper to counter that in a sense, so you are really looking at a lot of that utility.
Roxic. Push forward once again. We've seen him try and play a position like this before. This time gets the value from his position. But that's no more smokes in the round for Navi.
With a spike drop, there's 2 players behind this as well. So as soon as Purpo falls, then it's a problem. Because look where everyone else is. You're clambering back through main. And so Navi should have this round wrapped up. Seeing Cloud move back across the zip line to try and retrieve this, but it's all so isolated.
I mean, if Cloud can try and distract players, maybe you play in West Side, but I mean, you're talking about if, buts, and maybes here, right? We need definites.
Okay. That's not bad, and Cloud's managed to pick up his favorite gun. It's the Guardian back in his hands, but Angel is just so hot off the mark, and Navi doing exactly what they need to in this round.
Yeah, I can understand like this round, maybe like the weaponry isn't necessarily there for GX, but again, we need to come back to these problems that they keep running into on attack.
And how Navi are countering them as well, because you're talking about a team here which is liking to get aggressive. It's not just Koala bookmarking the space with his op, but we have to be keeping our eyes on what it is that Roxic is doing, because he's been criticized pretty heavily at times for how aggressive he can be. This is a situation where he finds himself supported.
Barriers drop. Look at how many players are ready to go up against one another. Instead of a bridge crunch, we're getting the other side this time from Navi. Ultimate invested, Koala's deep on it. The smoke dropping, it's smoked out. West Side getting rid of Koala Noob, and even an oddball strike invested. Navi come out the better of it, but they've used a lot of ultimates to try and get that advantage.
Won't matter if they can seal this one here as GX are down to their last 3 players, and with little money left over, Navi are beating them at every single gunfight, and so it falls on the captain. Cloud fulfilling this role since stage 2 last year, but he doesn't have enough in the tank to take the rest up to the level. It's Navi with a team performance.
Yeah, and the big thing for me on that round is the fact that you see where Navi want to invest their ultimates. It's on a GX rifle buy, right? They want to try and be aggressive, make sure that GX can't go in default, and they're breaking that buy right now. Straight away, we're going to see GX come for a timeout.
Hello, Lena.
ยังไม่ชาร์จแบตกล้องอีกอ่ะ
GX timeouts a big point of conversation, I think it's fair to say, in the community as well, in terms of bringing this roster together, because you talk about them as an outfit right now, and I think the main way that most people see it is that this is the team of potentials. You've got so many names all the way down the list, which on paper have that history, have, you know, a year or 2 of VCT experience under their belt, with the exception of players such as Westside, for example, Purpo getting thrown in the middle of last year. But I think you've really got to be building now on what you have and making it a team, you know, because it still doesn't feel like it at times.
Yeah, I mean, me and you were talking about, I think it was myself and you were talking about the experience on both rosters as well, and how when you actually look at the combined experience on GX versus Angel's experience alone, like it almost gets to the point where Angel has more experience than all 5 players, like because he's been playing VCT for so long. Giant X, maybe not a team full of rookies, but as you say, a team full of potential, which is yet to be realised.
ใช่ มันคอมโบกัน
Team which can be dangerous on their day. First signs of something more cohesive against Heretics, but that's all very quickly forgotten. You can't start finding some wins here, especially against the Navi side, which you expect to find in those positions. The stage does drag on. Themselves a first win under their belt against Apex last time out, and this an opportunity to build, which they've already done pretty well. Cloud spotted. Attacker side spawn. This is a much slower look from GX on their next rifle buy.
ไม่รู้ว่าใครมันดี
Navi being proactive and clearing out A
เดี๋ยวมันรันไปสโมก
that operator towards the B side. Both players for Navi being regressive in their positioning, right? You can see that Navi probably thinking about playing towards a retake.
Side can have huge value coming in here late as well, but Na'Vi have already grouped up.
มาครับ
Four players
มา
strong to try and fight this position. Blind is Angel, yet he walks away with the first of those kills. Runner trading in kind, but still Na'Vi holding onto the
ตัดหนึ่ง
space.
จริง
ไม่
แม่ง
เสีย
นั่
เลื
น
อด
เป็น
เล
ฟอย ร์มทีมเหมือนนะเจน
Yeah, I mean, they've traded out evenly, getting rid of Wallen.
ไม่น่าดีอะไร
I mean, the fact that this is going to end up being a crunch on the site, Navi need to be careful.
Lot onto Ruxic here, he wins this duel and so much pressure alleviated. West side first bullet connects instantaneously, and the follow-up is there too. And so now Hero is the
น้าบอก
last
น้า
one
เปิด
left
ให้
made to stew in
น้อง
this.
ๆทำไร
Signature,
Planted.
the signing of the off-season.
โคตรเบื่อเพล
He has neural theft here, but I don't think he'll want to use it.
Yet to have his hero play
เจอบุกหรือ
so
รับ
far in this Na'Vi side, and back on the Sentinel role. He is bested by his opposite number. Brilliant from West side, getting into position and then being the thorn in Navi's side.
Straight away after a timeout, GX
เนี่ย
gets
เจ
the
สซี่แวด
round. Big
และแอง
stuff.
แล้วก็
I mean, being a lot
If it
more
is-
direct in
Oi.
the positioning.
Factor
And on top of that,
ตาม
like
สถิติ
combining
เป็นแบบ
what
รับ
was
แบบรับ
multiple
รับ
prongs
จั
to
ด
that attack. You can
เหลือ
see
เชื่อว่ะ
West Side's lock towards that Dish side, combined with the players who are stuck
ส
outside
แตท
in
ส
main,
แตทส
and
ปิ
they
ดยังสูสี
activate
กว่าบุกลั
at
บ
the
อะ
same time.
แต่แฟกเตอร์นี่ไปทางรับ
Good
แบบ
communication.
ค่อนข้างฉีก
All the pieces coming together, and that's exactly what you want to see from them as well. As it looks like we're going to be going straight back into another one of these B main duels. No op here, just rifles
แต่ของ
behind the
EMEA นี่
smoke.
รับ
Similar
จ่าเลย
play,
ครับ
we've
แฟกเต
seen
อร์
Na'Vi go for it before.
I mean, for GX right now, they know that Na'Vi like to try and go underneath, right, and try and lock round before, and that's something that they'll need to be careful of.
And you tie this into the previous round, it's that lack of forfeiture of positioning from GX. The way they scaled into A main previously looked a lot better, and they're seemingly doing the same here as they start to clear away some ground. It's Ruxic, who doesn't have contact. The smoke is everything, and already GX want to bypass it.
Oh, Tomasi managing to get Angel, who was playing around the smoke. Ruxic on site, unfortunately, will not get what he's looking for. Na'Vi need to take a moment, let the spike go down, and wait for these smokes to go as well.
ผู้เล่น
There's
เห
a
ลือเยอะกว่า
showstopper
ด้ว
to
ย
come back into the retake with, and Cloud is just trying to spot this out, see if he can land the suppress. But as soon as that goes, it should be the green light for Na'Vi to make this retake happen.
Runner
Wait,
still
no,
holding
hold
on to
it.
2 flashes. They can engage when GX need to. At the same time, look at Navi,
ห็นไหมน่ะ
where they're
เห็น
going.
เห็น
They're
เว็บไซต์
pathing
สวยละ
towards arcade,
อุ้ย
trying to create another avenue.
มันไม่น่า
เกี่ยว
GX need to be
มันไม่น่า
careful
เกี่ยวได้
of.
นะ
In the position of tower, you can see them just worried
don't
about
save
the
like
players coming out.
เมื่อกี้ถ้าเหลือ4นัดมีภาพอยู่
Slow creep away as Na'Vi throw the towel in. GX doubling up for rounds here with another site execution. Looking a lot better from them in terms of how they're setting up, what the game plan is coming into the round. I think we saw the bad end of that against Heretics, where they weren't really aware of what the opponent was doing, how they were so prepared for a lot of the setups that they were trying to make.
I think for me as well, like in the early start of the, part of this half, you could see like GX, well, we'll go to A, we'll go to B, we'll create question marks and force Navi to re-clear them, but they weren't doing it effectively. And now we're just getting to a point where it's like, we're going B and we're going B. You know what I mean? Like,
it's very messy as well, I think. And when you then translate that back to Na'Vi as well, as we come into yet another gun round, is that it's these high-stress situations that they've been constantly mentioning, even in the most recent podcast episode they posted, that they were just struggling to convert from. So after building up an early lead, it's slowly stripped back by GX. And they've hit a gear change here as well. They're not trying to immediately assault. Again, West side is the cornerstone of this play. You've got 4 players south side, and West side is north side. But that's been a good look for him so far.
It has. I mean, he's been probably one of the best on this roster consistently. Koala, I mean, he's going to get hunted down. Whether he can try and stick around and get something, it doesn't look to be the case. Although the players of GX are looking to explode and they're straight onto the A side.
In terms of what you have to set up for post here, Purpo still holding on to the incendiary. Do you have a util combo to come in and try and deny the plant from Runner, but he hangs on for long enough, and with 30 seconds left to spare, the spike goes in, but Na'Vi are up close, and here's the showstopper.
And it goes. Tomasi gone. Players up from drop west side. He gets one, but can't quite get the second. And now Runner looking to be burned on site. Neural theft to tee him up. and quite frankly doesn't look to capitalize on it. The stun just delaying Navi more and more. GX, I mean Westside, he's known about holding on, and this is just delay upon delay. You're looking at the utility that GX still have in pocket. And that value will be massive coming into these last couple seconds as the mollies drop and Runner has already done so well from his position. It's looking like it could all be done here, and it is. GX will find 4.
Such a well-executed round from GX as well. A little more patience on the play before they make their mind up. The execution. And when you give them the site like that, if you're Na'Vi to set up, then coming back into the retake with all the tools that they have, it's so difficult.
Yeah.
And put under the microscope here as well, brilliant play from Runner. Someone who's been to champs last year with Vitality. Another name like Westside that coming out of East was hot off the press. A player which we have high expectations of. The reason why this roster is considered to be a dark horse. And if we get more of that from the individuals with good calling from the structure, then that's the GX that does make deep runs.
I mean, that's the thing, like, when you look at both rosters, right, or both organizations even, and how they've looked generally across VCT as well, like GX, when they started in 2023, back when partnerships first begun, they were able to make a champs, and since then, it's just been going on a downward trajectory.
The first time since they met in the final of EMEA's last chance qualifier, which sent each to Champions 2023. So there's a bit of history there in terms of how they're constantly chasing to try and get back to that holy grail. Na'Vi, of course, with a complete rebuild of their own.
Yeah, it feels like ages and years away since we've been near that FPX iteration, you know, that eventually Na'Vi picked up. Now towards this round and what's going on. Pond will identify players towards the side.
It does still feel like the same engine under the hood with Angel and Shao retained. It's a new identity which they've got to try and build, and you are starting to see that. Koala in the side as well, the AWP, how reliant on it they seem to be. He is on the A main angle, but yet to clear out the deep one. Now he finally has with this Ember. Navi still resolute in positioning, yet to rotate a player, happy to rely on the Cypher setup B as well.
I mean, being quiet towards the B side while they try and create as much noise as possible towards A, faking it out, and well, the smokes drop. Locking out GX goal. Westside needs to be careful of the angles, and he'll be able to get rid of Hero. The opposite number. The whole B site was set up for kill traps, and with Hero gone, there won't be any capitalization.
Such a frustrating death as well, because the rest of Na'Vi had the read. They were ready for rotation as soon as that util came out to clear the AWP. So they go a player short-handed into the B retake, and we already know how strong GX look from these positions.
Yeah, I mean, post-plants, the utility there is absolutely sublime. Nice combination of utility, and Navi suddenly open up the site. Chaos ensues, a classic right-click, and now Cloud from main, trying to play on Westside, who's still in towards Arcade. You're waiting for that activation as Navi get on towards the spike, playing for the salvos first, the delay being worked for, Westside once again providing value, and providing GX with the round.
So much strength from Westside on his positioning alone, but it's the kills on top that make him a player to watch in VCT EMEA right now. He doesn't just shoot his gun, but there's a smart head on those shoulders as well. So disciplined in the position, and as nice as this retake attempt from Na'Vi was, with the utility to come back through and the movement from Koala here as well. They still feel so thinly spread when it gets to that late stage of the round, and you feel as if they do need to be holding on to these sites, and that's where Hero's first death feels that much more pain.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, as you said, when it comes down to it, the chaos that's not working out. This buy, not so great for Navi. Being pretty aggressive. Looking for something in which they can work with.
เหมือนแบบ
It's
ว่า
B side, but
กำลังทร
they
มา
didn't take
เล
a
ย
step further, and that's where the isolated west
เริ่
side
มท้อกด
was.
ท่า
เริ่ม
I
ท้อเลย
highlighted
กด
the
ท่า
pistols, but really it's
Team
Koala's
Salter
rifle that you've got to be
Team
worried
Gan
about here,
Team
because
Gan
that is
Team
all that Navi have going for them into this one.
พอกด2ไปเจอแบบ
Doesn't really
ใครไม่
feel
ถู
like
ก
that
ใจเอา
buy's been
ใส่ทั้งเกม
broken all too much. They found 5 rounds,
มัน
and
จะอะไรข
here
นาด
we
นั้น
are, 5 to 5.
Find you.
GX resetting mentally as much as we said that's important to Navi. You come back from 10 rounds down against some of the region's best. It says a lot. Now into this execute, well, feels like more of the same from Navi. Players stuck on an island. It's Ruxic that's got to hold the line. And he just can't quite get it to work.
โคตรสวย
Yeah, Puyos
ตันมาจากข้างนอกกันอะ
trying to be
จากเอเมน
trying to stand
เอ้ย
up
จาก
and
บีเม
be
น
counted.
น่า
I mean,
จะ
they're
เป็น
only
แบบ
being counted in the
ทะลุ
kill
ปะ
feed at
จัง
this
หวะ
moment
เดิ
in
น
time. I mean, yeah, Koala still has this
Ching-
rifle,
ching-
but he's
ching
not being
side
brought
home
onto an angle that he'll find any value
น่าจะ
from.
ทำมาในจังหวะเป๊ะเกิน
This is looking like another GX round, unless there's to be something magic.
แผนจริงเรานี้เขียนมาจังหวะเคทาวเวอร์แบบไม่รู้ตั้งใจหรือเปล่า
ติดตลก
Runner's
ได้
already
สตัน
spotted out
ล
the
งนี่อย่าง
position
ใช่ไหม
with the stun prepared.
สตันเฮโต
He's forced to
สตันบีฟ
disengage.
แล้วก็สตั
Further
นนอน
ground lost by
Power.
Navi. As the weight
นี่
carried
ผม
by their
จะมีด
feet
เขาอย่างเดียวเลย
swallowed
งง
whole
ไม่
from
รู้เพราะอะไร
underneath. Purpo landing a killing blow, which sets up the 6 as Navi finally fall behind
วัน
in
นี้ผม
this
เป็นอะไร
map.
ไม่รู้พี่
5 rounds in a row so
จะ
far.
มีดเขา
This
อย่างเดียว
GX attack starting to look that much better.
ผมเล่นโอเมน
we
อะ
saw
ผมวาร์ป
from
ผม
the
วาร์ป
start,
ไปไกล
right? The
เขาก็
production
ย่องไป
put it
ฟัน
up
หลัง
for
พี่
us.
บอยคน
30% win rate on the attack. They're doing so much better right
เขาไม่
now.
เช็คเลยเหรอ
Again, that could be brought down to
เขามาเช็ค
actually
2 รอบ
being
แต่ผม
comfortable with the
ฟังลอง
opponent
ฟัง
that
เสีย
they're
งเขา
playing.
ก็เดินกันไป
Confidence,
ผมก็ย่องตาม
such a
ไป
big thing. As much as I was talking about the mental just then and what Cloud provides,
เธอ
you
เขาไม่
even
ถือ
look
ออฟ
at
ลิงก์
Purpo
ซี
in the team and how
ผมวาร์ปไปตรง
he
หลัง
changed
หลั
completely
ง
as
ซี
a player as soon as, you know,
วันนี้เล่นปั่น
changed
กัน
the
ยับ
leadership
มัน
with
เป็นจังหวะที่พี่เอก
Redgar
สโมก
gone
พอดี
and
ตรง
Cloud
เสาแล้ว
coming
เขาเดิน
in.
มา
It
เช็คตร
felt
ง
like
ส
he
โมก
was
แต่
supportive
ไม่เจอผม
of
ผม
him
วาร์ป
as
ไกล
an
กว่านะ
individual, and already, look, Navi are fighting
ก็
multiple
เลย
fronts
เรีย
here
บร้อย
early
เข้า
doors.
แก๊ป
Yeah, they're being proactive, looking to try and get something. Angel playing on the front foot, gets rid of Tamazi, but realistically, the utility trade-off is so much better for GX. And they're preparing the Rolling Thunder. There's nobody in the site, so
อุ้ย
do all too much.
Okay,
The Orbital
yeah.
Strike does take players off the line where the
Look
trap
at
was
that.
set up, but
Good
Hero
lord.
still able to walk away with one, so
Pussy, it's a
advantage
lot.
restored for Navi. Flank coming in late, stun slightly missing, but the
Good, man.
Orbital
Good, man.
เจ็บ
Strike
อยู่
moving players out position. So much invested by both teams at this point in time, yet still it doesn't feel like GX have an
ไม่ได้มองส
advantage.
กอร์ผิด
While
ตอนแรกมัน
starting
นำแบ
to
บ
clear out
Hey,
towards
man,
Dish.
but
This
it's
has
back
been an
in
issue
now.
every
But
single
again,
time
Milan.
GX have executed on towards A, and West Side could easily be caught. Now,
ใหญ่มาก
look at this. The players close by. There is a
Don't
slight
be in
adaptation
gap.
from West Side because he's just dropped into the corner here and
Don't
actually
be in
completely overlooked his chance to get the first.
Hey.
He'll find it onto Ruxic. One more required of him, but it's Hero this time that will win out between the ciphers. A draw which had been going the opposite way time after time, but Navi get it when they need it most. Yeah, no,
ผมว่า
we
เพื่อน
go
บอก
in
ช้าเมื่อ
towards
กี้
the
น่าจะ
next
รู้ว่า
half
ว่า
all even. It's been a half
พื่อนน่า
of
จะแจ้ง
two
ช้า
halves if you think about it. Navi started very
แต่ถ้ามานาวีเสียแมปเนี่ยเสียวๆเลยบอกเลยแล้วไอ้ตัวกันไซส์คมๆด้วยบอกเลย
นี่ถือว่าไม่ค่อยดีสำหรับนาวีมีเหมือนกันเยอะ
นอนดูลีลาลำมีด
คิดว่ามี3 แมปไหม
ว่ะเหมือนคู่2แล้วนี่หว่าสูตรไหมว่าใครก็ตาม
ถ้า3 แมปว่าจะสั่งอะไรกินก่อน
ดีว่ะผมชอบการชิลของพี่อยากกินอะไรก็กินใช่ไหมตื่นมาก
หิวต้องกินตอนคือเมื่อเช้าพี่ตื่นเร็วใช่ปะ
อ่า
แล้วง่วง
ของพี่เน้นเป็นกินคีนหรือทำไมเอฟ
พอกินตามความรู้สึก
ดี
แต่ก็เลือกเมนูแบบไม่ใช่ของทอดอ่ะ
พวกต้มอะไรอย่างงี้แล้วแบบก๋วยเตี๋ยวอะไรอย่างงี้ได้ไหม
ได้เกาเหลานี่ดีเลย
เป็นเกาเหลาติดซดน้ำ
อุ้ยสดหมดอ่ะ
วันนี้อย่างแย่เลยทำมิ่งผมอะไปเล่นเวเลผมยิงจนเหลือพี่แทนคนเดียวฮะ แล้วผมก็กดอันติ ระหว่างผมก็วันแล้วแม่งพี่แทนวิ่งวนสโมกวิ่งเอามีดมาแทง โอ้โห
โอ้
ใครจะไปคิดอ่ะทุกคือแบบไม่มีใครคิดแน่นอนว่าจะเกิดเหตุการณ์แบบนั้นอย่างที่ผมคิดคือเขาต้องเอาแบบเอาปืนมารอดักสโมกหัวนั้นช็อตนั้นคือช็อกจริงอ่ะแบบ absolute cinema จะจัด วิ่งออกมาแบบกำลังยกมือผมปล่อยเมาส์แหละช็อตนั้นอ่ะผม
ตัวนี้กดสโมก55เลยปะ
อะไรนะ
กดสโมกชนกันป่ะวันนี้
กดสโมก
5
ไม่
อ๋อแม่
เกมแรกไอ้นี่มั้งเล่นปกติเกม2เป็นสโมกเจอดูเอลลิส
พี่ชอบสั่งพวกแบบเส้นหมี่ไก่ฉีกนะมันเอาอกไก่มา
Long since we've
เกี่ยวอะไรกับสโมกอะ
gone and taken advantage into the
เกา
second
เหลาโซเดียม
half
สูงคือไปฟังมาจริงๆแล้วโซเดียมอ่ะถ้าคนออกกำลังกายอ่ะไม่ต้องกลัวโซเดียม
มันกินน้ำเรื่อยๆแล้วนะ
ยังไงก็หมดแต่ถ้าคนไม่ออกกำลังกายอ่ะ
You can see it's
ยั
a
งไงก็
split
ต้อง
play
ลดโซ
from
เดียม
Navi. Already West Side needing to deal with the first of those players. It's Roxic that goes in solo, but the combo back to re-engage is beautiful. Simply sublime. West Side already with 2 kills picked up. And he's made it a third before the round has even come to a conclusion, which feels slightly foregone. Hero does respond and has chance
มันทุ่มเทจัดอะเอเมน
to spike back up and reposition
เพื่อน
himself.
ไม่ควรเสียนะไอ้
GX are getting active and starting to re-clear some of this themselves.
คนเดียวไง
เอเมนเอาคนเดียวเลย3
Standing
คน
waiting, but he's thinking they're coming through. Door doesn't look the right way. Purple will get the last. For the first time in a long time, GX will go ahead and take the advantage after the opening second half. Yeah, finding GX in front after the half is nice to see a picture there. Clean from West Side, and this is just brilliant supportive utility because it's one thing to have a team of individuals like we said before, and it's another to enable them. When you have West Side in that position, the same position that we literally saw Hero play for Navi in the first pistol round, you're looking at what is the follow-up, what is the support framework there. Here, the game plan executed on by GX.
พี่เอกแขนเนี่ยก้าวให้
Tamazi has not had a good first half, but looks to do better on the second. GX opening things up with the better weaponry that they currently have. Very clean start to the round, with Tomasi picking up the Outlaw as well. That's exactly what you expect from this gun. Anti-eco frags, keeping it simple. Navi are a team which, in these ecos, can be a little bit problematic. GX, the previous game against Heretics, you're not going to win many of those, you know, bonus rounds, for example. But with the weapons that they've got now, if you continue to keep that clean, then it opens the door for opportunity. Look at Tamazi though, already explored that full top side.
จริงน่าจะหยิบวัน
He's on his hollybobs. You know, but the fact that what I'm trying to say here is the fact that he's explored a full top side of the map, had no contact whatsoever. So GX are starting to think, well, it's got to be towards A. Holiday for the
30 seconds left.
English viewers, and of course, vacation for the Kuala fans. Thanks, mate.
กายมุ่งพี่เอก
5v3 though, and GX seem to have read this fairly well. 2 players on the A site ready to deal with what feels like an empty threat for Navi right now. 15 seconds, and they are yet to push this joke.
Yeah, I mean, there's still got to be an attempt from Navi. You would expect, and as they do attempt, the rest of GX will come and one player off and into flawless, but still a great attempt nonetheless. It's just a ghost in the hands of Cloud which goes down as well. So this is what I'm talking about when I say coming into that next round with a really strong bonus against a team like Navi, where, as you mentioned before, they're a team which can sometimes struggle up against the lesser weaponry. That's it, yeah, it was a stat that looking into, but at the same time, like, it was the anti-ecos that they always struggled with. We saw a few times against...
ผมจริง POE เล่นหลังเขาก็ดีนะแต้ม1-8รู้สึก
เวลายังไงนะลงแต้ม
เปลี่ยนอาชีพไงแอดเซนต์
in any also when it comes to coaches, Pipson.
Well, that's it. No more timeouts for GX. So if things get spicy later on, Jesus take the wheel. But we'll see if that's needed.
ฟังพี่เอฟกับชาชปอยแล้วอยากดู
How good does it feel?
ได้ดูแน่นอนพรุ่งนี้
Let's find out. Hands off
ไม่น้อง
for
คุณ
now.
คงเป็นคนเวลานี้นี่หว่าเวลา
GX they need to convert this, but just look at the weapons they have. 4 rifles, 2 of them
เว
vandals,
ลาดี
and Runner the one to repossess the outlaw. That is currently set up towards A. It's a Cypher play B, and close to the smoke is where Purpo looks to make the play.
Playing across, lovely entries into the round. West side, 2 of his own. And well, Navi with absolutely nothing. They're all hot on the heels, GX. They're not letting these players get out on towards the side. Not at all. Siku is holding on to the spike. Will go, and now Hero well as well. Tamazi getting 2 of his own. That's massive from GX. Bonus converted. And that was opposed as well. It's such a quick reaction to that pressure on B. And when you're playing defensively, sometimes you do just need to fight into an area. I think we saw Gentlemates do a really good job of this against Foot, where they were constantly trying to attack the space on a mental timing when the push is coming in.
ถ้าเกมนี้ไม่มีซัตตี้กับแข่งจะเปลี่ยนเมตา
Where it feels
โอ้เปลี่ยนเยอะ
GX
จังหวะ
have evolved.
เขาควัก
Tomasi
ยิง
even
อยู่
picking
เข้า
up
ส
some
โมกถึง
words
ตี
from some of his teammates.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, we saw many try and do that, like playing off of his cage, etc. as well. But now it's about Tamazi being able to play off the contact and arcade breach utility in, and he's still hanging around, still managing to survive, and he's escaped.
Tomasi and Runner here. The players required to try and do that, and oh, he's certainly going to be saying another word which isn't Portuguese in just a moment, as Ruxik's already managed to chip away one. Second player would have been nice, but nice isn't good enough because Navi are now shut out of options towards main.
Yeah, but look towards the A side. Navi are pulling back because of the space that Hero's been able to grab. There's a Joker in play as well with Koala deposited towards that B tower. Hero just seeing what he can find on this A side while not trying to give away his position through any of the Cypher utility. GX have an idea though.
Tripwire destroyed.
The question has to be for Navi, what do they do when this trap is broken? Is it the A site which they look to take? As Angel is jumping back up into Dish, and yeah, they want to follow through on the position of Koala Noob. He's calling to the rest of his team. B is as open as it gets, and in fact, I've got a Vandal in my hands now as well to reinforce it. Hero falls, and that's just going to buy a little bit more time and attention from GX.
Need to be aware. They must have an idea that a player has been deposited towards that B side, and Koala can't make good of his position though.
There's a flank coming in the meantime as well. Cloud setting up to just close this vice grip, which GX seem to have found for themselves on the map so far. Back. In fact, Angel as well. Navi suddenly showing signs of life in this eco round. Often they're the ones who get done with inferior weaponry, but this time rolling it back themselves. Shao has a rifle though. A Vandal in his hands. Playing from the corner, yet to be cleared. The plant isn't open, so Runner's just going to stick this all the way through. Shao can't get on the angle in time. Despite his best efforts, it's Runner to close for double digits.
I mean, you've got to be thinking about how Navi played that round. It was nice. They had deposits here and there. They could go back and forth, and it was real actionable intelligence, right? At the same time, though, like GX and they're finding players every single time that they go on and playing in advantages. But this plan spot, a big question mark for me because Navi have so much time to get that spike down. And it's not the first time either that we've seen problems with the post plant. As slow and methodical as Navi tend to be in terms of how they work the map on Fracture. And have done for years when we speak of identity and what you play as a team, what brand of Valorant you bring to the table. Now into the full rifle round, they're looking to double dip on this side of the map. The B site under siege yet again, but GX are responding. And they've got numbers, bodies on the line. Still though, the delay working out in their favour right now. GX still waiting for Navi to try and get out, but relay bolts in towards Molly's. It doesn't work out. West side's going to wander, and once again his shorties come out on top. Although Ruxic on the other side has managed to open up the B site, and Navi can get that.
The side wasn't quite on the same page as his teammate, so it is an opportunity now for Navi. They've got a little more time to set up in post, and look at the tools that they're working with. Molly on Ruxic. And well, that's about it, actually. I mean, they'd also have the orbital strike. I mean, that's the Rolling Thunder gone, so there's no sort of delay anymore. It's just got to be the players standing up tall and making sure of it. GX clearing all the corners, again, dotting their I's, crossing their T's, making sure to pay attention to all the small details. Now you've got to wait for Ruxic's Molly, as the orbital strike has bought enough time. Runner good on it, Hero as well. And now, yep, there it is, the Molly that will buy so much time right now. A tap of the spike to bait out Ruxic's peak, but it's not what you want. A player who gets 4 on the round. Ruxic's such an aggressive player as well, but when you have him alive late in the round like then, it is such a massive win condition for Na'Vi. Something which they've highlighted was an issue before when they were trying to close out maps, not knowing what those win conditions were. So having him as a viable option, and with just the one ultimate invested in doing so as well, it sets them up nicely coming into the next of these purchases. GX with plenty of tools of their own though, and you've got to be looking at those bottom 3.
I mean, the fact that GX have been so proactive, it makes complete sense that they would be proactive here once again to try and get an Armageddon, etc. online. Koala Noob just sent flying in. Knocks up Cloud, and well, Rolling Thunder back to re-engage. Overdrive as well, the utility is spot on. And Runner, who's played absolutely amazing so far this map, follows it up. Hero now trying and grab this back, but he's up against 3, has it?
He is, manages to find the first, second. Hero has his moment. A clutch which keeps Na'Vi within touching distance.
A Red Bull clutch. There's no way, right? You're looking at it. There's 3 players. They're all close by. It should be so easy to just trade off one another. Koala Noob's entry looked good, but there was no follow-up. And this is just unbelievable. That's why you pay the big bucks for Hero.
Coming off his stint on Fnatic, of course, it was majority Cypher.
ใส่เลือดตุรกีอยู่นิดนึงถึงจะเป็นคนฮอลแลนด์ก็เถอะ
เมื่อกี้เรียกว่าติดตลก
อันนี้เรียกว่าติดตลก
อยู่ดีมาอะไรผมแม่งมาวันบายวันกันหมดเลยสงสัยเบื่อแล้วไม่อยากชนะ
เคียวสุเกะจะมาน้องเขียวอุ้ย
defense. They don't have that ability to build up the economy. Their buy's broken, and they need to be careful about how they manage their economy moving in forward rounds.
It's a split purchase which we'll get from them here. 3 rifles, 2 sheriffs. Always shown favorability towards those Guardians, of course.
You've got to be careful though. You're looking towards this top side of the map. GX are setting up for some sort of aggressive play.
ไม่มีใครมาครับ
The question is this any more than just an info gathering mission right now? Because there is a stun set up by Runner. It's a full contact piece until that cam is hit. Tamasi calling out the high gear. Hero managed to find 3 kills in the previous. Cage goes up in the corner, yet to be cleared. Just waiting for them to run into his crosshair, and it's Tamasi that takes him down. But in the meantime, Na'Vi have found themselves a free B site.
Yeah, the ultimate is going to be used though. Both ultimates. Koala Noob has no way to escape, and Cloud's got 2.
Oh my god.
This is going to be massive. Spike is down in the meantime though.
Ruxic left to his own devices. He's the one that picks up the slack and the Guardian in his hands. Westside nails him to the corner of B site as GX reacted brilliantly to what Na'Vi did in that round. Just when they thought they'd found an opening, GX knew in the back of their heads that was the concession, and then the retake with the ult perfectly executed. But it felt like after the timeout, right, the GX actually had planned that to a T. Angel's trying to escape the other way, Koala going towards Arcade. But, I mean, from the get-go, they knew what they needed to do. Navi have fell completely in towards GX's hands. And the big thing for me, like thinking about it, is more that how did Navi not think about the Armageddon that was in GX's pocket?
เว็บไซต์ 20.2
It does feel like Cloud as an IGL in the way that he likes to be on initiator, where some other players would prefer to be a little more hands-off. Straight in to the A main fight. Tamazi's racked up yet another, continually building confidence. As you can feel the electricity flowing through his veins. It's only an eco that they stand up against right now, but GX finding this could take them to map point on their opponent's pick.
At the same time, you look towards the space that Navi's been able to grab towards that top side. Finding the entry as well. This A side of the map is going to be a lot more interesting for Navi.
Thunder queued up. Shao is just ready to respond to any play from Sand. Hero cannot wait to backpedal as it's a double tap on the spike plant from Dish, and he goes for the Sheriff, and it's not the kind of thing that you want to take a second look at. But very soon we could be sent to the VOD review screen as GX are closing in on this map now.
No Molly either, there's no sort of delay. Navi have to just win out the gunfights.
Hands on deck on the site. Roxix found the first of those duels. It's been mechanically sharp so far, but needs to continue to hone that blade. 3 already picked up on the round. Needs Shao to save him. And to save Navi, he will. Ever dependent is his play in those late round situations, and so they cling on a little longer.
The micro aspect to that is absolutely massive. The fact as well, though, that Navi persist, they get the pick back in their favour, right? Angel doing so well to take out Tamazi. And at the same time, sure, Dish was a disaster, but that positioning allows Navi to execute into the site. Roxic all alone, Shao getting the cherry on top.
No rest for the Wicked, straight into the next round, and it looks like another A main duel. Tamazi stunned up this time. Where do you go? You look to Cloud for support, it seems. Continually filling in the gaps, and Navi have to completely give this one up for the first 20 seconds as GX have repossessed main, but in the meantime, Hero setting himself up in Dish yet again.
Yeah, it's the same round as we saw in the last, right? Navi are sticking around, seeing if they can try and re-engage, and this time GX have invested a drone to find out. There's 2 players, or at least 1, keeping an eye on towards Dish.
Westside is so passive on B. Full focus from GX right now is on A. And while the backstab is hovering above their shoulder blades, you've got to try and fight forwards here, and Tamazi will attempt to do exactly that. It falls in vain. Angel getting one back, and now Purple in Sand, given the squeeze as Hero from the other side. GX converge on position as they continue on this course towards another map win. I mean, you can see they try and crunch A main, but it's not that. I said it before, there was a player watching for the cross. Easy kill collected. Exact same round as last one. I mean, so easy to read for GX. Look at this as well, even. It's just Westside double checking who the player, you know, if the player's going to come in from Dish. And as I said, he just so quickly responds, and here we have it. Navi left with a ragtag purchase. 4 Sheriffs and a Bulldog in the hands of Koala Noob to dig themselves out of trouble yet again. Not the first time they've been in this position so far in the map. A map which they picked to play into, but GX have made them look second best.
I mean, right, they've taken the time to get this spike down, spamming out. Oh, the delay! That's a lovely combination.
Feels like perfect anti on the position of the plant as well. Navi do manage to get it in. I mean, but there's no more utility for Navi. They're going to have to win the gunfight. GX is set up perfectly for this. Another potential winning retake on the cards, unless the Sheriffs can offset it. Shift the balance in their favor, open positioning to try and play back into, but Hero has to clear this smoke if he wants to give it a go, and the shots won't land. A stick behind the veil of the smoke as GX will pull Navi down.
มีทรง20มาอย่างงี้
โอ้นาวีมันหนักขนาดนั้นเลยหรอ
มันเอ็กมันโหดนะพี่แค่ที่มันแพ้มามันคือมัน
เห็นแบบนาวีเริ่มมีทรงไงก็เลยมีใจ
โดนหลอกแก
โดนหลอกอีกแล้ว
ทั้งคู่อะทั้งไอ้คู่เนี้ยพีเข้าพีออกทั้งคู่อยากดูวิธีเฮดอ่ะมันสายเดียวกันปะก็สายนี่สายเดียวกันเนี่ยโหหลังๆนี่มันเลยวิธีเฮดไอแบติกเนี่ยแต่ใจแอนกับเอเปกมันแอบซวยอยู่นะปุ๊บมันแบบปั่นร้ายจัดอะถ้าไปอยู่อีกกรุ๊ปแม่งน่าจะชิวๆกว่านี้
GX ใช้ของดีมากทุกราวเลยขนาดโทมัสนี่นี่ขนาดดูลิสของทีมไม่ค่อยได้ทำอะไรนะ
แล้วพอเปลี่ยนโทมัสซี่มาเป็นดูเอลดูดีขึ้น
เหมือนกับคนในทีมมันใช้ของดีปะ
แล้วไอ้โทมัสซี่มันเอามาหม่งยินดูแย่ไปเลยโทมัสซี่บอกดูจังหวะไอ้เปอร์โปใช้ของดูเป๊ะเดียไม่แน่ครับอาจจะมีเกม2เกม3นาวีอาจจะมีลูกฮึดโฟมันมาจากทีมเลยนะ KC ใช่ไหม
KC
มันเล่นรูเลยนะตอนอยู่คีส่งของได้แหละผมจำไม่ผิดอ่ะ
กล้วยหอมปั่นหนักไหมตอนนี้กล้วยหอมปั่น
เอาเหี้ยมัวจะไปชี้ไอ้สัตว์พรุ่งนี้ฟุตทีเอลวิททีเฮด
พรุ่งนี้โคตรน่าดู เดี๋ยวมาก
จัดไปมาซี่เล่นสโมกสลับอินนี้ แต่ดูสเตตแล้วสโมกเมนตอนเคสเอามาเล่นดูเอลดูดีขึ้นนะเคซีดูเอลก็ให้มาตินเล่นเถอะมันดูตึงกว่าเยอะเลยดีเฮดที่พร้อมกลับมาทวงจะลุ่งหรือจะลุ่งลิ่งต้องไปดูยิงดูแข่งกันดิดูเขายิงดีกว่าอัดสภาพที่ยิงไม่ไหวคนกินรองเท้าต้องเดบิวต์ไปมาสเตอร์โอ้ไม่ไหวF2ยังแพ้อยู่เลยอัดพรุ่งนี้เดี๋ยวเจอของตึงเลยเจอกระบะซิ่งจัดให้2-0โดนนะได้
มาละ
in what could be
เฮ้ย
the
เขาโคตร
last
ซิ่ง
match
โคตรซิงโคตรแซดอะเขา
say, look, as a map that we haven't seen since the first series of kickoff against BBL, when they were playing with a meta comp, you know, up against something a lot more developed, it feels like they've done some soul searching, come back with a completely revitalized look.
I like this. Has a different map that we haven't seen before, although for GX can't quite get rid of the drone as there's plenty of information found from it.
Cloud just keeping tabs on the B play, not letting it develop too far as the fake out will get shot out. The spike is here, and so a slight sign of intent as Na'Vi are starting to commit some utility towards the A side of the map, burning the wick at both ends. As Cloud is continuing to relay back to the rest of his team that it could be here, there, or anywhere as Koala goes diving in.
Yeah, I mean, nice trade out from Navi all in, but the fight was not pretty whatsoever. A little bit of peace, but I mean, at the same time, Cloud's been able to survive at the back of sight, and there's players coming in to hit support.
Hero just funneling bullets back into the magazine as he drops off just a little bit more. Solo here with the spike could be in a difficult situation, but he does brilliantly. An admirable effort makes it a 2-on-2 yet again, and with Tomazi arriving late. So a Na'Vi, there's only 25 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a real stall out. Tomazi still has a blind side to play in the west side.
It's a brilliant setup. West side only able to get one. Roxic does get chipped down, but now Tomazi in the one-on-one. Reposition Roxic into the corner next to the map. Tomazi has to be so diligent to clear this, and he's not looking on the right line. Roxic to confirm Na'Vi win another opening pistol round. They're second in this series.
Big stuff indeed. Yeah, you can't complain with that. Get the map started off right. But this full round for me is just such a weird one. It comes down to individuals, but Navi kind of like shows some presence towards the A side. But I mean, they're so like delayed and so slow with how they get out on towards B. I mean, something else that we've not noted is the fact that like the Killjoy's in play as well for Hero.
One that we see from him all too often, as Runner is able to get an orb at the very least, and while he's stunned on the way back out, Na'Vi have made concessions in A main to kick things off and sort of reopen that agent discussion as well. This is also a map where Tomazi is on the Yoru. As much as I said, you know, he was great on the Neon. For those who remember his breakout year on the fully Portuguese Saw side, which made top 3 at Ascension, that was Neon, that was Phoenix. They were fringe picks. Now Yoru's come into the meta. Is that something that he feels comfortable playing into?
Spike going down. GX to come back in on. Again, remember, Navi has they've been anti-ecoed a few times, but with Angel getting the first pick, you'd think Navi are in the prime spot.
เข้าไอดีมาไม่ยอมใส่สกินสติงเกอร์
The flag bearer for the team has found 4 kills and an in-zone flawless. Navi with a comfortable second round.
You can see they've obviously thought about that Apex game and made improvements since then, not allowing for individual fights, etc. to be going on. As you can see, the rest of the team in the replay supporting Angel in his endeavours.
And we saw how important it was, GX picking up the bonus in the second half of the previous game, and even Na'Vi doing it at the beginning of Fracture as well. It's so key for them to build up some momentum, because you saw how quickly it was lost. Don't want to get too far ahead of yourselves just yet.
GX taking A main for themselves and depositing their duelist of Tomazi. So to hold on towards that space while Navi explore through mid.
Oh, but Koala is the one on the prowl. 2 kills to open up the site, and while Tomazi still hangs back in A main.
What a reverse sweep.
It's a GX side which trails, and as he TPs out, almost all advantage is lost.
I mean, that's the concession that you were willing to make, right? GX, they could lose 1, I mean 2 at max bodies, and you hold on to A main, but at the same time, they let go of that. Navi have full control of the B side as well, of lane, of B main.
100% yeah.
GX nowhere near it. Looks like a good chance to convert the bonus.
I'm going to hold you on that one for just a moment though, Cairo, because as quickly as it looked like they wanted to go towards B, the Thorns gets sent out by West Side, and now they're looking towards A. We've got 30 seconds left. It's another late Na'Vi execute. Hunter's Fury coming in to clear backside with the salvos. West Side with a side step, managing to survive a little bit longer. Can't quite lock onto another target as Koala Noob has already found his third. And so any fears of this round going against Na'Vi would have been settled if it wasn't for Tamasi on the site.
เบานะเบานะ
Still has one TP to work with, right? But still, it's 3 players he needs to try and find.
It's a cautionary placement of it as well, so if that doesn't say enough about his intent right now, I don't know what does. Already spotted out by Na'Vi, caught in the midst of multiple players. Samazi on a tear. Third kill. Well, it's going to be the stun instead, the Nova Pulse that drops, the Nano Swarm beyond it. Tamasi's out of options. As good as some of these shots look from him, no way. You can't build the performance off the back of just one player. This one is already done. He's found 4 kills, but the round will ultimately evade him. Na'Vi get the bonus. It's costly, but they won't care.
Yeah, deep in your soul, you're thinking, surely not, right? Tamasi, mate, we're not going to get another one of these rounds, but the one thing that I'm happy about this, we're seeing Tamasi continue on from what was a poor start on Fracture to a good start on Peril right now. I mean, as well as that, Na'Vi have looked well in their entries in this map, something which GX notoriously have been bad at.
If I didn't get wall bang there, I killed him.
Thanks for that. Thanks for that, mate. If I wasn't dead, it would have been me doing the killing.
And if my gran had wheels, she'd be a bike. You know what I mean? But the good thing for that last round, Tamasi worked up towards his ultimate, right? That's something which GX can work with. And in this round, they're being proactive and going and taking the fight on the front foot and mid.
Early clear with 4 players up the guts, and Tamasi does TP back. Again, it's a very regressive wall that we're seeing here from GX, the standard one placed by Westside. But with the current patch in play already, you saw in the previous series, we did see BBL getting more value out of the straight line of the wall.
It's a big 1 versus 1. Angel trying to hold on, but the crosshair was
ถือว่านัด
well
ส
above
มาธิ
Tamasi's
สมา
head.
ธิยังมี
Nice readjustment.
ยังดีอยู่นี่
Purple, though, has been noted with the alarm bot as he tried to get aggressive. Na'Vi have this full right side of the map to work into.
And time to set up a post plant yet again, because as much as we said that GX had struggled in retakes previously, they have made improvements from week to week. You saw them win more against Heretics than they had done in the previous couple of series. But here you are short-handed for weaponry. Couple of pistols, quick flood coming in, 2 kills, clap back by Na'Vi, and a third for Angel to make damn certain that they can convert on this advantage and continue to move forwards without GX having a mark on the record.
I mean, as well as that, though, you've got to be thinking of the first bloods that Na'Vi are continuously getting in these past couple of rounds. I mean, this one is a 1 versus 1 with Tamasi against Angel right here. And from there, it's just being able to snowball that into a round win.
Nice.
Absolutely.
Nice.
I think when you look at the statistics as well for this, in terms of how GX have been giving away a lot of first bloods, Na'Vi also finding themselves in a similar position, but when they get to 5v4s, that conversion is, you know, aided a whole lot more by the fundamental play that they have. And into the next rifle round, it's back to A main they go. Jules taken and traded as runner on the fadeaway gets nothing but damage.
Just leaving Angel to use the drone towards the A side, something, see if they can find or at least fake presence, right, as the players go elsewhere. GX are already pulling across the Astra. They've lost full control of the middle of the map.
That's where the stealth drone could have bought some extra value as Runner chose to invest it towards Art. The steps of it heard by Na'Vi is now. They look to knock on that door yet again, and, well, there's nobody home. It's Angel to solo clear out main. Well, GX will have bodies on the line once more. They have struggled so far. Every single shot from Na'Vi hit in the back of the net. That has to change. And Runner has started it off with positive signs.
Yeah, Armageddon online as well, something to come back in on. And on top of that, you look at GX, they're playing more reserved. They want to play for this retake.
Should have salvos for the corner as well. That gets placed towards Angel, and he's on a plate. Cloud served up. Further success by his initiator pairing as Runner goes up. It's wide of the mark. Cloud with the trade, and now Hero in yet another clutch. First kill isolated. How many more can he be given? The Nano will delay for a little bit longer, at least pull a player off of the spike for now. As the belt goes empty, he needs results. The spam through the corner of the newsstand isn't bearing him any good news whatsoever. It is weird, but Hero, mid-reload, manages to snatch back yet another, and while the spike is halved, it's not going to get defused. Not today. Cloud is shut down by a clutch from Hero once again.
A Red Bull clutch as well, Hazard. But GX, it's so frustrating to watch because you're like, they're doing good stuff. The Armageddon, the way they go in, the salvos to clear like the corner towards the other position. But how do you lose a 3 versus 1 to Hero? For a team that like looks like who are doing the right thing, it's the finer details and closing out these rounds that seem to consistently be a problem.
Plagued by issues within the team, GX. And just when it looked like they'd gotten over the worst of the illness, Navi come right back, and of all maps to do it, their opponent's pick. Have to consider it was 4 or 5 round lead, which they blundered on Fracture to end with a 6-6 half, so still keeping an eye on things. As it stands, it's just a default which continues to bear fruit for Navi as they've brought themselves up to 3 impactful ultimates now to deal with this threat.
Just worried about, the positioning through mid because GX are happy to play for these extremities more.
The biggest issue for me right now is that Navi don't have too much deep control. You look at the spike in terms of its position, currently in the middle of the map. It's got to go somewhere, and that looks to be A right now. TP comes over from Koala, does have the dimensional drift to gut the site if need be, because you're down to 20 seconds yet again, and GX have shown they're willing to stack bodies. It won't be the case this time. It's only Tomazi. He will fall, and so Navi have some comfort now in terms of this spike plant, and it's only going to get better once Hero finds that one onto Runner.
I don't know about investing this Hunter's Fury towards an eco round, especially when you've lost the first 2 picks.
It's a potential counter to the lockdown gone. Not going to see it in this round, that's for certain. Cloud does have an answer, as does Roxic. Just one revealed in the open, and Navi starting to show signs of GX on the previous. It's all a little isolated, and that's where Westside thrives. First tap coming in from Cloud. Signature util, it's the salvos and the recon to just try and remove players from position. Shao considering investment of the ult to try and win this one for his team. He is going to have it secured in the end, but so costly for Navi.
Yeah, that's the thing right now. It's a Red Bull clutch in the end because it comes down to a 1 versus 1. But at the same time, the fact that you let it get to that position is just so undisciplined, right? And I think that's the big word here, because that's a big ultimate that should be used for the next one, right?
Not too sure what that one was from Tomazi, but
I think he was just saying it was a good, it was good that we were able to do as much damage and get the Armageddon out.
I agree, and something else as well is in terms of the macro reads, it's not been terrible. It's just once those players get in position, we're not seeing the kind of value you'd expect. There it's only Tomazi solo. Could be a similar story for Cloud. You see the TP's already prepared, and that's just going to give Koala the jump start for his ult. It comes around the back of sight. He's looking towards elbow, spots the first player. Here's the combo. That's the value of the Hunter's Fury. Dropped at his feet, further util. This is so messy on the site. Neither team can find an advantage, but still 5v5.
And the best part about it is, Navi haven't taken the city. GX have come back in for the retake and found no one. Navi are on long.
Well, we're back to square one, and let's just take stock of the utility really quickly. Bobo doesn't have a single star. Tomazi does have a kill and now is ult. Runner's an empty belt. Westside util. over on A. NAVI do have this lockdown and Cosmic Divide to throw at the full buy if needed. It's a stressful situation, and we're into crunch time once more. 30 seconds left, and you've got to go now.
I've said this before, NAVI have struggled with crunch time. Both Cosmic Divides being used, but Hero's the one that comes out on top. Sure, there's one back, but remember, Tomazi's in his ultimate, and now it realistically comes down to a 1 versus 2 with the Euro that has to work on his operator. It's just not working out. I don't even want to try and talk about that round, because what was the investment, man?
That was an absolute tug of war round of Valorant. I've heard it been said before, but do not show Cadril this round, whatever you do.
I'm fed up with that meme, man.
No, me too. A Hero thriving in the chaos. I think that's one thing we can credit NAVI for.
Nice!
When the going gets tough, they do respond. Frustration from Angel, that's met with further elation once the round concludes, but down to the wire again, and so there's finally a timeout from GX. I was expecting this a bit sooner.
Yeah, but
it feels like they're doing things good at the same time. Like they are setting up well.
They are, but it's just the run around since the ultimates that have come online that like bamboozles me, right? Like, and it's from both teams. The Hunter's Fury, like that was used on the Eco rather than using like a Steel Garden to bring it down to a level playing field, and then like whatever the spam that NAVI just threw at the last round.
Pipson getting so animated. He finally cools down a little bit. I think when you look at, what they brought to us here as well, which is, a much more on-brand composition in terms of current meta read, something which we thought that perhaps GX had struggled with a little bit. Finally, we're starting to see a little more compromise, perhaps in terms of his original vision for this team, and meeting that balancing act of the role changes as well. As GX go back to the main control, I'll extend the conversation further, and you're talking about Pipson being a guy who spent 3 years with the team, both as a player and as a coach since 2021, with the exception of his stint on G2. He knows what it's like to see through multiple metas, and now arriving at this one, it's a more proactive round with pistols.
Yeah, but the players who are being proactive might be late to the party, although we know NAVI like to take home on B long and take their time getting into the site.
The difference is this time,
they don't have any player presence outside of A, so it is all one-way traffic for GX in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, the players are going to hit contact of the turret, so maybe NAVI again stall out, take their time getting in towards the B site.
And actually, to go back and say, why did GX not call the timeout? Because they found themselves in multiple situations like this. 9 out of the 10 players in the server currently set up on B. The first of which to jump the gap would be Koala, but he's going to fall. GX starting to go through the gears. Westside collecting another kill with his Sheriff as it lands the shot, but it's a 2-on-2, and it's job not done yet. NAVI nailing in yet another. Hero, the one who holds the hammer. It hits the anvil yet again, as expected. Purpo's chance to shift things in their favor. Hero within striking distance, as you say. But Purpo not yet given the chance, and now you have to deny the ult.
You have to go and try and fight it. Has the turret for contact, and Hero knows this. A 1v1! Which Purpo will be able to win out! Finally, GX get the first round, and it's actually after a timeout.
Yeah. We saw the exact same thing on the previous map of Fracture, except the scoreline was 5-1 at that time. Now it's 7-1 in favor of NAVI. And as soon as the Paysay card Thrifty round comes in for GX, you're expecting further results from them, because this one didn't feel, all too repeatable, I want to say, in terms of the individuals perhaps. But once again, the macro does look pretty solid.
Just to note, Tomazi has brought out the operator once again, looking to play through this. Didn't see a lot of value from it last time, so we're really hoping that he can get onto these long angles, get Tomazi posted up, so that GX can almost use him as a source of information to act upon.
Koala Noob without his operator. As I said before, actually getting diffed most of the time when the opposition has it in their hands, but you look at the position from Tomasi, all of this is just set up for that over-rotation, for GX to play what is behind the Vice setup this time as well, so there is further layers to this, and Koala Noob has the TP in naturally. It's not out. He's now stuck in the corner and spammed within an inch of his life. So no entry Navi, no duelist, and they're forced to call the play.
Yeah, they've seen that before. The adaptation spot on. Still a little bit of stall. Navi not comfortable with the position they have on site.
Shao up close, looking for the duel. Can't find it. Runner responding as GX are in tow. A second round now prepared as they've managed to do exactly what was required of them. From the timeout, the read is spot on. Navi getting away with murder on many of these rounds.
30 seconds left.
But finally the madness put to an end. And so Roxic left to stew in what is left of this poorly executed A-site hit.
But the thing is, though, it's poorly executed A-site hit, but it's also nice adaptations from GX overall. I don't know if it was Pipson who called that, but like we had seen before that Navi like go through mid and towards part, and we saw Koala do that TP before who had caught a player off guard. This time there was utility to depend upon. Like, I don't think necessarily, like, sure, maybe Navi didn't execute to the full potential, but I also think GX had nice adaptations that's obviously been called from their timeout.
Sticking to their guns, confident in the way that they're playing a lot of these rounds from the defender's side. As I mentioned, the reads have been there. It's just how you then try and set that up. And when you look at Cloud as the caller for this team, his transition to IGL during stage 2 of last year as that Redgar replacement, you always want him to be someone who can help enable individuals as someone who was previously the star player of this team. Someone so consistent, the cornerstone of it. And putting those building blocks together the same way that you would want from Angel and Shao on the other side, with the experience that both of those two have as consistent pieces that had made international events before. Maybe we're not quite seeing the same kind of drip down in terms of experience there with the rest of this squad.
Yeah, I mean, it is well though, like, obviously Navi wanting to talk about like the adaptations that Navi have made. And this is an interesting one.
It's not every day you see 2 timeouts back to back.
It's not even that though, right? Giant X, they call a timeout just as the bonus is starting to happen on Fracture. Not every day we see that, right? Then we go into this map, we're like, yeah, okay, Navi timeout, ready to go out. And then GX call a timeout. It's not every day we see that. I don't think it's not every day that we see what Giant X are doing, right?
Something along those lines, yeah.
You get the point I'm trying to make?
Sort of, like GX, I think, why would you even use 2 timeouts in this first half when the one that you just called seemed to be the ace up the sleeve that's actually set them up perfectly, like just reinforcing everything that they had already set up for themselves. But that makes things interesting, because by the time we get to the second half, Navi still with a timeout left to play around with, and GX, happily feeling that this one is left on their own terms and conditions, left to their own devices, and without Pipson, and that's kind of what you're seeing in this timeout as well. Very quiet. Seems to be Cloud actually calling for this one more than anyone else.
And I like that though, right? Like, there's obviously like a conversation happening back and forth, whereas like in previous timeouts, what we had seen is Pipson being the one who was very vocal just from the cameras and what we could tell. Obviously, we don't know what's being said. At the same time though, got to be thinking about the end to this half. How can GX find a lifeline into the next half, and also how can they make do or like actually get some value from this ultimate cycle they're about to come into?
The previous one only adding fuel to the Navi fire. Ice bucket dropped from GX from the timeout, prepared from the sidelines by the coach, but with Purpo dropping here, Navi have the man advantage, and this is a conversation we consistently come back to. GX failing to convert from 4v5s, one of the worst in VCT EMEA when it comes to that statistic. They've been offered more support from Tomasi's position, deep B right now, but yet to make a big call, a large rotation, and Angel is aware of this.
Making sure to identify the players that we are in main. Actually, This could be a red herring, just catches at the last second run up. Navi, no. That side of the map isn't good.
Yet another round where Navi find themselves right in the belly of the beast, and you have absolutely no idea where it looks like they're going to go. Angel already using the drone means that he is relying solely upon
30 seconds left.
his recon arrow here to clear out Tomasi, or even just a jump spot, as the operator has finally been revealed. Fighting a war on both fronts. The players have already made it out from elbow.
They have that engagement on long is what GX were hoping for.
เล่นยากไปเมื่อกี้ทามมิ่งมัน
Cloud
เสีย
is the
พยา
only
ยาม
one
ฝืน
to hold on towards backside. The armor getting used to keep him protected.
เอาแล้วไง
And he is. But now he has to clutch him. It has to be an ace clutch, which does not work out in his favor.
วันนี้ลูกน่าจะดูดี
Navi
สุ
are
ดหรือเปล่า
pushing this boat out further and further.
That recon as well from Cloud was working overtime. Koala Noob TP'd into that, second pulse.
นี่ไปเปิด
And
ข้าวโพด
ended
กระ
up
ป๋อง
finding
มา
himself revealed by it. I mean, this read
Pen
here, just from
Meketa.
seeing the star
โอ้
placed
โห
on
เปิด
top
แป๊บ
of
เดียวหมด
the
เลย
box,
เปิดจัดอะ
feels like a big tell.
มันเป็นแบบยังไงใส่หวานๆอ่ะหรือว่า
Off the back
มันเป็น
of the
น้ำมันเป็นน้ำใส่น้ำเกลือใส่น้ำตาลอะ เหมือน
on the
มันใส่อยู่
one
ในกระป๋อง
switch
เปิดกระป๋อง
come out the better,
Hey.
and now be looking to build up this game plan in the last couple of rounds with the ults that they hold on to.
Yeah, it's crazy.
กำลังคิดอยู่ว่านาวีมัน
I mean, the
เพราะอะไร
fact
มัน
that
ถึง
GX have used both
เป็นแบบนี้ตอนนี้
timeouts in the first half, and one of them was after the one that Navi had used. Well, with that being said, straight into the B site.
Guns out, rifles in hand for the GX players, needing to win this one if they want to see any more of that. As the final round of the half comes up, it's straight inside the site beyond the wall. Westside still in the corner, but in terms of utility to flush him out, or Shados without salvos,
ดุเดือดกว่านี้
so
ปะ
there's really little
โบราณหนูมัน
to
ยังไม่
bank
เดือดพ
upon
อ
here. Tomasi with yet another kill that just pushes that boat out further as Roxic tries to reintroduce himself. It's a flash Chow in the corner that will fall flat on his feet as GX close the gap again.
I mean, Navi have been doing so well towards A that they've tried to try and abuse the B side a little bit more. Just a small thing that I wanted to note, and it's a criticism on GX's side, even though they won the round and they did well. Yeah, that's great, but I saw Tomasi use both flashes one after the other, and there was no peaks off the back of it as well. Just as something else to note, right, for future rounds, whether that's going to continue. But like, listen, all in all, good from GX.
มาเฉยเลยวะ
Yeah, 3-8.
I also think Tomasi's utilities actually looked fairly supportive
Yes,
so
I
far.
agree.
We'll have to see if he can set up more here. You can
ดู
see
ว่าจะเป็น 4-8
back
ตาม
of
ที่คิดป่ะ
our op in hand. Players peeking in, and with the recon broken, this would have been his chance. But runner just disposed of. Means it's another 4 versus 5 for GX from Arc. This time, they want to play into middle, and with Cloud's ult teed up, it's a purpo double this time. Back from the dead, dishing out damage. 3 versus 2.
What did Navi do to try and recover this? Plenty of utility. Angel's only used his dart, right? So this can easily come back up.
And with Westside dead here as well, you look at all of the Vice utility having no value. It's down, which means B is open. This feels like a pretty straightforward call to make if you're Navi.
I agree. How does the post plant look, right? With both players having utility that can stall out. Do you play on the site? Do you look for a pick before you plant it? I mean, GX are nowhere near that side of the map.
With Angel's drone, you could take a step further, but I feel like Navi right now just trying to get a bit more comfort about the situation. There's no player yet to go and hunt. Angel will be the one to do it.
โอ้
Risk adverse at times.
ไม่รู้เลยครับ
Up close. As the spray comes in, it's a brilliant bait. Angel with the first of those, and Xiao following it up.
It's now a 2v2. This is winnable now for Navi, considering the utility they have.
Angel's managed to get out from the divide though, so already this reposition could be deadly. Dropping in as Tomasi and Xiao picking up the pieces, supported by his captain. He signs off on further Navi success. A 9-3 half, which has GX just about hanging in there, but almost dead and buried.
Again, not to bring the statistic up once again as
อยู่ดีๆก็โหดพักครึ่งแล้ววาวุ่นเลย
rounds and didn't win anything. I mean, yeah, this is going to be a big half coming up for them.
We know how dangerous of a team they can be. All of the players here for a reason, on merit more than anything else. And so with that in mind, I need to try and find a way to inspire us yet again, as they did in the previous series.
It's not to say there hasn't been improvements, right? We've been seeing it consistently. I mean, this trap set up by NAVI for mid, and you're looking at him west side being that potential player to actually run into that. And on top of that, there's a little alarm bot for contact here to notify NAVI about the potential players coming through this main.
It's good deep info, which has forced NAVI to readjust the setup ever so slightly, now account for main a little more heavily as the A site offensive is starting to come through. Hero with another opening pick. NAVI in a great position. We've already got a couple of bodies backside, and while Purpo has managed to find one on the fadeaway, now west side starts to get into position from Art.
Hoping he activates soon though, and when he does come in, it's NAVI who get the pick.
West side with one, Koala Noob another. Still 3-on-3 and the team's feeling slightly inseparable. NAVI continuing to backfill the space as they have so much support. This network backside means the spike can't go down until more blood is spilled, and it's GX's own, which is going to hit the canvas. Bloodied and bruised once again. West side doesn't have the time or the tools. A couple of players from the pit. He'll find the first of those, but Angel's on the scene. Double digits for NAVI as they get their third pistol in this series and the second of this map.
Yeah, that round though, you see like the util dump happening as the execute comes in. That's cool, we expect that to be the case. But from there, it just becomes a deathmatch between both teams, and nobody wants to do anything different rather than take an engagement.
Something as well mentioned on the NAVI podcast, if you can tolerate listening to Sir Marcus for 25 minutes. I'm joking. Love you, Marcus. It's these, you know, mid rounds as well, and knowing when to engage, when to re-engage. It didn't feel like there was much utility there, and I know it's a pistol. Man, you're really on Marcus Haywatch. You're finding that way too funny.
Oh man, I don't want to talk about it. Listen, what we should talk about, A site take, right? Players from NAVI very happy to give up this site to GX. And at the same time, like, you can see that they've got Koala Noob, who was just checking extra angles up on B, but the GX have pushed forwards.
Certainly have. Hero fighting two with his ghost. Where are the guns in GX's hands? This force felt necessary, and it's finding the value. Dropping back to the support in main, it's a long road that NAVI have to walk to win this one.
do have the outlaw, but with Hero being so low, and Angel managing to make the stinger work at close, wrong range.
Yeah. Float like a butterfly, sting
time,
or like a stinger.
Angel able to get one more, but Hero now 1 versus 2. This is where the realization starts to set in. This gun is better saved more than anything else. Well, they'll get the one onto West Side as he tries to walk away. Purpo with the play that secures that 4th round for Giant X.
I mean, but this is another round, right? An anti-eco where Navi
have
lost again, right? Twice against Apex, once against Fnatic before. Like, this is an issue that could start to become chronic. The fact that they're not managing these rounds correctly.
It has looked cagey since the pistol. It's more of the same. And it's
โค
what I
ล่า
was
ตรง
talking
นี้ลองเอา
about
ซิม
before.
เปิล
You
มา
can
เล่น
see
แทน
here,
ก็จะดีกว่า
Giant X, only a 33% first blood success rate. 1/3 of the time you're going to see them go a player in front after that first engagement.
I think that was something that was happening a lot on the defense. They were giving away the first blood, and Navi were doing well to steamroll that into a round win. This time round, being a lot more reserved. And look at the space that Navi have been able to grab in mid after that close was used.
Yeah, but look at West Side. He is effectively the turret here. They don't have a killjoy, but it's fine because the gun in his hands is unleashing lead to the players in the scuba shop.
Reading the map wrong, getting the players wrong in position.
Well, they're dead now.
Yeah, that's true. At the same time, though, Shao has found himself hiding behind the box. But GX not going towards this side of the map, heading towards B.
Vice wall at their backs. 3 players strong in terms of the man count. About to be able to leverage 4 over the head of Angel. He spots. Quick face check. Falling back onto a deeper line of cover. Nice shot from Angel. We all remember the Navi Sheriffs. They've always been a strong suit. How many more of those do we end up with? It's only Angel holding on to one right now, but the stall has been fantastic, and now players in position. 15 seconds and things get worrying.
That is when things get worrying, because if you can deny the spike, you can deny the round. That's not the case at all. It's the Bulldog, a Ruxic that was getting the value, instead denied. Will be 5 to 10, half of what the rounds that Navi have. For me, though, moving forward, I mean, this is the biggest round, right? Stopping Navi getting 11.
11 rounds felt like a curse before. That's how Shao said it.
Nice!
Bringing in the performance coach, Zuza, to help them out with that. And it's another familiar situation here on the defender side as well. It feels like it's so hard sometimes to set up that plan that can win the round for you. Something which they've also been focusing on as well quite heavily as protocols, and already as A main is taken, they do not disengage fully. It's Angel following it up with a rifle in his hands this time. Numbers Navi, but how much longer can he live on this box?
I mean, this 2v2 and A main is going to be massive. West side still to come and wait through R. How long can GX hold on to this side of the map? Instead, they get the first pick after that initial engagement.
น้าไม่ไว้ใจเพื่อนอ่ะชาวแล้วลกกันมาตั้งกี่ปี
would have heard those steps just scurrying
โอ้โห
away
เขารอ
as
ยิงส
well.
แกนให้อยู่นะไม่งั้นน่ารอดแล้วเนี่ย
It just feels so volatile, the position A, making sure that Ruxic is clearing towards R as his drone will do exactly that in main, just reinforcing the ideas of where these players are, and Westside is a swift check of exactly that.
A red herring though, look at GX, they're not going towards this side of the map, and Navi are now worried about where Westside has gone.
Hero has a full killjoy setup, the turret for lane, the alarm bot should support inside the choke, and with there being no gap close either towards the backside, it's all on this first duel. Hero catching Cloud in his utility, but still not capitalizing from it. The darts landed in a weird place, so it's not going to scan at all, and while Westside has been noted, Hero only getting one on the way back in, and so Shao tasked with clutching another round. His salvos can deny the plant for just a moment, but it's repositioned and they are holding on as he makes his way back in. He will fall, and so Giant X continue to bear on down.
Yeah, I think as well, like, Hero's put between a rock and a hard place, has to get 2, and is only able to get 1. I mean, that 2
ตัดเข้าเพลงทำไมวะทำเอาเหรอก็โลกปิดเสียงไว้ก่อนเลยทูแบซี่แม่งเหมือนคนเป็นไบโพล่า
เจ็บปวดดอกเนี้ย
เฮ้ยแล้วเสียงหายจะตัดเข้าเพลงโลก
which now including kickoff makes it 4 consecutive that they've not been able to go to, and you're looking at the potential of a 5th should GX win what feels like such an important fixture between those players chasing the runaway pack of elite teams that we have in Group Alpha.
There's Tomazi. They're touching on the alarm bot. There's still no contact, no peek out into the outlaw.
Do have a Bucky on both Roxic and Koala Noob, so they are holding down lanes through the middle of the map. But with the gap being there of Shao in art, no real big rotation has been called. Angel's still just denying with the immediate reactive ult and getting a tag on the second.
Yeah, this is really big chip damage. Roxic's trying to rush in but gets caught by the blind side. It's just not working out at all. GX have managed to fight their way back in. The lockdown baiting out another player into the crosshairs of Navi. The Spike needs to stabilise this round.
Double peak.
Hero laid up onto yet another kill as well. You've got to come back in against the Cosmic Divide.
Hero's been managed to bomb out a player as they swing out. Runner needs to clutch. He's done so, but it gets too close for comfort. 7 points of health will get GX the 7th.
His 5th clutch this stage, more than any other GX player, and once again put in a situation of stress. It's Giant X that come out with the round win. You said that their attack didn't have legs, Cairo, but I think for as much as these statistics have set up teams, the counter is always a possibility with a new comp. And Tomazi animated as ever, reveling in yet another positive result. 3 rounds now, and well, look, GX didn't need that timeout. Navi desperately hanging on to theirs.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Tooth and nail, they're trying to hang on to this one. But you talk about setting yourself up for success. Navi did in the last round using ultimates, right? But the ultimates didn't get the value that you're looking for. And that's now where the criticism comes in, right? Where you're thinking to yourself, now you're on your bye. You're without a Hunter's Fury and a lockdown. They would have been massive pieces to push you towards these last final rounds.
Hero coming into the team. Plenty of promise from him as a player, seems to have been delivered upon, at least in these last couple of maps, now sitting 20 and 14 at the top of the leaderboard. But for all of the kills from the KJ player, the sight holds have been a bit of a struggle. GX finding a way to get their feet in a lot of these, find a foothold, I should say. Koala Noob finally bringing out the op, but immediately pressured by the Euro on the opposite side.
Trent on the backside as well, and his combat combined with the Armageddon, forcing players out. Tomazi back there, gets the entry kill.
Huge combination. That sets up the play. Shao's going to watch that TP cut past him, and immediately the game is up for Tomazi. One back, Hero still holding on. 2 kills from him. Is it going to be enough? Seems to be the case right now, and the support from Koala Noob is surplus to requirements as Angel shut up shop. Navi do respond.
Yeah, I mean, it's a round where even though we brought out the stat about first bloods, Navi, GX actually get the first blood, right? They do so well, they take the side, but I mean, Tomazi's clear isn't good enough, and he allows players to sit within the smokes. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, again, like, it's a phrase I use a lot, dotting your I's, crossing your T's, and they're just not paying attention to the small details.
Once again, Koala Noob will go searching towards A main. This is going to be huge for the setup of Na'Vi and how they'll look to redistribute forces across the map. It feels like there is a little bit of proactivity sprinkled in there. Whenever you see that Teho player, you're expectant of it. And while we haven't seen Xiao on this role too often, that drone is perfectly timed. They know where those players sit right now, and as the drone gets traded, this is when you make the play through the double door.
Yeah, but what are the players are doing that? Look at Purple, he's sitting waiting! But Navi are able to get what they were looking for, a double kill, and it looks even worse! It's Navi fighting 12, and an end zone flawless!
That's exactly the round which you were hunting for if you're Na'Vi. Something clean, something confident. Sure, it comes up against pistols, but you put yourself in that position off the back of another round win.
Oh man, you can't help but feel Purple's that guy that you're hoping is just going to cover you. I know he's well played by Navi to have a player watching towards shops.
It's more brilliant mid-rounding from Angel there as well to just set up the play. Coming back to what I was talking about before, it's those players, that old dynamic, deadly duo of sorts that could do it for you, but here it's three kills off the back of his own flash, and with Xiao in support, it's all but over. Tomasi hitting the ground as it's back-to-back in-zone flawlesses to finish.
ของโทมัสซี่
หน้ามันไม่มีความสุขเลยอะ
ผลงานไม่ค่อยดี
เอายูรุออกไปที
จริงๆผมว่าใจแอนอะถ้ามันจะเอาทอมเมซี่เป็นดูเอลนะถ้ามันได้ดูเอลดุๆมาสักคนนะโคตรโหดปิดจะโดนนาวีจริงๆอะพี่
with Angel and
แอปหยุดเดินยังอะ
อะไรนะพี่
หยุดเดินยัง
อ๋อหยุดโหหยุดไปนานแล้วพี่
นึกว่ายังเดินอยู่
ฟิตเกิน เฮ้ยเอาเริ่มแล้วเหรอแม่งคนละด่าน มาแล้ววะฮิตโตะ
พี่ว่าใครชนะพกอะครับนามิกันก่อน
With a Giant X, there still has to be finding a win in this split. After the first map that we saw, after them performing that comeback, I really wonder how their mental is.
I mean, the mental's got to be good. It has to be. All things considered, a win is a win, right? And especially if you're a team like Giant X, you take them where you can.
Yeah, and I mean, they did take that. Ultimately, they went on to lose the series, but we're not talking about that.
It all starts with a map win, Zoe. It all starts with a map win.
And listen, this is an opportunity for both of these teams. One of them is going to take the dub. Let's find out who is going to close it out. So once again, let's send it back over to Haza and Cairo.
The Cider map coming up. Split. Both teams off the back of a win. Giant X, there's a lot more dramatic than Navi's against Apex, but when you consider those three teams towards the bottom of the group right now, this one is so important to give yourself a chance for playoffs, especially for GX, brought back down to earth against a team at a similar level, yet still the possibility they walk out of this day 0-3.
Last week, both teams got to a decider map. It's the first time in Split 1. But the other thing you've got to consider, Hazard, Navi was able to win theirs.
Giant X haven't been able to win against Heretics, weren't able to close it out. It went back to how things usually were. Is it going to be the same thing right now for GX as they start on the attack?
Already presence put towards A. Stun, ready. Runner the one holding on to it. Up into ramp. GX searching for their first pistol since Fracture. Navi in a brilliant position to execute on order yet again. And that's exactly what they're going to do. Koala in the heavens, supported by Angel coming in late. And so twice as many players already out of that first engagement, and the spike dropped, yet to be collected.
Even get back into it. I mean, looking through, yeah, but look at this, the Avengers assemble. Straight from the top rope, and Purple now into the back lines. He's done decent chip damage,
and he has time on his side. Arcros won't collect information of his position. The paranoia as well. Half a chance, but Hero holding on, has the info, and if you were going to use a near sight, Vents is probably the last place to find effectiveness from it.
Worst part is, right, if you peek in towards getting that spike, you're probably going to be seen by the players below. With that being said, though, Navi win that pistol round.
Another pistol round for them in this series. As I already mentioned, that's now their 4th. GX only picking up 1 in the second half of Fracture. Momentum is so important. I think for both of these teams, it has been a mental battle at times, getting used to the environment, especially for Navi. Players like Koala Noob, who've had to travel across the Atlantic to get here with a completely different lifestyle for him now in Berlin. Starting as he means to go on from that pistol, and well, GX, as they do continue onwards, it's an aggressive piece, which falls flat very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, this is falling flat all across the map. Players looking to, I guess, get engagements, but it's easily dealt with for right now for Navi. An in-zone flawless.
Another in-zone flawless bonus round for them as well. It was the exact same way that Pearl started. If you recall back to how that one went, pistol in the first half.
Yeah, well, listen, we can just sweep that under the rug for a minute. Well, hopefully we can sweep it under the rug and not have to think about it, because right now the momentum looks good for Navi. An anti-eco flawless puts the bonus round into a really hot contention when you look at this buy. GX need to be careful how they move around this map.
Focus on mid again, and Ruxic already spotting Tomasi jumping from market. Respect given by GX in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that worries me right now with this bonus round, right, is Heretics were able to convert it last time GX started on the attack, and also to compound that point, I mean, GX were only able to win 2 rounds overall on their attack last time.
The last 2 rounds of the half.
Exactly. And it seems like Navi have a great read on what GX want to do right now. Look at the player positioning, right, in terms of where Navi are setting up.
Exactly what Hypok was talking about on the desk as well. You may not have changed up the comp, but in terms of the macro, I mean, little time really to stress the details to remedy this attack side, and so they go into a loaded A site. Plenty of Navi bodies here, black and yellow shirts to help support. Koala off the back of Ruxic with his utility in tandem. The paranoia could have just set up for yet another kill instead. It is the Vice Wall, which has caught West Side. The Tether has noted his position. Spam, fortunately enough, though, has not landed. 20 seconds.
Yeah, look at Navi, though. They're setting up a crossfire, a lovely activation on the Arcros. They're happy to give up heaven. They know GX have to try and come through a choke point. And it's another bonus converted against Giant X.
And while I feel like Giant X have brought some nice ideas to the table in terms of how they want to open up rounds, prime example would have been in round number 2 when they were up against the anti-eco. Like putting down a smoke, you've got a player that can TP in, maybe you're throwing a breach flash on it as well. Purpo also has the shadow step as well as Tomasi. But then you come into a round like this, the full gun round, and it just doesn't feel like there's all too much thought behind it. It's very direct, it's very straightforward, and Navi are reading that all too easily after the initial engagement in mid when you don't actually take that space away.
Towards this round, GX are going to put their focus in mid. So are Navi. 6 players in total. And Navi are being very aggressive in how they're peeking into this one. An initial drone not really getting the value either. Angel out in the open. Confident as ever. Can't blame the guy because GX have just not been punishing it. They are always dropping in these early engagements.
มันวาร์ปหน้าบี
must have heard that TP from the Omen, so they're going to re-clear his space. And, well, Purple gives away another pick towards Navi. They did have control of main, but instead repositioning on the site, looking to brawl. Angel the first of those bodies that drops. Can they get any better than this? No! GX, a volley of kills. 3 back from them to stop Navi going any more than just their 3rd round. This be a little bit out of character. GX looking for a foothold. Ruxic does take one back, so it's a 2-on-2. And as isolated as Hero feels with the stun, the players reposition without the open plant. GX a grouped up pillar. And Hero's just going to dispatch them both. GX are in the prime position to go and deal with the round. Again, they let go of another advantageous spot with a spike down and time to play with. I understand they're forced to play on the site, but it's not even as if they put Navi in a position where they're forced to fight, where they swing out. They pick Hero. They do pick Hero, and Hero just holds the line. I can feel the frustration coming across from you. They're getting away with bloody murder. Yeah, they are getting away with murder, but the point is, though, it's mistakes that aren't being forced out by Navi. Gotta go hunting for kills in those situations sometimes, but GX come back to it once again. The narrative of just not being able to build upon those individuals, the system they set up, the change in identity, this time, of course, to Marcy on the Yoru where it was Cloud before. Same time, though, a move towards a full setup here for Hero. Spamming out, can't quite find what he's wanting, and while Navi have went and been proactive and cleared things out, now they get a read towards A. Having a bit of a poke through the cage. Left unanswered. There's a paranoia for the site execution, but Towers where the jump goes down. It's Koala Noob's Showstopper, which is put to rest early. The fuse cut short. Westside with a double. Still, GX in control by 1 player. They haven't yet hit the site. Look at the control, which Navi currently hold on to. 2 players still playing from elbow. One of them, Shao, trying to walk his way out from screens to support Hero. Doesn't need it. Hero with a double. And Westside left by himself, scratching his head, wondering, how have I found myself in a solo position yet again?
มีคนองค์ลงว่ะ
I think we're all scratching our heads and thinking about that.
เกือบแพนเปิดนะเกือบนะเป้าจับนะ
Closing it out yet. Same on the last map. And the start. Same on the last 2 maps, because Fracture began, Navi 5-1. Second map, Navi 7-0. Split, Navi 5-0. Again, it takes a little while for GX to get into these maps, and it goes back to the discussion I had right at the beginning of this series as well, in terms of the sides that they've been starting on. When you look back at what the history is, before the Heretics game, they had chosen to start on defense 5 out of 5 times. And now coming into this veto, they didn't get the choice of attack here, but this is where they've been beginning a lot, trying to maybe get the worst of it out the way early. And I think for me as well, the other thing to consider is this is now GX's most played map, right? And it keeps coming up in the veto time and time again. So like, my question is more like, what else are we worried about playing, right? Like, what does a map pool look like? Because Split keeps coming up. You've only been able to win it once.
Like, I understand that we're not, like, GX aren't Heretics, GX aren't, like, Vitality or Fnatic, who are in hot form right now, but, like, as a general, you've got to hold them to a certain standard. And GX, for me, are just not showing enough for a top-tier team.
NAVI, on the other hand, showing the value of their individuals. Combined with all of the rest, Hero and Ruxic, the two anchors yet to register a death so far in this map. It was Ruxic who stepped up massively against Apex on the closing one there. As into this half-buy of sorts from GX, they're looking to put him under further pressure. He's managed to disengage for now, and the paranoia only helping to do so further, and there is support for NAVI now.
Yeah, Seas is brilliantly placed. Shao getting one, but there is a trade on to Angels. Now NAVI comes straight back in. Spike completely lost, completely cold. And how did GX get back up towards Heaven to collect that?
Well, Puppo has the ult, so that's one way to do it. He's going to quickly snatch it back. Last time we saw this 2-on-2, it was a similar setup from GX. Got to be aware of the walkout spawn, and the cam has checked it this time.
Players now walking to swing out towards CT rather than getting this right down. And it's the same thing as last time. Hero gets a double kill after GX peeked towards CT.
And he's still yet to die. He has not died so far yet in this map. Whether it's his site that they hit or a retake situation, the spike didn't even go down here, Cairo. As Hero gets another couple of kills, now has the Steel Garden as well as this Cosmic Divide. Tools for a potential retake, as GX have a couple of their own, which could be huge in gaining access early, and that looks like what we're going to get now that the rifles are back out.
I mean, it was around about the 7th round last time on Peril that we saw. There's a 7th round before we saw GX answer back, and it was the ultimates to help do so. I don't know how Angels managed to survive shooting out that cam there.
I know that Jack Igo was giving away bundles for every time that he was Angel was having an opening death. But I think so far this series, you know, his wallet is safe for now.
I'd agree with that.
He's been doing a pretty damn good job at just collecting info, and maybe that's GX not punishing it, but right now they do have a couple of these ults queued up to hit the A site. The first is the Yoru, and well, it's only just spotted a player making that cross towards elbow, and Koala gets away with the kill.
Yeah, and this is something that's been really good from NAVI. The protocols being able to play off site. GX have got onto it, but Spike's still in Heaven. They've completely left it. The Breach was left trying to use the Rolling Thunder, and calamity right now for Giant X as NAVI look to deal with them. Cloud bringing it back to 2v1.
But where have we seen this before, Cairo? Hero to close another round from a similar position. 7-0 as it was on Pearl. That ended a 9-3 half, but coming on to what will be another eco round, even with the max loss bonus for Giant X, you need to give yourself a platform, because very quickly the ground is falling from beneath their feet on what I can say is probably the 2nd or 3rd map so far this stage I've seen a similar thing happen.
I would
3rd or 4th.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you look at like that first split, the kickoff, and how that happened. Like Giant X looked so much better. They were winning consistently up towards 8 or 9 rounds, and since we've got into this next split, into split 1, they have looked as if they've had a massive performance drop-off, whether that's because of the group that they're in and there's more scrutiny on them, but they're playing against NAVI right now, and it's the same thing again.
While the Noob's operator coming into this series, he was 30-10 for op kills versus op deaths. Almost all of those deaths being dedicated ops. You know, like, you have to try and find a way to clear this guy, or he will make a huge problem of it. GX into the late round once again, and you're hitting another stacked site. NAVI are so prepared for this. The utility is there. They'll be ready for the flood out elbow when it comes, but that's if you don't already stop them in tower.
I mean, Angel's just walked out in towards main and got a pick as all players were looking towards heaven. And again, Navi are happy to give this up. They're playing towards CT. And GX look as if they're scratching their head for a way to get onto the site.
Enemy remaining.
Hero again. Always this guy at the end of the round. But so many fates already settled, as that will be his first death on Split. Still a 3 versus 1 for Cloud to try and digest, and he's got no time or options. Forced to run into the gunfire again as Angel adds number 8, NAVI, claiming the gun round.
But there's the same issues that we've seen from Giant X time and time again, right? Like, they're doing the same execute, and there's no changes, right? Like, going through heaven, trying to bust out onto the site, and the protocols every single time from Navi are good, and it comes back to that point you were making earlier about the Navi podcast.
Shout out to the Navi podcast, man. You know, but it's a valid point you raised. These things take time.
Yeah.
It has been a process for this roster. If you expect instant results with player changes, then you're gravely mistaken. That is not the story we've seen of the stage so far. Given a little bit more to work. GX coming out the back of matches against top contenders. Now Navi seeming to fit the mold of that themselves. Hero with 2 more kills on a site hold. A story which is constantly repeated as we flick through the pages. It's the same wall of text as the wall of 5 players stand between Westside and a miracle, which just isn't happening today, tomorrow, or anytime soon.
Yeah, exactly right. And now, like, where do you start to find a way to come back into this game? Because right there, we saw the Armageddon used. We saw different pieces trying to be forced forward. And again, it feels as if you're banging your fist against the door, trying to wait for an answer. And right now, GX's fist is bloodied.
There's just no engagement in the ebb and flow for me.
Yeah.
It just feels so one-dimensional, round after round. Okay, we have a little look mid at the start, and that's exactly the same look we're going to get from GX here. There's always a counter, and this time it comes in the form of Koala. First picked up, even Angel winning against the Stinger close range. Nothing going GX's way. As the forces try and regroup with the ragtag weapons that they've got. A couple rifles, if anything. They do eventually gain some ground, but it's in spite of the fights in middle, rather than as a consequence of them.
Yeah. I mean, right now, 2 players like sitting in heaven for GX. Well, you're seeing Purple go and exploring the other side of the map, but again, like, we speak about directionless. Like, what are GX thinking? Like, surely we're waiting to see what Purple is going to find out, but at the same time, they're not doing anything to force out and Navi into positions that they want, force rotates, etc. And the spike's going in towards spawn.
Make sure that they clear out the garden. That's where Ruxik's currently holding on to the op. Shouder ends up getting spotted, but now where do you go? Okay, you're in defender spawn. We've still got Purple in tower, but you have to win these fights. And so it's into the meat grinder that GX go. Purple left chasing. Doesn't have his ult this time to try and pick up that precious cargo. And so Koala releases the nade and pulls the pin on what is a round done and over with. A foregone conclusion, as many of these have been. It's cool to make that play and say, yeah, let's run in spawn, but you can't plant the spike there. And I think that's the realization that needs to be made. It's another 10-0 drubbing in the first few rounds.
Well, it was the last couple of rounds against Heretics that the GX were managed to win and gave themselves a lifeline in what was ultimately the biggest comeback that we've ever seen. And Navi actually calling, sorry, it's not Navi, it's Giant X are actually going to call a timeout here.
Oh, you bloody hope so.
Yeah, exactly. Need it.
So for the second map in a row of Split, Giant X find themselves 10 rounds down with 10 rounds played.
13-0 คุณสวัสดิ์
NAVI on the hunt to try and collect one of those playoff spots and hopefully Masters later down the line. This gun buy is everything.
I think for me, coming from last week into this one, NAVI look as if they're starting to build and on good momentum. Giant X, on the other hand, look as if they're letting it slip. Towards mid, NAVI look to go. There's a few players from Giant X there as well.
Rook6 up and Koala Noob by his side. 3 positions, so only Rook6 there, but he will group back up towards B.
You hear the utility obviously going off as well, as all the rifles begin to fire. At the same time, Giant X haven't committed anything, and look at NAVI. With so many bodies towards this B side, you're thinking they have to be proactive.
This is one of the ways to create that pressure, scaling towards A with the tools that you have, Purpo smokes, the cages, but it all comes back to that mid-duel yet again, and it's been one-way traffic. Roxic given the green light on yet another op kill, and while Tamazi will have embedded himself within the mail room.
And I think for me, right now, like you're seeing Navi's game plan at work. They're fighting B, they're fighting mid, but they're not fighting towards A. And Giant X are thinking that's a good sign, but that they're playing into Navi's game plan.
3 players here again. And with ults as well. Every single player towards this side of the map has a tool to work with.
This is the same round we've seen many times before. What's different for Giant X?
Steel Garden comes out, Showstopper available. Doesn't look like anything's changed, Cairo. I'm concerned for GX right now. In fact, I'm terrified. The utility seems to be a little bit better as Navi are hounded down towards the back of the site, but time is slow. Just like you say, there isn't enough. Any time would be great, but like you say, I don't think GX know what to do with it. It's Tamazi, the last one left. He needs to get the spike, but where is it? Heaven. It has been for the last 3 rounds.
Yeah, right now Giant X are in hell. And I don't mean that. I don't mean the call out or any part of the map. I mean quite literally they are 11-0 down. If we move into the next half and Navi win pistol and anti-eco, it's all over.
Yeah.
And again, like we've spoken about it, right? Fight B, fight mid. That's what Navi are doing. We're not seeing anything different. Please show me something different. Please, please. No, I know what you mean. Look, people were saying coming into this one, there was potential for Mud Valorant, but this feels more like Groundhog Day, the way that things are consistently repeating for Giant X. And as nice as it's been for Navi, when push comes to shove, GX have not been up to par. A little play into Koala. He does have the shorty inside this smoke though, and so really, the value isn't gained. He's not going to get cleared. It's another direct sight hit. And Hero, fully blinded, has walked away with murder. Yeah.
And they're still not past the post. Right, Tamazi's the only one in sight. He has 32 HP. He's dead. Salvos drop. And what happens? Koala inside the smoke with the shorty getting at least one back, but there's twice as many players. The last one left to West side, as he always has been. 12-0 Navi. As good as the...
ที่ว่าถ้าเกิดมีการคัมแบ็กเกิดขึ้น จะเป็นวงการ Valorant เลยประวัติการเลยวะ
โอ้โหประวัติการจริงยังไม่เคยเห็นนะ12อ่ะคัมแบ็กอ่ะ
ถือว่าจัดให้เร็วอยู่นะเหมือนแบบรู้ว่าเราแบบเกลียดดูนานแล้ว
ทำไมไม่เล่นดีๆตั้งแต่แรก
ที่ว่า NAVI มันจะเน้นป่ะเอา 13-0
เน้นดิ
สกอร์มันคลีนจัดเลยนะ
อันนี้มันโอ่งลงแล้วเนี่ยตอนเนี้ย
มันเหมือนกับแบบมันได้ราวฟรีๆแหละ
มันต้องการอยู่นะมันต้องการอยู่นะ
ใช่มันพันอยู่นะเขาหิวข้าวเลย
single time that we'd been in this position, I would have to. It's pretty weird that we've been in this position twice. What, in 3 series? God forbid. Can Navi see it over the line? It's Koala Noob again. The most first blood success rate of the top 5 duelists, and he's going to keep doing it. Hero with 2 more kills, as it's been said multiple times. Purple was the last player left on B. It's happening before our very eyes. A Westside 1vX, but this time it's to stop pure embarrassment. It's been a similar storyline, time and time again, week to week. GX are looking down the barrel of Latino and Navi.
น้าจัดให้ทุกคนรู้ว่าคนไทยง่วงดูอาการโทมัสซี่หนึ่ง
โอ้ใจแอนหมดทรงเลยไปเตรียมทีมมาใหม่ปะเจอกันสเตจ 2ขาดส่งแรงใจเชียร์
คิวไปได้10 ฮิโร่โคตรบ้า
พักไม่นานให้มันจบที่ 13-0อย่าไปคิดเยอะอะไรเก็บแรงไว้เล่นกับพวกเฮเลติกพวกอะไรอย่างนี้เนี่ยจริงๆถ้านาวีไปโตลอนโตจะไหว
นาวีอะไรนะ
ไปโตลอนโตเนี่ยจะเจอทีมอื่น
โอ้ไม่น่าไหวสภาพนี้นะ
พวก G2 อะไรเงี้ย
ไม่น่าไหวสภาพนี้แล้วท็อปฟอร์มก็ไม่แน่
ลิควิดยังดูมีภาพกว่าเกิดท็อปฟอร์มนะ
ต้องให้นั่นเล่นดีๆอ่ะไอ้มาใหม่อ่ะ
แองยู36โอล่านูป
ไอ้ของลิควิดดิ ไอ้ที่มาแทน
ไอ้ซีเรียสอะ
ซีเรียสอ่ะมันต้องซีเรียสหน่อย
ซีเรียสเล่น
แม่งเล่นซีเรียสเลย
จะได้ครับเทียบที่เนี่ย